You're not gonna believe this. Yes, y'all will believe this. You're gonna totally believe this. There's the background. I pressed live 2 minutes ago, and for some reason it didn't go live. I thought I was live, and I was talking and setting up the stream, and then I looked at the screen, and it said you're waiting to go live. Like, no, I'm not. I am live, but I wasn't. So that's why I'm here a second time. So let's start all over again. I forgot what I said the first time, so it's not gonna. It's an uncaptured moment. We lost it. I thought yeah. I said I am one tired deer, but I'm ready to go. It's Friday. Let's get this party on. Open panel. Come on up. Chatter your head off about whatever's on your mind. And then I checked on the news a little bit. There's nothing going on. The government got funded. There's some bad weather coming up, and that's about it. Some wind and rain. And Columbia University might have hidden some students from the government. So that's about all. See what fatigue does to you. Hey, Daniel Barry. What's up? And Helena. Hello. Tonight is just straight up open panel, and I don't have to have a cutoff point, so I'll keep it going as long as you do. And then tomorrow I will be out at my 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific time, doing a daytime stream. And that's really it. Other than that, I don't really have anything. I'm thinking about starting a new series, similar to that Northrop Frye essay that I did, except this time with one of his books, or at least parts of his books. I'm not sure how the copyright thing works on books. That's the problem. But I might just risk it. President Trump delivers remarks at the Department of Justice. Oh, maybe we could watch some of that while we wait. Let's see what. Let's just peek in on it. He gave it. Oh, hey, Plasma. Yeah, welcome. There's always a rocking chair for you. Good to see you. I just saw where Trump spoke today. Although I'm not. Somebody needs to bring him down to earth, and I don't think Elon is that person. I think both of them need to be brought down to earth. This whole Canada thing and the tariffs and all that, can we just move on into the future? This is an opportunity for him to do something really great. Who is this lady? Oh, the press. She's a lot better than that last one they had. That little black lady, and then before that it was that Jen Psaki. All right, what I'm gonna do is peek on Trump. Hey, Shift. Me too. Not only do I love one, it's almost an essential. I find it hard to live without one. Although I don't actually really have one right now. I have this office chair that rocks. SpaceX is launching. Oh, you talking about the astronauts that NASA was supposed to get and couldn't for some reason? They're sending SpaceX out after exploding 2 rockets. Well, I hope they bring them home. That sounds like a movie in the making. Astronauts trapped out in space. How will it end? All right, let's see what Trump has to run his mouth about. Or is SpaceX happening now? Maybe we could watch that. Come on. SpaceX launch. Here we go. Live. Oh wait, they're trying to show me an ad. Ooh, this is cool. Hang on. Yeah, let's watch this.
While the first stage begins its journey back to
Look at
Earth.
that.
Now we're just
You
2
could,
minutes
that
into
looks like a
today's flight.
visual
The
music
vehicle is
visualizer. You
traveling
could put
just
on
under
some
4,000 miles per hour.
music to it.
We're just about 20 seconds away from those events
Some
that
chill
Anna
out or
just
some even some
mentioned.
rock music, I think
The
would
9
go
Merlin
good with it.
engines
Maybe a little bit
will
of
shut
jazz.
down here in just about 10 seconds for Miko. Stage separation.
Wow, this is so cool. It's leaving the Earth. What are we looking at?
Main engine cutoff.
SpaceX Dragon, 2 Alpha.
Stage
So
separation confirmed.
the astronauts are going to get onto that thing and then it's going to bring them back to Earth?
Great call-outs and incredible views.
That's pretty
there on your
amazing.
left-hand
I don't know.
screen.
People that
On your
don't think
left-hand screen, you
humans
can
are
see a view
amazing,
from
I don't
stage
understand
one.
that. What other animal can do stuff like
And an
this?
extremely excited crowd here in Hawthorne. Awesome views of that boost back burn on the first stage, as
Look
well
at
as the impact
this.
engine igniting on the second stage.
Wow.
Great views there. Now the booster is in its boost back burn. This is the first of 3 burns as it makes its way
Hey,
down to
kitty.
Earth. This will last about 45 seconds.
What's up? What's going
And
on?
the crew,
Yeah, it's
10
out of
crew
this
still
world.
Onboard Dragon attached to Falcon 9 second stage, which you can see there on your right-hand screen.
And we're now at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling about 6,500 miles per hour. They are on their way to the space station. And we did have that confirmation coming up.
When
the
is it
boost
gonna
back
get there?
shutdown, and then coming up
Let me
in
turn her up.
at the T plus
she's
6
as loud as she goes.
minute mark.
Is that the astronauts that are? Oh wait, okay.
And there we have our first images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft.
They're sending
Making their way
astronauts,
into
more
orbit.
astronauts to them to help them
Dragon,
get home. It's
SpaceX,
not just a
nominal
rocket
trajectory.
like the little rocket
Continuing to
that
get
picks
good
them up and takes them
call-outs.
home. There's going to be
SpaceX
humans on
Dragon,
it.
copy nominal.
So then they're all going to come back
Stage
together.
two
It's a
continues to be
rescue
on
mission.
power with,
Am I getting this
firing
right?
Until we get to
I'm
that
so
second
distracted
stage
by the
engine
cool
cutoff around the
visuals.
9-minute mark of flight.
can't
about
even really
5 minutes of flight
figure
to go
out what's
before
going
Dragon
on.
will be flying free.
Look at the Earth.
Some cool views there on your left-hand screen. That's the first stage
On the
booster
right-hand screen.
as it's making its way back down to Earth. This is
Oh, that's the part of the rocket
ground
that comes
tracking
off.
camera getting these awesome views.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that lone Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. We're continuing to get good performance on the second stage. And the crew's G loads will dip right when we hit the separation events, and it's going to continue to build up until then.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
You can fly rocket ships.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
That is what's happening, Plasma. They're sending
now,
astronauts. So
5
there's
minutes into
astronauts
today's flight.
on.
With the liftoff
It's
at
to make up for
7:03
last night,
p.m.
Zance. I had to cut the stream
Pacific,
short, and I felt bad about it.
7:03
Oh, I've been
p.m.
looking for a
Eastern,
daddy
4:03 p.m.
shift.
Pacific, continuing to get
You
good
showed up in the
callouts
right
as Stage
place.
1 makes its way back to Earth, and Stage 2 continues to fire, propelling Dragon into orbit.
So there's
Yeah, just
astronauts right
joining
now
us,
on
the
this
4
rocket. A
members
good thing it
of
didn't blow
Crew
up.
10
And they're
launched
going to
from
go
Launch
to the
Complex
space
39A at
station.
Kennedy Space
They're going to
Center
say,
in
hey,
Florida.
we're here to
And
get
they're
y'all up
currently
finally,
on board
because
Dragon,
NASA
still attached to
couldn't
Falcon
do
9
it.
second stage, which you're seeing there on your right-hand
And
screen.
come on in the
On your
rocket,
left-hand
and then we're
screen, the
all
first
going to go
stage
back to
vehicle
Earth together.
is
So I
making
hope
its way
all
back
of that
down to Earth.
happens
It already completed the first of
successfully,
3 burns
like it's
as
supposed to.
the boost back burn.
There's so
and
many things that can
the
go
next
wrong.
event coming
This
up for
really
that
is like a
vehicle is
live
going to be
science
the
fiction
entry
movie,
burn.
because if this
Dragon,
was a science
SpaceX,
fiction movie,
nominal trajectory.
you'd be waiting for the
Great call-outs there.
complications
That
in the
entry burn is
plot
coming up.
that
SpaceX
adds
Dragon, copy
suspense
nominal.
to see
That entry burn
how,
is
if
coming
they're
up
gonna
here
make
in
it.
just under 20 seconds.
What's
We'll
gonna happen to
reignite
them.
3 of those 9 Merlin 1D engines to
I
help
hope
slow the
this
vehicle
turns out
down
to be
as it makes its way back into the Earth's
way more
atmosphere.
boring than a sci-fi
We're
movie,
now
but
just over
still
6 minutes into today's flight
amazing.
as Dragon and the second
'Cause
stage
look at
continue
this.
traveling at over 12,000 miles per hour, making their way into orbit and on the way to
Wow.
the
This
International
is-
Space Station.
Oh, man, I have so much respect for science and technology
There we just
now,
saw on the screen, it was very quick, but we had the
and the
entry
human
burn,
mind.
which we got some cool views of that from the ground, which is awesome. Now the next event coming up will be the
She
landing burn for the
can't.
first stage. That's coming up here in about
I
30
could.
seconds.
Dragon SpaceX.
No, I'm not. Well,
Again,
I'm
great
just.
call-outs for
I'm more
SpaceX Dragon
riffing
for
on
9
what
minutes.
I'm reading in the chat. I should.
Confirmation there from the crew
Is that
as they
cruel?
continue to make their way into orbit. Now 7 minutes into today's flight, the first stage making its way back down to Earth, and the second stage
Yeah, this is much
continuing
better
to
than
fire.
listening to Trump, I think. But we can listen to him after
awesome
this if you
view.
want.
Let's
If
see if we
nobody
can
comes
see
up for a
the
panel.
center
I'm here
engine
all
relight
night.
for that landing burn here
That's
in
why
a
it's
few
longer.
seconds.
Faster. This is the fast part right here. Harder,
There's that
deeper.
landing burn. Let's watch this Falcon 9
You can
touch
go
it
as deep
down.
as you want to. As deep as YouTube lets us go. Look at that. Wow. How. Oh my God. The only time I've seen stuff like that is in science fiction movies. Like Hollywood builds them as part of the set, the props. This is real life. What happened? Oh, it's supposed to be smoky. Okay.
And now that the first stage has made its way back to Earth, we're about a minute
I wonder
away
what the
from
rocket's
the
carbon
second engine
footprint
cutoff,
is.
which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight. We're continuing to get good call-outs.
And what does anybody know
all the systems on the vehicle are performing as expected.
like the moon landing?
Just over 8 minutes into today's flight,
Space. Y'all are so
1,000
crazy.
miles per hour.
They
Terminal got it.
do y'all do you know the time the trip
Hearing
is
good
supposed to take?
call-outs.
Is it days,
We're about
months,
30
weeks?
seconds away from that second engine cutoff, and then shortly after that, about a minute or so later, we will have.
We grew up. I
orbital
remember the
insertion.
Challenger. I was in high school when the Challenger happened, and they
SpaceX
called us
Dragon
into the
Shannon.
library
Space
and they
copy,
put it
Shannon.
on TV.
That
They had
call
the
out
news
there for
running.
Shannon, and that is.
And
the
they were
call
showing
out
it all
for
day long.
Shannon, Ireland, which is the final
And,
abort stage for the second stage off the coast of
We
Ireland.
it was a big deal. You could just it was a
Standing
national
by for
global
second engine
tragedy
cutoff.
that the whole
Goodbye,
world was
shutdown.
sharing in that one day. I really could have done without seeing it over and over. Yeah, and
Dragon SpaceX. Nominal.
was it
orbit
Krista
insertion.
McAuliffe? Was that the lady that was on there?
And
How many were there? Let me look.
There we heard confirmation
Launch
of
escape system disarmed.
good confirmation of orbital insertion. Crew 10 is now well on their way to the International Space Station following a 9.5-minute flight uphill.
Okay, let's see.
Now, the second stage is preparing for Dragon separation here, which should happen shortly. In about 10-15 seconds is what we're expecting. Now we're preparing.
Oh,
for
she was that school
stabilizing
teacher.
The second stage, so that we can have a smooth
She wasn't
separation.
even. Oh,
And there, you can
American
see on the
teacher and
left-hand side of your
astronaut.
screen. The crowd is going wild.
Because they had what's called the Teacher in Space
Dragon
program.
separation, that second stage
It was a
making its way.
NASA program
Dragon is now
started
flying
under
free.
Reagan, designed to inspire
10 minutes into
students,
today's flight, that
honor
was about a
teachers,
minute
and
after
spur
we had
interest
that
in
second
STEM
engine
and space
cutoff
exploration. So she
and
was
orbital
like part of
insertion.
that, the face of that, and that's why this was so.
It looks like a good separation,
Momentous.
good rates. Dragon now flying free.
But how many other people were on it?
There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see some first images of Crew 10 inside the Dragon.
Okay, so there's three. Let's
spacecraft
see.
as
Do they
are
have
successfully in orbit?
Dragon
diversity?
SpaceX Chief Engineer and
I couldn't
Countdown
tell.
One. On behalf of the entire
Is
Falcon
that
team,
is
we
that
thank
them?
you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to
Or is
LB.
that the part that breaks
It was an
off?
honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Are they going to be on camera, like live cam, the whole time? That I want to follow their journey. We can watch a little bit of them every day.
And Commander Ann McLean, thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher.
These
Spaceflight
are
today made
humans
possible only
flying
because
out
humans
in
do the
fucking
harder right
space.
over the easier wrong. Build relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent
Again,
goodness
like in
of
a
all
movie.
people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully,
my
go Crew 10.
God.
Now over to pilot Nicole Ayers.
How do they go to the bathroom?
Pilot Nicole Ayers again.
I
When
could not
Earth
just
enters
sit
into
there the
orbit,
whole
and we
time.
wouldn't hear
I
about
would
the
have to
bravery and hard work of
move and
those
do.
who have
They
paved the
probably
way for
wouldn't let me
human
be an
spaceflight.
astronaut.
We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not
What does
once
that
again
have to do with
acknowledge those
anything?
who helped me get here, to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here
Oh,
without you.
see, that's what I would be doing, playing with the items
As Team
and the
Technician
anti-gravity.
Specialist Takuya Onishi, I want to say a huge thank you to NASA and SpaceX, especially
Do
the
they have like
Falcon 9
YouTube
team
or
for
anything? I
the
wonder if they
successful
could
launch,
stream.
and we are looking forward to a
Can
smooth
they do
ride
like
to
they
the
could come on
International Space
podcasts? They don't
Station.
have anything else to do.
日本の皆さん、たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。
They don't
9年ぶりの
hold
宇宙へ
it.
との感覚をかみしめてます。
There's probably little
これ
like
から先の
chambers in the
ISS
suit
への宇
that
宙の旅、楽しんでいきたい
it
と思い
gets
ます。
routed to.
I will now hand the mic over to Mission Specialist Kirill.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride.
Yeah, but untrackable, there's surviving mentally and psychologically too. And to me, you would need stuff for that, like music and
с 65-летием
internet
со
connection.
дня начала подготовки первого отряда.
What
И также
happened
хочу
to
сказать
him?
спасибо большое за те знания и жизненный опыт, который мной были получены в этих стенах для того, чтобы выполнить этот полет. А также спасибо школе номер 14 города Назарова, Ульяновскому высшему авиационному училищу
I
гражданской
can't
авиации
understand what he's saying.
и авиакомпании Макар и Нордвин, где я начинал свой путь в небо. И, конечно же, спасибо большое семье и за
All right,
поддержку.
we might switch to Trump for a little bit. Oh, they're only there for a few days. Okay, it's only going to take a few days. Space is not fake. The lie is that space is fake. I don't why what do you think is there if not space? All right, I'm going to look up how long will the astronauts be in space? Is this Starliner? Is that what they're called? Yo. It's long. It's long. Longer. This is the longer part. Because it's way longer than I thought. So the astronauts on the space station have been up there for 281 days. That's like 2/3 of a year. They have something called the 300-day club. But where... Hang on. Why can't I just get a quick answer? What is this called? SpaceX? Because they're talking about the astronauts on the space station. I want to know how long this crew is going to be out there for. Let me try to reword it. How long will it take to rescue Starliner astronauts? See, this is why I'm not worried about AI. It can't even answer a simple question. Well, I don't know. If somebody wants to find it, y'all could look for it. I have no idea how they're going to be out there. Maybe a better way to say space. What do you think is out there? All of the science and math support that there's space, there's planets, there's galaxies, solar systems. Will you, what do you think is there instead? Nothing? What if it's nothing? What do you think what is your cosmology? Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I hope you are.
Oh, I am now. I'm fascinated by this journey. I'm just I'm just trying to figure out how long the trip's gonna take. I can't get the Google to tell
It's
me.
it can be very tough because they might have a plan of things that they want to accomplish and experiences that can only occur in space, and there are things that occur along the way that would determine return time. So you know, just like a fight, you know, okay, you can schedule it for 12 rounds of boxing, right? But if somebody gets knocked out in the first minute, um, did you pay for 12 rounds or did you pay to see the result? And sometimes people don't make it home. Their mission ends quite abruptly, and sometimes things go wrong. And hey, we're stuck up here. So our plan of experience for 3 months turns into a year. I think an astronaut, I think his name is Jim Kelly. I think he's one of those, like you said, 300 plus astronauts, um, and stuff like that. But also, I think within the past few years, they found like a hole in the International Space Station, and they had to solve that problem. So maybe some people had to come down, maybe some new people had to come up, or if they decide to, while they're up there, hey, go ahead and go outside. I think it was a Russian thing that I heard in a short YouTube video recently. Uh, I don't know when they did this, but they took a tampon and went outside and they wiped the windows and they found microorganisms on the windows and they brought it back. So those things to be studied uh, fully.
So they
And
brought it back to Earth.
you have a reason to come back. You were supposed to be up there for so much longer, but we need to get this stuff back so that way we can do science. You know what I mean?
That would be something if the world was destroyed by alien microorganisms on a tampon. What if space is fake? Where do y'all think these astronauts are? Or do they just have them in a little room somewhere pretending to be stranded on a space station? And
Hey,
how do they eat? Do they have ways to keep sending them packets of food while they're up there?
hey, people can survive off of very little.
But not for
So,
almost a year.
well, you might be surprised
I would be surprised if you could survive a year without food.
because you got to think that they're not going to a kitchen and cooking. They are doing calorie intake
Hmm.
through these little packets, and stuff like that weighs so much less. So you have to bring more than you need.
So they
However,
might have already brought enough to sustain
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Wow. This is more interesting to me so far than any political news story happening right now.
Hey, that video that you were looking at of this, was that recent?
That was live.
Oh, okay.
That's happening now. They just launched. Plasma came in and told us about it, so I pulled it up. I was gonna watch Trump, but this is
Because
way
I know
cooler.
they were
Sorry,
talking
Trump.
about
You can't compete with SpaceX. Fight it out with
I know they're
Elon.
talking about rescuing the object was I don't know if this has already happened. I haven't really been following it, but there were those two astronauts that were up there and uh, their their plan was to come back, but they wound up getting stuck, but they maintained communications and whatnot.
Yeah, this is the crew that's going out to rescue them, bring them
Okay.
back. But I can't get Google to tell me how long the damn trip's gonna take. That seems like such an easy question for the internet to answer. But it keeps talking about how long they were stranded on the space station, and that's not what I want to know. And I don't know how to ask it in the right way for it to tell me.
Well, again, it's a space station and it needs to be continuously manned, right?
Or
So
womaned.
those people that are going up there to quote unquote rescue them, they are going to probably replace them and hopefully send them back safely. So those was it, the two people that are in question, they may return safely to Earth, whereas whoever's going up there is going to reman and resupply um, the space station.
Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are their names. And let's see, they have to wait until they're replaced. Oh, it looks like a week, maybe. So they were in space for 9 months, and if I'm reading this right, this journey that's beginning now is supposed to take about a week. That's pretty fast.
And you
And
also
then
have
they're
to
going to
think,
spend a week together on the space station. And you're right, the two astronauts are going to leave with one of the astronauts and some Russian astronaut. And then it looks like some of them are going to stay behind. They're going to
and that
they're going to swap.
that time spent together will be the transition because those people that have spent so much time in this place, they know every nook and cranny of they know every inch of where they just existed for longer than was expected for their mission, and they are going to say, hey, this is where you do this, this is how this works, and they're going to give them a class, um and then everybody that needs to come back is going to come back probably with the person that was in charge of taking him up there. So almost like a boat captain, you know, like, hey, um, I'm taking y'all to replace them, but the boat captain doesn't change. You know what I mean? Now
Yeah.
up there, um, who's in charge? You never really know, but the one that brought them up there, it should be the one to bring them back.
That's a lot of time to spend with one person. They're either best friends now or mortal enemies.
Well, like you said about not just physical tools but mental tools, and that is um you know you better trust somebody in an instance, um and have hope that they are going to lead you down the right path, um because if you don't, then it's like one of those movies where everybody dies.
There's their picture. So we'll see what condition they come back in. She looks old. They both look kind of old. They're very hardy old people. Axis Rat Blood.
What's up,
What are you doing?
brothers from a lesser god?
Lesser. I don't know nothing about no lesser god. I don't. I don't
Well,
fool with the lessers. I'm a god
you got to
snob.
humble yourself sometime,
I
Jeff.
know. I don't know how. Do you have any tips? I, I agree that I need to. I just don't know how.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's just a standard satanic inside remark towards fellow brother. You know that. Just representing with you tonight.
Is
I
that
like
toilet bowl?
dropping
You talking about
proceeds.
Axis? No, it's Axis rat blood. He doesn't. Axis is not that scary. I don't think.
Well, Eve little face would be afraid.
Yeah, good to see you, sir. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. What's up with you?
Oh no, it's I'm chilling. Like whatever comes across my bow, I will have to deal with eventually. You know what I mean?
Oh, Jeremy, you think she's worse now? Oh, who's the guy from Toilet Bowl Earth? You talking about Toilet Bowl himself? Or some guy that hangs out there? I don't know. I don't pay attention to Toilet Bowl or his channel. I don't know who you're talking about. We
Nah,
get
it's
very few Toilet Bowl fans around here.
yeah, it's kind of trollish.
Yeah, I was going for the Jason Statham look, but
Who's that? Let me look. Jason Statham?
how you gonna be gay and not know who Jason Statham is?
English actor and producer. Is he gay? It's not like I know we don't all know each other.
Oh, he's gay.
Oh,
He's not. No, he's not gay, but he's a sexy man. I'll tell you that much.
That's your gaydar going off.
Lock, Stock, and Smoking Barrel, Snatch. Um, so he's just an actor,
Yeah,
director.
he's just an actor. He's got the male pattern baldness, so he accepted it and just went full bald. And I don't know.
Oh, okay, I see your. I kind of see what you're saying. Here, I'll show a picture. In my opinion, personally, I think you're doing better than Jason Statham is. But I see what you're talking about. Like, look at this picture here, this one here. Yeah,
Oh, the
he looks kind of
transporter.
monkey, like some of that Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah, it's all good.
I didn't watch any of those. I know the series, the franchise, whatever the genre, but I didn't really watch any of them. So yeah, I guess I don't know Jason Statham.
Yeah, well, he is aside from being a good actor, like he's also like the sideline person that really does know martial arts. So, that really helps him not have to fake a bunch of stuff in movies. But he is a handsome man. I'm not ashamed to say it.
Well, back in the day, we had what was the boy's name? Van Dam. He was
Jean-Claude Van Damme? Vin
yeah, he's
Diesel.
a martial artist, sexy boy, I guess.
He's okay.
Parading around for
I
an
saw him
idol
in a
for a
parade
while.
once. He was the Grand Marshal.
I like to fuck him in the butt cheek with a pellet.
Okay, I guess that's the harder part of our stream. Or Wesley
Yeah,
Super Level.
I'll be representing the dark side tonight, Jeff.
Why? What's going on?
Oh,
just because it's
no.
Friday. It's full moon, too. It was a blood moon.
Last night was the blood moon. I celebrated, absolutely.
There was a lunar eclipse, too. I didn't even know.
I
saw it walking to work today. It was still
have a
out.
bit.
I was going to ask you what's in your big long tube. That's a giant cup.
Some straight bourbon Kentucky.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got off the pharmaceuticals, man. And straight bourbon and tree, some shroom, you know. A little bit of this, that, and another, as long as it's natural.
Did you say you took shrooms?
Huh? No, not where I'm
Oh, okay.
at.
Just booze tonight.
No, I got some tree, you know, a
Some
little something,
tree.
something. Yeah, I'm taking care of myself.
Jeff's bar.
But
Happy
no
hour.
more
Jeff's.
pharmaceuticals. See, that's the key.
You weaned yourself, or you did cold
I am
turkey?
2 months clean
What?
of
I did
pharmaceuticals.
Axis. I did not know. Congrats, dude.
Yep.
Wow.
I got my house in order, got my studio set back up, got a production studio for my channel, put all my little miniature shit back together, uh, pulled everything in my life straight back together, uh, praised to Satan, and marching forward into oblivion.
That's
Hell yeah.
that's
Hey,
commendable.
it's something where it's like, hey, take care of yourself the best way that you can because nobody else will.
Nah, nah. I had a medical team for a long time, and I don't even have that anymore. I dismissed
Oh,
it.
you got rid of.
I got
I remember
a housekeeper. Oh yeah.
how nasty they were to you.
Well, you know, the Dark Lord does provide.
Oh, what do we need to check the newspapers?
Nah,
Mhm.
I let them go. I didn't keep them. But the new studio's got a lot of my old stage leather in it, and a lot of memorabilia from shows that I done, and it's all done in black light. Got my snake in there, getting ready to put the vines, and it's entirely set up with a mixing system, new computer, um, mic, effects, whole 9 yards. I showed it off on my channel last night. So I figure next week sometime I'll revisit it in person.
Are you gonna put out music?
Yeah, started writing again. Yep, started production. I got a song right now that I'm working on.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
Yeah,
Since
yeah, a lot been
Ministry's
going on.
latest album was so awful.
I watched what he done in California with Gary Newman in that open air festival, and they had those broads, and he didn't play anything from beyond Twitch. It was
Oh
with
really?
sympathy,
I was listening to
Twitch,
Twitch this morning actually.
and I was like, really? No, no rape and honey, no Psalm 69, no dark side of the spoon, nothing.
Did
Nope.
he? Why do you think? Did he turn against his old? Or I know he had some kind. Like he's very woke now.
Combat was wanting him to do industrial metal, more metal than industrial, and there was a bit of a contractual disagreement over creative rights, and I suppose
Oh.
he'd done that because Combat doesn't have copyrights on any of his earlier stuff. That's the wax track, unless they sold it to Cleopatra. I don't know. I haven't seen Uncle Al since Chicago.
Oh my God. Okay, this is pretty cool. Mr. B just. This is something you captured, Mr. B. I'm gonna show this video of the blood moon. Here, we'll time lapse it. Let's see. It doesn't have 2.5 speed, so I have to just do it at double speed. But anyway, here we go. And I can manually speed. Oh wow, this is that's the eclipse. And then when does it Oh my God! Look at wow. This I don't. No, how could this any of this be fake, yo? This is real. This is space.
It kind of comes off like, hey, what you see is real. But I'm gonna show my face every now and then just so you know I'm back here.
YouTube is more fake than space. I guarantee. Whatever you're seeing on YouTube that's telling you space is fake. That's the fake. Dream Theater. Oh, cool, Plasma.
Yeah, my parents were in the Air Force, and it's one of the best museums in the country is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base has the Air and Space Museum, and that's where they retire airplanes and anything aero and space. And I've seen the lunar lander. I've seen the SR-71. I have seen a laundry list and gotten to walk through so many of these things. Um, it is amazing, and when you actually see it, you're like, yeah, yeah, this is not a movie prop. You know what I mean? And when you see how much work went into like was that new satellite, the James
Starlink?
Webb, the
Oh,
the
James Webb. Yeah.
the James
Telescope.
Webb. When you think that somebody spent their entire career, they worked on that satellite. They got married during that satellite. They had kids during that satellite, and by the time it launched, like they're damn near ready to retire. That's how long it takes to develop and send things up there. And you think people are going to waste their lives and their true beliefs in thinking that they're going to send something up there for fakeness? No, bro, you could fake that in a week.
Well, Jeff,
Right.
I have a
That's
physics
a,
question for you. You seem to be fairly well educated about things. How do you take three round objects and get a complete horizontal or vertical, I'm sorry, line down the moon? I still yet to duplicate that. I've used lights and everything. There's always a fade in point. It does not cut off at a vertical point. Maybe you can explain that to me.
Wait, I'm confused by the question, and maybe you're not coming in so clear. Could you repeat it? And talk slow,
Okay,
please.
you got the sun, you got the earth, and you got the moon. And between these three round objects, you wind up with a straight, vertical, defined line mid-month of the moon.
what you talking about, Willis?
Well, I mean, doesn't
It's
vertical
physics.
mean like up?
Yeah, it's a defined straight line. Whenever the moon is half, okay, and whether it's waxing or waning, when
Oh,
the
I see what you're
moon
saying.
is half,
Uh
it is
huh.
a direct, defined vertical line. How do you do that with three round balls and a light? I have tried to duplicate this. I have miniatures. I have lights. I cannot get a direct, vertical, defined line.
Well, real quick, we have Jack in the backs in the back. Can you flash your camera first of all, so I can make sure you're real? Is that Jack? What is that, Jack's? Oh, hang on. You're hard to just type in the back if you're the Jack. I think you are. It's hard to see. You're blurry. Yeah, I think that's you. All right. What is up?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, well, it's super loud, and I can't figure out how to make it quieter. So give me a minute. I'm
Oh,
trying to
we're
work on my
we're
phone
loud
here.
to you?
Yeah, it's
Because you
super loud,
sound
and
fine to us.
I can't seem to get the sound to go down. So just give me a second.
Okay. Well, welcome. We haven't seen you in a while, other than in the chat. So, it seems like we did that as a kid with flashlights. How to make a half moon.
Yeah, it doesn't make a straight vertical line, not from a
Maybe
warble.
the distance has something to do with it.
And
Yeah,
something that I pay attention to, and clearly by my avatar and my YouTube channel, I don't put anything on except for a handful of videos, maybe a couple, is scale. And that is when you take something and if you shrink it down, it will not have the same detail as the real thing.
yeah. See, I
So
don't
you
know,
have
man.
to be
You got
artistic
me.
with it. But if you took a Hot Wheels that looks, acceptably like said car and you blew it up, it would look absolutely ridiculous, like cartoonish. So it's almost like there is almost no real replacing the real thing, considering the actual distance and power of, you know what I mean?
I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I really don't. It's just a perplexing situation for me. But your observation is as good as mine, man.
I feel like the AI would know this one. Jax, what's up?
Not much, man. Just
How you
you guys
been?
are talking about space and stuff. So I figured I'd come on.
Did you
Just
color your hair?
what?
Did you color your hair?
No, it's just
Oh,
what it is.
it seemed like it used to be darker. Oh.
I'm just old. So untrackable. You really think it's all fake, or are you just saying that?
Oh no, I'm not the one that says it's fake.
There's people in the chat that were saying it was fake. We watched
Okay.
the launch of SpaceX. The astronauts are going to rescue the ones on the space station. And a person or two in the chat started murmuring about space being fake.
I can't prove that
All
either.
fake, man. All of it. Everything's fake.
I don't know.
All of reality. It's all fake, man.
Well, what is in its place? If it's
It's
not
all
real, then
measurable. It's all numbers, right?
It's one of those things
It's an
where even the word
electromagnetic equation.
even the word mission, like there is no guaranteed return. You know what I mean?
uh-huh. That's why
So
it's
you
so intense.
go on a war and you're sent on a mission. Well, if you succeed, you come home. If you don't, you don't come home. Well, this is an exploration mission. And if everything works, hopefully you come home. But it doesn't even have to be your failure.
Kind of like the Challenger.
It could be the rocket. It could, be a space rock, you know. If you don't return, yes, everybody learns something, but you don't get to go home. You know what I mean?
Challenger. McCullough.
Yeah. We were talking
Got to
about
watch
that
that
earlier. I
live.
remember seeing it on the news. I was
Yeah.
in high school.
What do
They
you
were
think? What do you
playing it
think
on the
affects you
news all day.
more?
Do what?
If you remember the Challenger, Jeff, what do you think affects you more, the Challenger or like when the towers blew up?
Say the second part again.
The Challenger when it blew up, or like when the towers blew up, like in New York? What do you think affected you more? You must have seen them both on television, right?
I did.
And
Probably that both of them were. It took you a while to figure out what you were watching, so I guess they were kind of a little surreal, both of them. But
yeah, it's
the
hard to look at it and see it as a real thing. I hear you. Go on. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
And I didn't. I like. That's a good question.
I would say
And I
the
was different
Challenger.
ages for each one too, but they both. I guess they had things in common. They were both visceral, and like you had that little feeling of shock. I
Yeah.
think maybe the Challenger was different because we found out about it at school, and they called us into the library. So when like the official authorities call you in to have you look at something, it has this heightened sense of importance. It's not something we just spontaneously saw on our own. Like the adults were directing our eyeballs onto it and setting a context for it. And
We were
911, I
older.
found out, I was asleep. I found out about it when I woke up that morning. And so we watched the reruns on the TV, but I didn't see any of it as it was happening. They were just playing the footage over and over. And it was just me and Mike and my friends. And we were just experiencing it like as adults among ourselves. I don't know
I think
which one. The Challenger didn't really impact me in the sense that I carried it with me my whole life. It definitely was an event that reverberated during that time, but you moved on from it eventually. And
there was
911 I
no
also
political
moved on
effect
from, but I think it had more
from
of a
Challenger.
cultural impact than the
It
Challenger.
never went away, huh? It never
For
feels like it will ever go
for a
away.
lot of people it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
it's
one thing I
still.
have a hard time understanding.
See, that's the Challenger. It felt like it happened and it was sad, and maybe it just didn't affect enough people. It's like, okay, it affected millions and millions of people, right? Like probably affected more the Challenger, uh, but at the same time, it only happened to the people that were there. You know, the people who actually
Yeah, and
got
it wasn't, there was no malice behind it. It was an accident. It was a tragedy, and it was an
that too.
accident. But
Yeah,
9/11 was like, oh shit, people outside the U.S. are actually attacked. They have it out for us.
but
Yeah,
if the
well, the whole
Challenger didn't,
political agenda changed as far as terrorism goes. I mean, Challenger wasn't nothing.
Yeah,
Towers.
yeah, it
It
did.
was
You're right.
it,
9
massive.
11 had actual
but
Yeah,
it
um,
and I
literally
was
s-
just
older.
ended space. Like
societal
who the fuck,
changes as a result.
it
Yeah.
like Untrackable was saying before. There's no reward for going to space, and the Challenger proved the cost. So as a fact goes, I think it was bigger. Like for the world even. Uh,
Well,
but
there's something to
man,
be said too, and that is the mission. I'll take it back to that word mission. So when your mission is to go to space and conduct science and bring it back to embetter the entire world, and you fail, a handful of people lost their lives. Yes, very sad. And it was considered a failure. However, 9/11, even though over 2,000 people died that day, um, that mission, it wasn't conducted for science. However, they were very successful in taking as much as they could.
okay. Now that
And
we've discussed it a little bit, I'm going to ask the questioning because I feel like nobody's really answered it. Which one affected us more? Like which one was?
Oh, 9/11.
The
I
towers.
thought you were asking which one personally affected me more.
I even personally, I mean, like it all.
But society, culturally, politically, socially, um, as a species, 9/11, without a doubt.
Huh.
I can
Homeland
say,
Security, Patriot Act.
The Patriot Act. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I remember like
Personal
the way you
freedoms.
traveled at the airport changed almost overnight. Suddenly you couldn't bring shampoo and liquids. They were
Yeah.
checking your shoes for wicks, might be sticking out of them. TSA went on a hiring, like they were doing this big hiring recruitment thing. Like so, airport travel changed very quickly.
Yeah, I can say personally, in the end, after I grew up, um, I became more conservative about my self protection and that of my family, but I became a bit more liberal about other people and being like, "Hey, do you? I'm not going to sit here and argue with who you are and what you want to be." You know what I mean? But I am going to protect myself at any cost.
Well, I think that's a part of the rights of us as Americans to be able to protect ourselves and our families. You know, and
Yeah,
they want to infringe on that to a certain degree, especially after 9/11. But still, that main principle's there at all costs.
Oh, TSA didn't even exist. They had airport security, but not TSA. And honestly, my first flight, my first time on a plane was just a few years before 9/11. I had only flown once or twice before that in my whole life. So I didn't even know what air travel was like much before 9/11.
I think TSA existed, but the Department of Homeland Security and the rules
Right.
surrounding that, I think that really changed a lot.
Yeah.
Jeff,
I do remember the Patriot Act.
I used to fly every summer to, my parents were divorced and my father was in Hawaii. And so I'd fly back and forth every year uh, before 9/11. And when they still had security, man, they still had all the same shit it was before. It was just more relaxed. They took a different, more visual. I'm just going to stand back and watch till something actually needs me. Because, man, I remember taking my computer on the plane. The old boxy computers. Uh, and I let it sit. I was waiting to get on a plane, and I let it sit at the seat where I was because I was going to put it as a carry-on. I was going to put it in the seat in front of me because I didn't want the baggage throwers to just trash it. Uh, and I went over to make a phone call and use the restroom, and I came back to it, and I had this circle of security with guys with walkie-talkies like it was a bomb.
Oh,
Like I'm not fucking playing, man. There was so many of them. And I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. It's just pretty funny. But trust me, they were there. You know, I was gone for a second, man. I went to take a piss and come back. You know,
what did you do? How did you get out of it? Did you
oh,
get
I
to
mean, it was
take your
before
computer?
9/11. They didn't. I was
Oh,
still
oh,
at
so even
the.
before 9/11, they were freaking out about things.
I opened it up and showed them. It's just a computer. There's nothing in it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they were pretty. It's not like they weren't doing nothing. It's not like they weren't there. They just weren't checking what's in your goddamn shoe. You know,
I mean, I think you could used to smoke on planes. You used
long,
to be able
long
to
time ago.
smoke
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like Kmart, the mall, um, some of the older stores, especially the mall, had ashtrays everywhere.
Yeah. Bars, like you can't even smoke
Yeah.
in bars anymore. I can't imagine a bar without smoke.
Ooh.
Yeah, trust me.
Yeah.
I'm a very frequent flyer of bars throughout my life, and watching them change. When you used to go to like a bar and grill, there was a smoking section, a
Right.
non-smoking section, and then there was the bar. When where I am changed the law to where you can no longer smoke in public places like restaurants, bars, and grills. They could not have people smoking inside at all. So that's when the remodels came, and that's when you get these wide open places with bigger bars and more seating because nobody's allowed to smoke in there, so they can put TVs everywhere and play every game. And if you want to smoke, go outside and we'll put a TV out there too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a different world we live in, and I don't
Yeah,
know what that's from. That's not 9/11, man.
it got more. Well,
That
that
world
that
was
was just the Karens, the health freaks, and they got it started on a local level, and then it
oh,
eventually trickled up. But I remember when it came to Vegas, and because in Vegas they had to vote, the voters had to vote on it to decide if it passed or not, and the casinos were lobbying really hard against it because who doesn't
this
not
is
I
want to
this is
mean,
smoke in a casino? They would lose all their customers because they want people to be able to sit there and smoke at the slots all day. And so the
I
casinos were having to figure out how to adjust to non-smoking.
what was your guys' view on masks when that shit hit? You know, the idea of masking up was not for your protection; it was for theirs, right? It's for everyone else. It's even not even for their protection, just so that they could feel comfortable outside, right? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Well,
Smoking's the
that's what
same.
happened.
it's out of well, you talking about COVID masking?
Masking, period. When there's still people doing it today. There's still people out there
I
who wear a
assume when
mask.
I saw someone in a mask the other day, I assume the people that are still doing it today have like health conditions and they have really fragile immune systems, so
Okay,
they're trying to protect themselves. I never think they're doing it for me at this point in time. I think
before
there's something they have to do for themselves, and that's why they have the mask on for their own protection.
okay,
but,
but you
but
understand. Go on, Intractable. I'm sorry.
yeah, but I was just gonna say before that whole situation, I have been to foreign countries to where people would wear masks when they were walking to work or walking to the bus stop or just out in public in general.
It's a
And
trend.
it didn't matter if they were school age kids or the elderly. The majority of people did not wear masks, but they had a concern about the air quality. And it was a personal choice. It wasn't a mandate or anything like that. So it was fair, and it was like, hey, you ask these questions. Like, I'm not from here. Why do people wear the masks? It's like, well, these people have to walk sometimes miles, and all they get is traffic exhaust, or the air quality is bad, or stuff like that. And some people choose to do it. Some people don't. It wasn't even about a disease. It was just, hey, do it if you want to feel. If it makes you feel better to wear a mask, it makes you feel better. But what they did here was they shut down establishments and or forced people to participate in an activity to go to there. You know what I mean? And I think that's
Yeah, they do.
absolutely.
Through mandate.
Intractable. Okay, but that's you say okay, that's fine. Let them be them, right? Like that's I think what I'm hearing from you. But at the same time, that is changing the views of everyone along the way. It's the same with smoking. Smoking stopped. Smoking was a thing that we all got to see slowly shift, right? And at every step of the way, we're just like, well, let them be them. But it's not affecting them. It hasn't affected them in like forever. But man, do they still want to be? Let's mask. Let's it doesn't end. And that point of view, that well, let's let them be them. Man, that's letting tomorrow deal with the problem, and tomorrow deal with the problem until you hate the goddamn problem so much, then you have to do something about it, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm cynical today.
Well, people are
Do you
always
smoke?
trying stuff like that. They did it with seatbelts. They did it with drinking age,
And
even before
seatbelts
the
is another
smoking
one.
thing.
Oh my fucking god, seatbelts piss me off, man. The idea that there's a law that tells me I have to do this for me. Who the fuck am I doing it for? If I'm killing myself in some way, that's not America. That is not fucking America. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, there is certain things that come along with it though, and that is hey, if it's my car or my house and I want to smoke in it, that's fine. But if I'm running a business and I want everybody to come there and I want everybody to be welcome, you are more than welcome to come and drink my beverages and eat my food. But I want the people that don't smoke to come here also. You understand? And when it
I hear
comes
you.
to this, when it comes to the seatbelt issue, um, bro, it took less than 3 videos in my driver's training course back when I was a youngster to see destroyed bodies in these cars and be like, hey, I put my seatbelt on. I don't put it on for my failures necessarily. I put it on for failures, period. And because I don't want to go flying through a windshield, I don't want to wind up, you know,
Okay. I
like
think
that.
I think I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree. But to push my point one more time, every fucking car doesn't need to beep at me if I'm in a goddamn fucking parking lot and I need to move the car at 5 fucking miles an hour to move it across the way where I never go near another car that can possibly do that, right? And this is the trend. And if you cannot concede to that, man, we got to get
It's
you nicer
helping you
cars.
out. It's
I
taking
hey,
it's
trust me,
caretaking you.
trust me. I will concede that point because um I have a first grade daughter
Mm,
and I don't go and drive around the neighborhood to go pick her up in the car driver line and wait for fucking and 30 minutes to an hour to pick up my daughter. I drive up through the back walker line that is in my neighborhood. It's a half a mile. And I park my car and I walk 200 meters and I sign my daughter out. And we walk the 200 meters back to the car. And I'm like, hey, guess
every
what?
block
You,
matters. I hear you.
you have to sit in the car seat. You can ride in the front seat and neither of us wear our seatbelts. And thankfully I have a Toyota, so it beep, and then it beeps faster. But eventually the beeping stops because we're going 20 miles an hour in the neighborhood for a half a mile. Um, you know, if fuck it, and sometimes when I do pick her up in the front, guess what? I still put her in the front. But I'm like, hey, put the seatbelt on and put that chest strap behind your back because it comes across her neck. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, she does have a belt on, and we are on the big boy roads. But you know what? You're gonna get bigger, and I remember. I will. They say never forget. Never forget your childhood. The first person to put you on their lap and they're controlling the pedals,
Mm.
but you get to steer the car. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
The
those
taste
little
of
things
something
are
that's
annoying
free,
as fuck,
a moment
but
that's really free. Yeah,
yeah,
I hear you.
yeah, grow, grow as a person, and then teach and keep teaching. Never forget where you come from. Never take anything for granted. But safety measures are there for a reason.
No, no. The idea of what's safe and explaining that to other people. What was it? gun association, the NRA, or
NRA.
Yeah, NRA.
is that it? Okay. They treated their job and what their job was so much different than what it is today, right? And man, you go back, the idea of safety was just that you understood what it was for this person to be this safe in this situation. Not that you have to fucking always be that, even if that is just outright stupid, because that's not the situation you're in anymore. You know, it's a there's a fundamental shift on how we look at shit, and it's just I don't know. Maybe I'm really cynical today, but it's just
Well,
bugging the shit out of me.
when Reagan dropped the speed limit down to 55 miles an hour nationally, I realized
Mhm.
at that moment exactly what was about to transpire. You know, we had an actor as a president, and Charlton
Shut
Heston,
up.
an actor, head of the NRA, Trump, an actor, now in office. I mean, really? Schwarzenegger, governor. What's this trend? What's that all about? You got to be an actor before you can be in politics and national associations.
Maybe they'll start
I
No,
don't like
recruiting
that.
from the panelverse.
I think it's the children that grow up without that figure to look up to other than like that. And it's a society that at this point in time went, well, you know, there's no one better than just this fake person who will just give me something that's not real anyway. You know, I don't, it's weird. And I think that's more what was going on at the time then, and that's what's going on at the time now.
But
I
then you
don't
have
know.
the idiots that
I
don't
don't know either.
follow safety protocol and end up, I guess,
I
this
don't.
Darwin. I know at work I had to go through all this safety training, and they're very safety conscious, and I have to do things at work that I wouldn't normally do in my real life because it could put me or everybody else at risk. And if I don't do them, that's going to be the one time something happens, and the consequences are greater than if it was just me in my
No, no.
house doing the same thing. And so
Okay,
I
Jeff,
just
but
and
like
somebody decided, like somebody at somewhere had meetings and decided this is the standard for safety. You have to meet these minimum standards and do these procedures to
always
qualify
be
for
this
our version
robot
of
no matter what,
safety. Yeah, no matter what.
right? Yeah, always be this robot no matter what the situation
It
is.
kind
Don't
of
think for
is,
yourself, just be the robot. Like that's what they want. And it's a way of thinking that I don't know,
but
man.
I mean it is
I
for
don't think we should be
my own
passive about
protection
that
and the
shit.
protection of the company, the store. But it is kind of be this robot, be this minimum. These are the lines that you have to stay in every single time to meet our safety standards to continue to work here. Because if
Yeah.
you don't, if you fall outside of them even just a little bit, everything's at risk.
And you know, there's something to be said too about rules. You as a cognizant person, you have discretion. And sometimes rules were meant to be broken. Like I said, I drive with my daughter in my neighborhood in a car with the beeping going on without seatbelts.
Yeah, you say that until a cop pulls you over or somebody else, some Karen, like Jeff was saying earlier, actually sees you and goes, "Oh fuck you! You don't have the right."
But it becomes what we've seen in the like suable liabilities of safety controls. It's like, hey, if this car can go 120 miles an hour, and we've done tests, we've destroyed cars to prove that even at the top speed, you are more likely to survive with the option of this strap around your waist or this airbag punching you as you're crashing. Um, they are the
Untrackable.
ones. They are the ones that are liable for providing. The law makes it that they have to provide it to you. You understand?
There's a lot of people, man. There's a lot of people nowadays who look at the world like this shit isn't real. This is a game. This is you know, space isn't
I've learned
real.
you
None of
give
it's
an inch, they
real.
take a mile. You
Yeah,
give them
just
any leniency whatsoever, and they're just going to take
What
everything.
do they
And
think's not
submission,
real?
any type of submission
all of it, man.
to infringement on your personal liberties is
Jeff, let's
no,
just
that's
say for a
tyranny.
second, this is a game. This is a game you're playing because the math, like any person who does enough math in their life, anyone who takes enough schooling is going to go, well, man, this simulation bullshit's got legs. Did you ever see the video where Neil deGrasse Tyson? I'm not a fan, but I was a fan of that day when he fucking saw the actual math behind the actual. Okay, well, yeah, most likely reality itself is just a simulation. Now, what that simulation is, well, that's up to the gamers because they're the only ones who play in them. Okay, no, I'm not fucking playing. All right, this is the reality of thinking. You can say you're a Christian or whatever, but like it or not, this is a religion that is coming of age, not from just one Jesus figure who has to teach someone. No, everyone who gets smart enough to look at everything that came before and go, oh shit, this might not be real. If I die, I may just end up right back wherever the fuck I came from. And I am just a robot because hell, even the ones who are too stupid to realize, well, I'm not just a robot, wish me to act like it. Okay? Or reinforcing the idea. Is that the am I off
Um,
base? Am I not hitting a mark here that like just add time?
Well, I mean, if you're advocating against safety features because it means that you're going to get pulled over by the law and get a ticket for not adhering to the safety features, I can understand. I can understand. However, if the safety features are available to you every single time you move as a thing on this earth, everything is deadly.
but not
So,
if it's real. If none of this is real, then none of it's deadly.
Well, I mean,
well,
it'll end you out. It'll zero out your game.
Right?
But does
You
it
just
really matter that much? Should we really? Should we? Should I care about my safety so much that I should be a robot in my own goddamn car? If you buy a cell phone and you wish to do something with it that is off what the manufacturer wishes you to do, should you be breaking the law? If you bought that vehicle, should it come with shit that you cannot disable without breaking the law? You understand
Well,
where does my actual rights as a well just a player?
that I understand. Yeah, there
let's
is
defeat it
kind of an encroachment that's
to
happening with
living life.
safetyism.
Oh, massive! It's huge, Jeff. It's huge.
Eh,
It's just
maybe I don't
it's in
have a car,
so
so
many
I don't
little
notice it.
places.
What do
It's
you
not
want to do
spendable
with your
yet.
car that you can't currently do without breaking the law?
Ride without a seatbelt on at my own discretion.
Thank you. Someone actually listened to something I said. Thank you.
Well, I listen to you.
No, no, no,
I don't.
Jeff. That was huge. That was huge. I actually said that just because I didn't say it in this moment, just because I took a different way of saying it that might not be now, might be later. The past was real.
Well,
Like
we
when
we
we used
jumped
to go to
from
the
wearing
clubs, Jeff.
seatbelts to simulation theory and Matrix, and are we
Well,
even
I'm
living in
just
reality?
I'm
Jeff,
just
But
take
curious
if
to
you
learn
if you
how
want to drive
ignorant
without
I
a
should
seatbelt,
be.
you can do that, but you assume a risk. There's consequences to it,
No, I can't,
potential
Jeff. I'm
consequences.
breaking the law. My
There's lots of
employer
things that
might.
are
What if?
breaking the
What
law
if?
that people do anyway.
No, no, Jeff. What if? What if my insurance or something else is tied to my vehicle? What if? What if in some way I might actually lose my job because I wasn't a robot?
Well, then break the law. I've broken the law many times.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Break
have I.
break
We all
I
have.
mean,
break
You
the
gays
law.
were
have.
gays were breaking the law every time they had
New
sex up
York,
until like 2000
Yeah,
Kentucky,
2003 or so.
and it
Lawrence's,
sodomy
only
laws.
Texas.
fucking
It
matters
didn't. We
till
didn't care.
someone goes, "Hey, you can't do that." You know
Hey,
what I mean?
I
I
would say break the
that's
law
not right.
every chance you get at your discretion, but when you end up being wrong, just know that there will be a punishment.
Take
And
responsibility. If you're gonna break the law, take accountability for that and prepare. Like, be aware there's consequences and prepare to face them.
yes, like I have expired tags, so that means I didn't pay my taxes. I'm breaking the vehicle registration code right now by like a year. Um, and when I drive to work every day, I use my discretion to break the speed limit to ride with the flow of traffic. I try to be the most uh, indiscriminate thing, the most unrecognizable thing on the road. But I still get my doors blown off. If the speed limit's 55 and I'm going 65 and somebody blows my doors off, that means they're going 75. I get my doors blown off by state troopers the other day, two of them. They were one of them. They didn't even follow the close following behind another vehicle law, and they blew by me like nobody's business. And they did not have lights on; they were just driving. And I hope everybody protects themselves with the tools that they have. And you do have discretion around every corner. You have tools around every corner. Use them at your discretion. If you're worried about punishment, don't break the rules. If you're worried about your life, use what you have available.
Same with drug use. Like, there's certain
Untrackable.
risk.
I'm worried about my next playthrough, man. I'm worried about what. Hey, man. I'm not talking about our children. I'm talking about my next playthrough.
Well,
If
what
the
what
game,
happened to this
if the
playthrough? It's
game
not over
just
yet.
keeps going on this path, man, it might not be worth playing at some point, and that would suck. Don't you think?
It's coming. You're about to turn the
Because
infrastructure of
that's
the
game
United
over for all
States
of us.
over to
Hold on.
um,
If
an
if
algorithm and a
if you think, if you really think that this game's not worth playing, this iteration of the simulation isn't worth playing, I want to go to the next one. I would dare you to not do that.
Oh,
I don't I mean, honestly, I gotta say, I don't believe it works that
Right.
way.
What went wrong with this one that you're already ready to go to the next one?
I'm not
the fact that we
saying
were all
we're all
born
going to zero
equally,
out sooner or later, right? Is this
and
not
I
a
never
fact?
gave any other man permission to govern over me.
And
I did
for a
not come with a
second,
manual stuck up my butt when I was born. That's why
You just
I
want to be able to do
choose
whatever
we
to
you
serve
want.
the
want to
light
play
of
again,
God.
or we will. Will we? That's all I'm asking. If we keep
What are you
going down the
asking?
same, I,
I just didn't hear it. That's all.
okay, we're all going to zero out eventually. Is this not
Yeah.
true? Okay, if we're all going to zero out sooner or later, if this is the game, we're gonna want to play again, correct?
Um, maybe.
And
Well, in
is
my view,
this
when you're zeroed out, you don't have any wants or awareness or consciousness.
would you want to play the game again
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
understood it?
looking at it from the standpoint of now, yes, I would want to play over and over and over, as many
Are
times as I
you
could, like
sure?
Nietzsche's
Add
eternal
for time is
recurrence.
all I'm saying. Just add for time. Will you? If the timelines keep progressing this way, will you want to play another 100 years
I love
down the
my
line?
life.
I don't know, man. You can't
No,
smoke
that's
anywhere. You can't do
that
anything that
does
doesn't make you a robot.
that does kind of open a sick kind of question of
Yeah, I hope so.
if you actually believe that you get another chance and you don't believe that you've done your best up to this point, if you've never played a video game before, then you're messing up because you know that you will die and then you will die and then you will die and then you will become evil because you will get
Hold on.
so tired of dying
Hold.
that you will
You
start
got
killing and you will
No,
start
no, no, no.
killing indiscriminately. And that's what happens. And that's why you have trolls. You have trolls in video games. You have trolls in these live streams that think, oh, I'm going to start over someplace else. But as soon as you get recognized, you are dead again.
What about those of us who wish nothing more than to be entropy into the universe as we disperse our energy and do not want any of the memory or retrieved information to be available to us other than earthly entropy? We just dissipate. What about those of us who look at that aspect?
Okay, so let me ask you
As though
first.
we never existed, just energy dispersed.
Okay, to answer the question, I'm just trying to set a scene. I'm trying to make sure we're all on the same page. Uh, when you wake up from a dream, okay, that's kind of like waking up from a state where that which you were talking about was possible. But you woke up knowing that this is reality, correct? And you let go of it to
No, because I
accept.
still have my identity when I'm dreaming. I don't even want that when I die.
You want to let go
I
of
don't
that
want
as
an
well.
identity. Yes. Leave it here.
Why?
Okay, that's
Because it's
fine.
just retrieval of memories.
That's amazing. Look, Jeff. Jeff, if you think about okay, if he's just wearing a suit, right? He's just a robot in a suit. Not a robot. The suit is the robot. The whatever's left. Okay, that's part of a whole something. It came from something, and in a way, he's asking to fix it, and that's cool. Now, is that because reality sucked and you hated reality itself, or I mean, a lack of the game? Like, did the game drive you to this, or are you doing it to heal something bigger?
No, reason. Reason drove me
What do
to
you
this
mean?
understanding.
Oh, so just
But then how can
yeah, there's
reason
something
drive
bigger.
other people to
That's
a complete
awesome.
opposite understanding? If it's reason,
He's
Because,
saying his
everybody who
Jeff, you
own,
follows the
are just.
reason would come to the same
his
understanding.
own.
No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no. Jeff, please. From the time you were born up until this very moment, you are nothing more than learned information from this particular plane of existence. Okay? That's all you are, with an ego identity attached to all these memories and learned experiences. Let go of that for a minute,
But I like it.
and
I
you'll
like all of
understand.
that.
Reality
Well,
should be
sir,
fun.
It's hard. It's hard
So
to
I had a
imagine
great
letting go
time.
of it because I like it so much.
Really.
I
Are
mean,
you a vanilla
I can
Satanist?
conceptual. I can do it in my imagination. I can kind of get on the edge of what you're saying, but to actually, I don't have the motivation to actually do it. To let go of it because I'm too attached to it. Even if it is just information from this plane,
That's all it
It's
is.
it's good stuff.
You
I
know,
love. It's yeah. I feel
thermodynamics,
privileged to be able to
man.
participate and experience it.
You did. I did. I enjoyed the shit out of my life. I was a hedonist beyond comprehension. But I don't want to take all these memories and disperse them into infinity. Leave them here. To hell with this place.
Yeah, I
Disperse
will
my
leave them here.
energy.
I'm just not in a rush to leave them. I wanna I wanna have as many more of them as I can before it's time to say goodbye to them.
Axis, what if the cost
Yeah.
of what if the cost of moving in that direction was the first of your impact on everything
You
you
broke
did to
up
the
there.
game?
Yeah, your microphone's cutting out a little bit
You
here
broke.
and there. I mean,
Repeat the
we can live
question.
with it. It's not that bad, but every now and then it cuts out.
What if the the cost of moving in that direction, what you want, where you actually want to go when you're dead? What if the cost of that is understanding what you did to the
There should
game,
be
your
no
impact,
cost.
all of it? No, there's a cost to everything. It's not a cost. It's
Well, that's
a
why there's a
let's
universal
say it's an
balance.
endurance. Let's say
There's a
it's an
uni-
endurance. And
There's a universal
how
balance to
real
this
is
place.
reality?
It's called the constant. It's a natural law that is set perpetually. It's not. It's only as
If
real
you
as
had
you
that much
intensify it
fun,
to be. And when you become
hedonism is
attached to
fun.
it and rooted in it,
It's an endurance.
oh, hedonism's great. I had a great time. Wonderful. But that
Hmm.
doesn't mean that this particular group of memories and what I've done needs to move on to the next place of our energy dispersion, whatever
But
that may be.
what's wrong with letting it move on its own timeline? I mean, it's going to get there eventually. It's inevitable. It's going to move on at some point. So
Yeah.
why the rush?
Oh, it's not a rush, it's just an acceptance.
Oh, okay.
That's what I would like to happen upon my leaving this mortal coil.
I could understand that.
This spirit.
And you understand that's where some of these self-preservation concerns, including the seatbelt, come in from, is because people grew up without their their loved ones knowing that this is how they went, and it was a car crash where a seatbelt could have prevented
Have
their
you lost
death.
any friends to AIDS, drug overdoses? Most everyone I ever know committed suicide, died of AIDS or drug overdoses. Had nothing to do with cars, except for a couple of them. But they were intoxicated and on drugs.
Axis, Axis.
Yeah,
Just because you can't
yeah.
see the impact doesn't mean it's not there. And true understanding will give you a view that is rough.
Do you know much about my story? Do you know who
You
I'm
don't
the
have to.
father of?
I know the game.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, do you?
So
really.
is that part? That's part of it then. That those memories in particular.
Oh, many memories, all the way up to my son.
Yeah.
Dear, dear, you know not who you are talking to at all. But I appreciate your endeavors. You fail yourself.
It's amazing how all of these people have different versions of the true understanding of reality.
There's only one, it's measurable, and its potential that is yet to happen in any state.
And not
And it,
one bit of it matters, Jeff, until
No.
it forces us to act on real life, to
Yeah.
actually act within the game.
Yeah.
It's all just a religious talk or a push of view. It's until that happens.
Yeah. I believe that. I would agree with you there.
I'm just saying, man. The
Venus,
view is
hi.
coming, man.
Fools and tools, hi. Good
Hey,
to see you
fools
here.
and tools.
Venus,
That's
all love. Fools and tools, all love. And those who support, all love. Got some beautiful people here, Jeff.
yeah. I.
yeah, life is tough. Um, there's no doubt about it. And you will experience horrible things. And then if you live long enough, hopefully you can teach people to avoid horrible things. However, horrible things will continue to happen.
The universal constant. Everything was set into motion with a universal law, balance, and a perpetuation in this particular state of existence. That's the difference between persistence and constant.
I think we have a hard time separating ourselves from what we assume is constant because we need it to be. Does that make sense? Like,
No,
you
you're the
need to see that
persistent. You
view
have free
to
will.
exist.
It's your free will that resists the perpetuation and the stable continuance of the constant because we're persistent. We become indifferent with ourselves, with other people. We choose to be expressive of emotions and we bond and have ties to them, good or bad. But in the end, for every happy moment, there will be a sad. And for every sad moment, there will be a happy one. And there's all the spectrums in between that, easy, good, and evil, and know when to transcend both of them.
It's kind of
But
like
it's all an experience.
it's kind of like a I met you, and I will either say goodbye to you in some sort of way, or you will say goodbye to me in some sort of way. You know what I mean? That is life.
Whether we ever meet again or not, it was goodbye. That was our first and final.
It's
Okay.
not just hi and bye. It's who's going to be alive tomorrow to be able to say hi and bye to. You know what I mean?
Does it matter? Truly?
Yeah. Yeah. It
Does your
matters.
existence on this earth mean so much to the world that your leaving it would affect the entire world or a large body of the population? Oh,
No,
just those
but the
that you
people in his
interact
life.
with. That's it. Just the people you interact with. Those are the only ones that'll be
Right. That's
affected.
significant.
To the individual, but not to the whole.
Yeah. I
See,
only
Oh,
care
when
about
an
the
animal,
individual.
I mean, you're talking about the whole world. Your life is your life, and when your life ends, that's the end of your life. But how it touches
right,
your child, how it touches your spouse, how it touches your mother and father, should you go before them, how it touches your friends, how it touches your colleagues that really valued you. You touch way
oh,
more. You touch way more than just yourself.
you are so sentimental. Bless
Okay.
your heart.
I
Your
thought that was
family must
beautiful.
love you. You
I
must
love
be
my
an outstanding person. I
But
would
I'm the
assume.
same way. I agree with him. The whole world is too abstract. The whole that you're talking about is too abstract. The individual people that you
Well, I
experience in
come
your
at strange
life,
angles. I
huh?
am strange angles. I come at strange angles. I am strange angles. My dad, dead. Drunk, dead Indian. Fucking. My mom, old. Old, washed up, gold digging, pill popping piece of shit. Let her die. My son, 29 years old, he made a life decision. Now he's spending life. My daughter, she's out touring. And she's doing exactly what I done, living off of music and the entertainment industry. What's the problem?
Well, you're still here.
I raised my kids. Yeah, by my own volition. I made death choices all my life. That's why I could live. It's when you choose not to make those death choices, that's when you stop living. And you don't truly experience the fullness of your existence. You become chained and bound by attachment. Let it go. Move on
Well, I
whenever
mean,
you're
at the
ready.
same, don't be attached to things. Don't be attached to people. But once you really, like you just said, don't even become attached to your own life because you accept that it will end. You can
Yes,
protect it. You can protect it.
yes.
Like I said with the seatbelt stuff. But it will end. It will end,
I'd like
and
to make that decision for myself with seatbelts,
when it's gone.
guns, drugs, or anything else. Yeah, demons seem to work for me on technology for some reason. I'm not sure about what that is, but they do tend to work towards my favor in a way. But no, I understand where you're coming from, but I will not allow another man to infringe upon me that way. He was born equal. I do not serve, nor will I.
Well, and it just doesn't come that way. It's been proven.
Does it not?
You guys,
I feel individual freedom. I'm happy. I'm content. I have everything
Are
I
you
need:
sure?
shelter, food. I have passive love. I have services. I have house cleaning, delivered food, and I have a large quantity of 3 years worth of nomad equipment behind me in that closet over there. And that's how I survived for 3 years. Me alone,
No, and
and the
OSHA
United
says
States was my backyard.
animals are more detrimental than any disease.
You didn't live through the AIDS crisis,
I didn't live through it.
didn't you? Then you would know. How many friends you lose?
I mean,
Huh?
again,
How many family members?
you're talking about personal choices that lead to um, a-
Huh?
an onset of.
But at the time we didn't know. Like a lot of people just they didn't know to not make the choices because we didn't have the information. It's
You
easier
know who was
now to
involved in that?
choose
Fauci.
differently.
Hey guys, I want to say I love you all. I have to work tomorrow.
Nice
I'm glad
meeting
to
you.
have to everybody. Um, hell yeah. Um,
Untrackable. Always.
Go in
I'm out.
peace.
Thank,
Thanks a lot.
thank you. And I
I'm
don't
sorry
think
if
I
I'm a
had
little.
you before, but it was nice to this evening. So take care of each other.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekend. St.
You too.
Patrick's Day is Monday.
Oh,
Uh,
right. Monday, huh?
wear green. Do your thing.
We're working for
Thank you.
Monday.
Jeff,
Uh,
you got any cool St. Patty's Day stories?
no, my favorite parts of St. Patrick's Day is the parade in New Orleans. That's the best parade outside of Mardi Gras. They throw cabbage, carrots, and vegetable. It's a bunch of drunk Irish people partying all day long, and it's just
Great.
fun. It's like a local. It's not touristy. It's all local people, and it has a local vibe to it. And so my memories of St. Patrick's Day are associated with that more than anything else.
That sounds boring, man.
Bunch of drunk Irish guys fucking and
Yeah,
fighting.
they walk.
Not
They carry
interested,
these little
man.
the garters and roses and stuff on poles. And when they
Eh.
see ladies that they like, they give them one and they try to kiss the lady. So you might get randomly kissed by some Irish guy on the parade route as they
It's their
walk.
day to go crazy, man. Isn't that
Yeah,
the
they
point?
do. And they drink.
They,
It's just
yes, they
fun.
do.
It's
Do you not have any Irish people around you? That's your best story, man.
What, the Nephilim out? Is that it?
no, I don't have any people around me, Irish or not.
Oh,
Like it's I don't
Irish,
have people around me.
fuck.
Axis is saying get rid of attachment. I've
half
pretty much done
Nephilim,
that.
right?
A friendly villain. He is a I would say he's a villain, but I guess he could play with it in a movie.
Oh, I can
But
be.
Axis attachment, my life has been better for my attachments, and I think I've grown from my attachments, and so this whole let go of
I've
attachment thing.
experienced mine, and I experienced it to its fullest for what it was worth. But I learned holding on to those memories and trying to relive them is damn near an impossibility because I
I
can't be the same person I was when I was on stage when I was 24, 25, 26, 27. You know what I mean? That guy is
but you can
gone physically, and those memories cannot
What about
be
your dreams, man? You don't have
reduplicated.
dreams. You don't
I'm living
you
my
don't dream
dream.
about those things anymore.
I'm living my dream. I made it this far in life
I don't know.
against all adversity. I broke the odds.
Jeff, you think are you buying that? He's living his dream.
Yeah.
The
well,
guy
I
who
don't know
wants
what his
to
dreams
throw
are to know
all
if
his
he's
life,
living them.
all his thoughts, all his views, all the things that he could relive in a moment. He wants to throw it all away when he
No, it's
dies.
all recorded in server
You're,
farms
I
since
think you,
1992,
hey, you can't have
whenever
both, man.
MySpace.
It's really
So
good.
they have my algorithm, they have my information, they have every aspect of me to remember me by in server farms. My metadata. There you go. You want to remember me? Go to my channel.
Yeah.
Have AI research my metadata. But as for me, I'm done. It's okay. It's good life. My wisdom is stored on drive after drive after drive, show after show,
Yeah.
conversation after conversation, and experience.
Yeah.
Okay, but now
Somebody
you're
will
talking about
eventually
my
buy that.
perspective, not yours. I'm talking about just yours. You keep throwing my perspective in there of like I can go look at these things. The point is
I'm just offering
you've lost
a point of
all the
view.
value of those things, is what you say.
I haven't lost the value of anything.
Are you
I
sure? Because
love
that
the experiences I
you've
had.
spent a lot of time here. I can rewind. Jeff, come on.
Yeah.
Am I lying? Did he not say those don't have value to him anymore?
The memories.
Yes, all of that.
They can't be duplicated.
He would
They
go
are
the other path.
painful to
I
remember
understand. I'm not
what I
saying
used
they
to be,
Because
so
don't.
I choose
they're
I'm
not
not
to remember.
disagreeing. I'm just saying you can't say that this is true, that they have no value, and then say,
They
well,
might to my kids.
you can't have it both ways, man.
They might to my kids. To me, I can let go of that
yeah.
and move on. Can you? Sounds like you're having a problem with
He's
it.
already ready to let go.
I do
Well, the
whatever I
only
want.
reason I'm alive is
You.
because
I'm just
a
saying.
friend and my
I'm trying
son
to be at
asked
least
me,
honest to myself, and I don't think you're
look,
being honest yourself. And I think
you
if we
don't know
rewind and
shit about
rewatch
me,
it,
mister.
I could point out a moment where you went here, there you're lying to yourself, and there you're lying to yourself, and that's just because you can't say this, and then 10 minutes down the line go, well, that's not
I
true.
was laying on my deathbed less than a couple months ago,
Good, man.
asshole. Okay? And I was ready to move on quite peacefully.
I'm
Everybody
glad you
knows
didn't.
that. So fuck
Now
you,
you're
dude.
getting angry. I'm trying to
Yeah,
Axis,
help
are
because
you. He's
are
you're
the
getting angry.
antagonizing me.
Yeah, your
Don't antagonize
perspective. Am I
me.
trying to help
Don't
him, or am I
sometimes that
antagonize
trying
happens
me.
here though. I can't control
Back off.
whether people antagonize or not. What Axis, are the memories painful because you can't replicate them now, but they were good memories, or are you talking about memories that were
Yeah, they were
actually
good memories.
that okay? But are the memories themselves not like every time I remember something, I still get that pleasure. Like I don't have to
No.
replicate it
You
in the
ever
present.
you
I
ever
can just
remember
keep
the
drawing on
dead?
that memory.
Do you remember? And maybe my perspective is skewed, but see, I won't ever see my son again, Jeff. So all the memories that I have of my son
I
are
see.
done, even though he's still fucking alive.
Yeah.
So don't tell me about memories. Yeah, I have good ones, great ones, all the way back. Some I choose not to remember because I will never see those days again.
Yeah.
So why
I
dwell
get
on it?
what you're saying now.
Yeah, you need to learn a little wisdom down there, boy.
Oh.
Study your victim before you take at them.
Well, hey, what happened to not serving any man and everybody being equal?
to? This guy
Hey,
still
he
thinks
wants
I'm
to step
active
into
in some
me.
way.
He's
I think he's just
very
giving his
equal to
take.
do so.
Hey, Rachel,
Educate
welcome. Oh,
yourself
and we're gonna
before you
add
reference.
somebody else to the mix. This ought to liven it up even more.
Here it
Oh
goes.
my God, it's
What's
Mike.
up?
What's up?
Oh my God, it's Mike.
I'm making a rare appearance.
What are your thoughts on
I haven't even
life and
listened, but
death and memories and identity and reality and all that?
Mike's
all
an
right. So,
egomaniac.
hey, Axis, damn you, Axis, damn Axis and his sweet ass temple of rats and skulls and all kinds of mystical shit. So, salute to you, sir. Salute. I don't want a
Satan bless
hex
his
on
dude.
me. I don't want a hex on me. So Axis, sir, salute.
So,
All right.
so
But
much for not
I have no
serving any
problem with you,
men.
Mike.
yeah, me and Axis are cool. I've never crossed him, so I don't have any like demons dancing in the backyard
Yeah.
or anything like that. But
Nope.
Demons in the bushes.
I heard one time hee hee, but it was just Jeff dancing around the backyard. But other than that, we're good. No, but when it comes to memories, I think that and to flip it into something serious, memories do haunt you, and we always relive the greatest parts of our lives, right? We always think back on, man, this was an awesome time, and I love this. And it could be something as simple as a car ride. It could be a relationship. It could be, all these different things, a feeling, an emotion. But I think that they etch into your brain. And I noticed lately that I've been dreaming a lot. I don't know if you guys dream a lot, but I go through phases where I'll dream every night, and sometimes I'll dream once or twice a week. And I think it's your mind kind of talking to you. I'm not a big dream interpreter, but have you been dreaming a lot lately?
No.
No?
No, I really
I
haven't.
had a
I've
weird
been
dream the other
experiencing a
night.
lot of energy fluctuation, but not really too many dreams.
And when I dream, it's always my past. It's like from 20, 30 years ago. It's like me being in my early 20s or my teens. And it's like, almost like reviewing something I could have done better. So is that a
Ooh,
prelude into trying to fix yourself subconsciously?
that requires inner work to come to peace with everything around you enough where you feel comfortable to transcend. And once you become at peace with yourself and that your environment, and you've done all that you can do to be of service to those that you were responsible for, that's the
Axis,
inner
that
work.
sounds like a conscience.
A conscience? Yeah, I have a conscience. I raised my kids. I feel bad for any bad situation they go through, but they're grown, so they're young adults now. I'm not responsible
And
no more.
what does it mean, though? Let me ask you this. What does it mean when you dream, right? Like, let's say I'm 50 and my ex-wife, she's 52 or whatever. But when I dream when I'm in my 20s and she's in her 20s. So it's like, are you dreaming about past things that maybe you've neglected? Like you're living your past in
You're
your dream.
conscious of being 20 in your dream? Because I don't ever feel a particular age in my
No,
dreams.
Yeah. When I
I'm
dream,
like an
Jeff,
observer. I'm
It's
sorry,
like your
Mike. I didn't mean
20-year-old
to.
self.
I'm younger. I'm younger in my dreams. I'm living my younger self, and I'm wondering what that means. It's not like I'm,
Yeah, that is weird. Because
yeah,
and in the dream, you're aware of being younger. Like you're like, oh, I'm
completely,
20 again.
completely. I look like my younger self. She looks like her younger self. The kids are little. The kids aren't grown. They're little. It's like you're stuck in the past. You're stuck in you're dreaming in the past. And I wonder why that is. And they're always,
Um,
sometimes they're sad, but I would say 90% of the time they're very happy memories. You're living in happy memories. Like
Maybe
it's
you're
like
missing
a treat. Yeah.
subconsciously.
And when you wake up,
You're releasing that
you wish it was
subconsciously.
reality. You wish you were back in those times again. And I think that the adage is anyone listening, really appreciate everything you have because it does pass you by. So appreciate all of those great times that you have. Because we take them for granted. I think we all
Absolutely.
agree. We take our good times for granted.
It's hard to catch them when they're happening, though. Like to really get 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 the maximum out of them when they're happening. Usually, they have to happen first, and then the memory, the reflection on them, is when they really start to
Well, you
kind of
have to
come to
be
life.
open enough to allow possibility to happen at any time, Jeff. Every moment
Sure.
should be lived consciously.
Mhm.
And you will
Yeah, but that's a lot
understand
of
the,
like who can live that way every second of the day?
it's not necessarily every second because there is that autopilot, there is sleep, there is drug time or alcohol or whenever you're just vegetating to a movie. But when you're interacting with this world, you should be very conscious of the here and now.
Mhm.
And you will
That's hard.
experience greater states of enjoyment.
And
It
I
takes a
think that
You know,
lot of mental effort to get to that
it
point.
does. It does.
do the work. It's not hard, man. You can start with one day, 15 minutes,
I mean, I could do
and
it right now,
eventually,
but
yeah.
it's hard. It's easier to
Yeah.
coast through a panel than to
I
actually.
remember I remember someone telling me one time, it was very profound. Someone said to me that, sometimes you can drown in your memories. You can
Oh
drown in your
God,
memories. In other
yeah.
words, your memories can haunt you. But I think that there's so much to learn from what we've been through, what we miss, the mistakes that we made. But I think it takes a very strong person to be able to figure out, okay, I dropped the ball here. I'm going to forgive myself on this particular occasion. But I think people that have really good hearts and loving hearts, it's hard for us to forgive ourselves because we really effed up sometimes in some situations. And I think sometimes memories and dreams, in a way, kind of haunt us into saying, hey, man, you really dropped the ball here. But then, well, I
Well,
can't go back. Go ahead.
I appreciate being abortion gone wrong. You know, my mom could have 86 me at birth. pre-birth, but she didn't.
Yeah.
So I bonused.
Well, you've done a lot with that though.
Yeah.
You know, and like birth control and all this other stuff. You know, it's like I think birth is God's will, and whether you call God, whatever you want to call God, or Jesus, or Yeshua, or Allah, whatever you want to call it, there's a higher power. But I think when we're born, it's the will of our Creator. I think it's the will. But it's just there's just so much to unpack in that situation. And
I
I
get a
was on a
lot out of
panel.
going back to my memories with
Mhm.
my current perspective, like my current experience. I can go back to the earlier memories with the
Yeah.
like with the eyes of an adult and kind of re-see
You gotta
them.
heal the inner child. When you heal the scarred child, the one you protect behind the adult that's Jeff, and you find peace with that child inside of you, there's a resonance of resolve and a
Sure.
contentment that comes from that.
Yeah, and I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, it'll come back. Hang
I
on.
was damaged
Fuck.
bad. I still am as far as
I
people are
understand them better.
concerned.
Like I live the memory, but when I go back to them now, something in the memory that I didn't grasp back then, it comes to the surface and illuminates it, and I understand the memory in a way that I couldn't back then, and then that helps me understand my adult life, my current life.
And I think it ties into what your narrative is. And have you ever woke up from a dream and been so happy? Have you ever woke
I
up to a
hate those
dream and
dreams. I
been
fucking hate
so
those
happy
dreams.
and so elated, and within 20 seconds you realize it was a dream?
Yes, I
You're like,
hate that feeling.
and
That happens all the time. Hey,
have you
Zap, by the
said,
way.
shit? And because it's not real. It's like, but
Yes,
you
yes.
want it to be real. And we're not, and
It's
listen, gentlemen,
torture.
we're not talking about winning the lottery. We're not talking about being Elon Musk. We're talking about just having a level playing field and being in love with someone that we miss. You know, and I think it's the simple things that we miss. I think it's the simplistic things that we miss. And people obsess over riches and status quo and all these things. But what really matters is just having someone next to you that gives a crap, that
Well,
really gets you.
have you ever had that dream where you're falling and just before you hit the ground, you start clubbing the shit out of a baby seal?
Not the seal, but I had one where I was clubbing Zat, and then he had these sweet flashing lights in his room, and I was blinded.
Yeah.
No, I
I have
haven't,
one.
but you know, I
I know it's
think
because I
that
play a lot of video games, but I have one where I'm just running down hallways and people keep trying to come out of the doors, and I'm not me. I'm like this werewolf creature, and I'm just
I
sticking my
said werewolf
fingers right
dreams.
into them, and it's just a hallway that never
mm,
ends, and the
Is it?
dream feels
It's
like
for
it lasts
recurring dreams.
forever.
well, I'll blow your mind right now, and you can tell me that I'm completely insane. Do you think that we are living in a simulation, or do you
Oh,
think this is real life? Now, I
No.
want to
were you
hear.
watching the
I
stream
want
earlier?
to. I want to hear what people think. Are we in a
Honestly,
simulation?
there's a very good reason to believe that we're in a simulation. You know, there's
Oh,
many
okay.
reasons.
I'm gonna need coffee for this. Y'all chat, and I'll be right back. And then I want to hear why we're in a simulation.
I think, Mike, that we're kind of experiencing a plane of dimensional existence, whereas you have the first, second, third, fourth, all the way up to the 12th dimension, which is the same as an octave in music. And this is the way we have to interact with the third dimension. And to go back into the second dimension, well, you're virtually a flatlander then, a flat planer. And you will only see an aspect of reality. And in the fourth, you're seeing the whole of something, and you can't experience that in a physical body. transcend or disperse.
You're right. And what? How do I'm trying to put this into words where I don't sound crazy. I've always been very healthy person. I've never smoked a cigarette. I did drink for a few years. I was able to tone it down, but never had my first drink till I was almost 24 years old. Never got too crazy. Never been too out of line. But at 46 years old, I had a heart attack. That is the truth.
Right.
And I was literally passing. I mean, I was on where they take you into the ER and there's like a whole bunch of people and they're hitting you with all kinds of stuff and they're jabbing you and giving you the epinephrine, whatever it's called. It's not even pronouncing it right. But I remember begging. I remember begging to God to not leave because I'm going to miss my son. That's what I begged. Now, that could be completely in my mind or it could have been reality. But I felt myself lifting. I felt myself floating. Now, it could have been psychedelic. It could have been the drugs I was on. You can't put your finger on it. But I do think that sometimes when we are passing, that we're given the option to stay or leave. I don't know if you gentlemen believe that. I believe it. I beg to
believe in
stay.
quantum death as a potential. You know, to me, that's a potential because I have 3 of them under my belt, man. You know, at 3 years old, a wine stem from my mom's negligence went through and took out my right lung. And it was the neighbor who saved me because he was a paramedic. But I bled out before I got to the hospital. Then I was stabbed 9 times and I died over the Ohio River. And the last one was a drug overdose. And every time I've come back, there's been changes in variables of this particular existence as I remember them. So I'm not sure. That's why dispersion to me seems more appealing than a quantum existence.
Access after I used to be access. I used to be super alpha. You got to make 6 figures. You got to bang as many hoes as you have to. Listen, hear me out. I'm like the Andrew Tate of this millennium, right? No, hear me out. After that scare, I knew that I am nothing but a little piece of salt in the universe. I am nothing.
Yeah.
What I thought I was. And I was humbled to a point to where what happened was it demotivated me to be the super alpha male. To be, Jeff, you don't know me, the old me. You'd be like, you couldn't take me. I mean, imagine me times 1,000. Like you can't, like, it's like, whoa, like this guy's fucking out of control with like his charisma and his fucking oomph. But I was a jerk off. I was an asshole, you know, and
like you knew it at the time.
I knew it when I was going to pass, and I begged to stay because I didn't want to leave my boy. I didn't want to leave my son. That's the only thing that I didn't want to leave. Everything else, I'm fine with. Fuck this world. Goodbye, life. Goodbye. Screw it. But the thought of me leaving my son broke my heart, and I begged to stay, and I did stay. But staying changed me. It changed my outlook on life. It showed me that at any time you could be taken out in a heartbeat with a medical condition or a car wreck or a plane crash or whatever. We think that we're so important. We're nothing. We're a tiny little nothing. We're nothing.
But that's all we have, though. Like that, however
The
small
best
the
you
speck we
have is
are,
to
that's
make
still our entire existence, and
I
it's
know.
important to us.
I know.
the best you have is to make peace with yourself. Endeavor
Yeah.
to do that work, and then you'll be at peace with everything around you.
You got it.
And it takes almost a lifetime to achieve that.
Axis,
But you got to be
whatever
ready
happened?
to let it go.
Axis, whatever happened with your son? Is he okay?
66 years.
66
Axis.
years?
Yeah, your son passed,
Yeah.
right? Your son did pass? Yeah, he passed.
No, he's No, he's doing 66 years in maximum
Oh, I
security,
thought your son passed. I'm
23-hour
sorry.
lockdown.
Yeah.
And he's got no chance of parole. He's not going to be eligible for parole. And yeah, but he was
I don't
29
he
years
did,
old when
man.
he committed his
Prison is
crime.
wrong.
Really? I
Prison
love
is
my son,
fucked,
but I
man.
don't condone what he done.
Man, there's no reason to be putting people in prison other than to make
Yeah, no,
Really?
there's
themselves feel
people that
better.
I want that I do not
Well,
want
he
in
shuts
society.
They well,
up.
they
And
could
if
they
you're
could
not
Guys,
just
gonna
as
get rid of
easily
them, then keep them somewhere far away from the rest of us.
they could just as
Right?
easily give them their own life with other people who see the game the same way and want to play it as scary and as dangerous as they do and have a real life. And then when you
Yeah.
actually fucking need those people, because the only reason you put them in prison because you see no value in them. But these are people who are
No,
scary,
because they
really
could kill
scary.
innocent people
And
that don't
Yeah,
when
deserve it.
somebody
they're a
from the other
threat to
side of the
society. The
fucking
same
world
reason we keep
wants
the
to
lions
attack
and the
you
tigers
and
locked up.
hurt you, you're going to wish those scary motherfuckers would defend you. But you don't because you see
Okay,
No,
no
I
Jeff,
don't
value.
ever wish that.
can I educate
I
this
wish I had a
man?
scary prison person to
Please,
defend me. There's
Axis,
so
educate
many
me.
other options that I have in society to defend me.
If
It's
you
never
guys would give
crossed
me the
my mind that I'm
respect,
gonna
I'm going to
need a.
educate him.
Did
My
we
son
figure out
walked
about the
in.
simulation? Why it's a simulation and not reality? Because Zat was gonna tell us and Jax. I know both of you are simulationists.
Well, Axis took most of the time, so we didn't get to
Oh,
talk. But
I
Mike
I'm
had to
sorry, Jeff.
convince you
I'm
to
out of here,
convince
man.
me because,
Mike,
well,
panelists,
that
it's been
would
real
probably
chat.
convince most people, if it is. Um,
I
Anyway, so you
I
Axis
you
don't.
has
good?
I
something to
wasn't
say.
here. I don't know what happened. I'll have to go
No,
back
you're
and
fine.
watch. But I
You're
know that
fine.
it sounded like y'all were gonna talk about why this is a simulation. Because I think of it like even if it's a simulation, if it's identical to reality, what difference was it? Why is it so important to
Sure.
Well, that's the
identify whether
thing.
it's a
That's the thing.
simulation or
Whether
not?
you call it AI or you call it God, what difference does it make? It's just this powerful thing that created everything, right?
Or it's reality.
Right.
What
Or
I'm saying is, if it's not reality,
yeah,
it's identical to reality. So it
Right.
doesn't make a like. What's the benefit of adding on this concept of being a simulation
Well,
if it doesn't change the reality itself?
the
because it
benefit is
makes
knowing
reality
that you
work
may be a
mathematically.
being that exists outside of the simulation. You might be some other being that is just experiencing this through some sort of virtual reality, apparatus
But
like
how
our
would you
nervous
know?
system. Well, how would you know when you wake up and you realize what your true self is, and that this was just a game? Then you'll know.
Well, I guess if that happens, yes, you're right. I will know, but I don't. I won't until that happens. I don't have any way of. It's just
Yeah, well, none of us can tell.
right. So I don't understand that. Like invest. I guess it's the investment in this theory. If there's no way to even do anything with it until after
Yeah.
it proves itself or not. Just
I,
I guess the same like the afterlife.
I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way to judge someone's soul. And that sounds kind of strange, but like I'll give you an example. Somebody will commit a crime, in their younger years where, they made a stupid mistake. They did something at the spur of the moment. They didn't mean to do it. It's not within their nature to do that, take a life or something like that. In other words, they didn't mean to do it. They didn't plan to do it. And then they get life in
Right.
prison. Now, okay, so after that life sentence and they get out, they're done. They're better than dead because now they have nothing to go to. They're
They can come
better
to
off just
Seattle.
being
They love reentry
right.
people.
But the thing is that I wish there was a way to judge someone's future. Almost like, remember that movie Judge Dredd, where
What
they
about
can see the
Minority
Yeah, they
future of
want
Report?
to.
people?
The AI is going to be doing that. That's what Zach was saying. That
Yeah.
we're going to get to the point where the AI can predict all of that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I've
But
seen
I don't
people,
know,
I don't know why you
would trust that a machine to. tell you.
We
Like
I've
we all
seen
nobody
people
have,
knows the
get.
future until it happens.
Sure.
as far as I
I've
know, anything with actual intelligence has two separate sides. Okay, and one side is what's going on right now, in the moment. Is faster than you can possibly like think because it's reactional. It's your eyes. It's your, it's this side that has to be right there. The other side doesn't even speak. It can't. It can barely push the shit to this side when it wants to, depending on how you interact. And I'm not saying all of us. We all have different levels of control. We all live in different parts of our brain, which it allows for the control it has. But we all have these two sides, right? And one, man, if you can figure out how to communicate that with that, you call it God, you call it whatever the fuck you want. If you can push that without, it has your best interests at heart in a weird
Are
way
you
because
sure?
it doesn't understand reality. It only gets what you tell it and what you show it.
Have you done
It's this
this?
weird, and it has a much bigger view because it's like the player's third person. One trying to get the player to do whatever the fuck it's doing anyway. Because it likes you. You're the one in
I don't know
control.
why that creeps me out so much because
Okay.
it's pretty
So
powerful, but it's very
God or
unnerving.
not, who gives a shit?
Have you done
Okay.
it? Have
It
you
has a
like
broader view, man. A much broader view. And there should be a place for everybody. You give them life and damn, you'll find their value quick. But it's the fact that we all feel like, especially Americans, like there's a segregational, like, no, it makes me a bad person unless I live next to the ones I think are monsters. And if the laws
some
fall in
people
your
are
favor,
monsters?
oh my God, are they going to become your monster? Because that's just what it is, man. It's this fucked up view that I don't think our forefathers had. I think they had a view of every state enough for everyone. Stop changing the fucking laws. Accept that no, maybe you grew up with parents that were different from you, but your place was here. And don't fix this. Find it. Be more open that there is a place for everyone.
That was
Okay.
Doesn't
kind of
need God.
inspirational. You almost took me to church. Have you contacted this other part? What's your experience with it?
It is an animal, and that's the
What do
best way
you
to
do with
describe
it
mine.
then? Does it just do its own thing and you just kind of live like your organs, or is there something you can do to influence it or have it influence you?
I think that's very personal, Jeff, and I think that's more backstage.
You see,
All right, now
you
I think
set us up, you
now you're
teased us with
asking
this
me
big
personal
setup,
questions.
and now you
I'm
want to.
talking the broad spectrum here. Learn to control yourself is what I'm saying.
Well,
And know that
Jack, this is an open
there's a
panel.
place for
You
everyone, no
have to
matter what
express
your
yourself. You have
monster
to.
wants. Okay,
Y'all are
no matter
making me
what
want
You
to.
can't
you
say a little
do
bit.
to make the player happy, even if like, wow, the player's acting on something that you don't even understand sometimes, and piss it off and watch if it does not make your life miserable
But it's your
in
own
ways that you're
self.
like, what the fuck? Is this karma? What is happening to me right now?
Yeah.
I'm just, it's play the game right. Stop fucking with the game. Stop
What
messing this up
right
with the system.
according to
I
what
think our
though? What is
forefathers had
right? How do
money,
you know
man.
you're playing the game right? Like what is the standard of how to play the game? Not it's
I
that
don't know.
sounds like the safetyism thing you were talking about earlier. Like do these things right because they're gonna keep you safe, and you're like, nah, fuck all that. But suddenly there's a way to play the game right that you have to do a certain way.
Jeff, Do I have to wear my seatbelt in the car?
All right. Well,
No, you don't have to wear your seatbelt in the car. I'm not
uh,
going
Are
to
you
tell you to
sure?
wear your
Because there's a
seatbelt.
law, and
But
if
like
you piss off
physically,
Karen,
you
she'll get
don't
really
have to
mad.
wear your seatbelt.
It depends what state you're in, really.
that
Like
it goes with
what mental
the miles
state?
per hour. Miles per hour. I remember going to Michigan to visit family, and like I just remember like their miles per hour were like 75. We're like, holy crap, we can go 90 miles an hour and not get pulled over. Sorry.
Jax, I have a solution for you. You can move to. I can't tell if this is Vermont or New Hampshire. I think it's Vermont. You can move to Vermont. It's the only state with no seatbelt enforcement for adults.
It's like
They
the
only
Autobahn.
enforce it for minors.
Thank you.
Oh,
Just the
I
fact
guess it
that
is
you
New
would
Hampshire.
say that
Sorry.
they should have a
Sorry,
place.
Vermonters.
That is awesome. You made me feel really good, Jeff.
All right.
Oh, you're right. I should go there. I think I will.
And they have
Jack,
the Free Staters are up there too, trying to start a
Jack,
libertarian.
you're
Telling
being
my people
sarcastic. You're being
to go find
sarcastic
them.
right now. So what is the biggest topic of tonight's conversation? Like,
Oh
Jeff,
Lord,
what are you
it
trying to
went
get to
all
the
over
bottom of? Like,
It was like
what
a
is
Richard Linklater movie.
what is really like on your mind? What's like the biggest topic that you really
What
want to
Jax
kind of
was
get
talking
answers
about,
on?
this part of yourself that is all mystical and shit. That because I'm kind of buying what he's selling, but then he's not delivering the whole product. He's like a dealer. He gives you a taste.
Sure. He's going. Yeah. Jack's going halfway. Jack wants to give you a little bit of tidbits, but he doesn't want to like fully commit. So Jack, fully commit, bro. And I'm not putting you down. I love you, man. Just
He seemed
fully commit.
outraged at the idea of having to elaborate on his experiences with this part.
Yeah.
Well, is
You
he
got- if
talking
you're gonna-
about like when you tap into the subconscious? Like, I mean, they say that in mystical states, you're in a state of thoughtlessness. You're just absolutely zoned out, and that's when you tap into magic and are able to influence things.
Dude, that's how
Is
that's
that-
how I do music. That's fucking
That's
how
how
I
you
do it.
what? Oh, music?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can get in that zone, that exact zone through cannabis.
Yeah.
So, has anybody ever been hypnotized?
No.
Yeah, but it didn't work. I was
Can't
conscious
work.
of it the whole time.
Nobody.
It won't work for me.
No way.
I went to after my divorce, gentlemen, I went to a very, very expensive hypnotist. It was $360
Oh,
for
God.
4 sessions, and that was
That's a good
back
price.
in 2007. 2007, Jeff. That's like $500.
Oh wait, how much? 160
$360
for
for 4 sessions.
Yeah, that's
back
a good
in
price.
Back in
That's
2007.
What a bargain.
And they put earphones on you. They made you lay down in low light and put earphones on you, and then they would talk through the earphones to try to get you to go. It never worked. It never worked. But people that have been hypnotized have said that they went to a different consciousness. Do you guys believe in that?
I've been to a hypnotherapist, and he like put me in a relaxed state, and then he led me back to some of my memories, and I could recall them better because of the state my body was in. But it wasn't like, look at the watch and I'm gonna set some triggers in you. It was more just like deep relaxation, and then guided memory exploration.
It never worked for me, and it pissed me off because I was trying to get relief in some of the worry and some of the stuff I was going through. You're married for 11 years.
Did it help?
It did not. It did not. It did. The only thing that helped, Jeff, was me leaning on family and friends and time. And over time, the pain subsides over time.
But does it
You know,
does it come back like periodically like flare up like
sure. So no, I'm
like it
brutally
never really
honest.
goes for me it never really goes away. It can keep flaring up out of the blue even though
Do
I've
I still love her? I love who we used to be. So when I dream or when I think about her or us together, it's us from 20 something years ago. It's not today. You know, it's like you're reliving these great memories in the back of your mind. You're
yeah.
revisiting it. You know, so it's in a way it's haunting.
Yeah.
You know, is it helpful? No, because it's sad as shit because you're like, fuck, I wish this was real. But it's not. You know, you're reliving past memories. But every memory that I relive is a positive one. It's not a negative memory. It's like, oh man, this time we went here, this trip we went on, or this cruise. It's always a very positive memory. It's always a very loving memory. So it's almost like it's kind of like a subconscious dream, if that makes sense. You
It
know,
does.
but it's never anything negative. But then when you wake up, you're like, shit. I wish this wasn't a dream. I wish it was real. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've had those.
Well,
Yeah.
every night I go to this same complex. It's like a combination of an office building, a mall, and I don't know what else, and like a dormitory, and there are secret doors in certain places. And if I press a little white button, I'm the only one who knows where these little white buttons are. And if I press them, they open secret doors. But it's like this crazy fucking place. And I work there apparently, but they haven't paid me for over a year. And every time I try to talk to somebody in the office about it, they're unavailable. There's no way you can get to them. It's just ridiculous. Like
It's a
certain.
recurring dream. You have it
Oh,
frequently.
every fucking night
Oh,
the
but that's
same.
weird.
I know my way around this building now. I know where I'm
What do
going.
you make of it? Is that the simulation?
I
Like
don't
the
know.
behind the scenes of the simulation?
The what? The back rooms? Is that
Yeah.
what? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
I always had, people always have the dream where they go to school. Remember the old dream, you go to school with no clothes on? That's
Oh
an
yeah, I've
old,
had
old school
those.
dream. But then a lot of times I'll have a dream where I'm running backwards. Like you're running, but you're running backwards. And that has a lot of meaning where you're not gaining ground and where you want to be
Oh
in your
yeah, are
objective.
the ones where you kind of float up in the air a few inches and you think you can fly, and then you wake up and you realize that was a dream, but it seems so real at the time.
Yeah. It's not accomplishing your goals. You're stuck in not accomplishing your goals, but I never really got an infinitive answer of, because I've had it. I know you had it, Jeff. When you go to school and you have no clothes on, like what is that?
I've
Like
had
what is
those.
that
They were
dream?
embarrassing when I was younger, and now they don't do anything. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm
Yeah,
at school naked, big deal.
but like tens of millions of people have had the same dream. You go to school and you have no clothes on. What the hell is that dream about?
It means you're not prepared. You
There you
feel
go, Zach.
I don't
There
think
you
dreams are
go.
about anything. I think it's just your brain like doing
It
its
could
thing, processing.
no. Zach could be right. It could be where you're not prepared in life. You're not prepared. That could
That's an
be exactly
interpretation.
right. Yeah. Or it could be you're just like free balling at school.
Well, you
Who
know what? I'm gonna
knows?
ask the AI what it means. Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe it just maybe like that's the you're horny in your dream. That's the part where
Well, Jeff, what
you're
if you're
dreaming and
naked
then
but
your body gets horny and it shows up in your
right,
dream as oh I'm
right.
naked around all these people.
But what if one dream you're naked with no antlers and the other dream you're naked with antlers? So
I've never
what
actually
is the
had a single
difference?
dream with antlers on. Believe it or not,
Yeah.
I'm always antlerless in my dream.
Antlerless. Anti-antlers.
Antlers.
Yeah. I was
All
on
right,
a panel
what am I
earlier,
asking?
Jeff. What does being naked at school in a dream mean? What does that mean? Naked at school in a dream mean? Because there are tens of millions of people that have the same dream.
I want to see. I've
Same
never
exact dream.
tested the AI on dream interpretation. I want to see what it says. It's an anxiety dream, and it relates to feelings of vulnerability, embarrassment, or fear of being exposed. And so that's what Kane said. Fear of judgment. You might feel
Okay,
like people are scrutinizing you.
psychologist.
Imposter syndrome. I have that.
Yeah.
Loss of control. Desire for authenticity. Unresolved school-related stress. The emotions you feel in the dream can give further clues about its meaning. Oh, so you're supposed to pay attention to the emotions you're feeling in the dream when you discover that you're naked. Unlock the golden antlers. Yeah, so what Angeline is saying here. It's the emotion behind the dream that's the important thing.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's, sometimes, Jeff, sometimes I go to sleep, right? And because I drift, it takes me a while. Are you a fast sleeper? Do you fall asleep fast, Jeff? Do you fall asleep quickly, or does it take you a while to
Usually
wind
because
down?
I usually only even go to sleep when I'm tired. Like I wait for my body to get really tired, and then that tells me, oh, it's time to go to sleep. But if I have to force myself to
Sometimes,
go to sleep when I'm not tired, it could take forever.
sometimes before I fall asleep, I'll beg not to dream. And it sounds very sad, but I don't want to dream. Let me have a break from memories, because when I fall asleep, I dream the most beautiful things of my past. Oh man, remember that time you scored the touchdown, or you dunked the basketball, or you kissed your ex, or your son was born, or like these. I mean, I'm saying you're reliving these beautiful moments. It's not nothing negative. But then when you wake up, you're not at that point. You're like, shit.
I know, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that I had a friend of mine. His name was Craig. His name is Craig. He's not passed away. His name is Craig. His name was, like, he's gone. But he goes, Mike, I never dream. I can't remember a dream. I said, well, I envy you, because my dreams haunt me. I remember everything, every good thing that I miss in life, and you dream it. So I kind of envy in some way people that don't relive excellence, because it is in your past. Now, can you be
You want to know
excellent
what it's
now?
like to not have to keep living your
No.
excellence over and over and
I
over.
don't want to keep living memories that I can't make reality right now.
I want to know what
Like,
it's like. I want to taste just for a second what it's like not to be so awesome.
dude, it feels so real. I mean, it feels so real in that moment. It's amazing. And then you wake up and you're like, ah, shit, I got to make coffee and make the bed and this and this and this and this. You know?
Oh yeah, Dodge. That reminds me, I'm having an Ides of March stream tomorrow. If I could remember. I mean, I'm definitely having a stream. I just need to remember that it's the Ides of March. Well, if you smoking weed regularly, dulls your dreams, and then when you stop, they all come flooding back very vividly after a few weeks. That's one of the worst symptoms of weed withdrawal. I mean, quitting weed
Yeah, well,
is
if
the
that were true,
dreams.
I wouldn't be having any dreams.
Me too. I dream all the time.
No, but if you quit and wait like a few weeks, you're gonna notice like your dream. There,
I think that might be
it's
Elijah.
almost like a mushroom trip, like a psychedelic trip. They're so vivid, and you wake up, you wake out of them like your body just went through a roller coaster.
One of the most vivid dreams I ever had. It was very bizarre. It was like you've seen the Van Gogh painting Starry Night.
Yeah.
I drank a bunch of absinthe, real absinthe, and then I had a dream that I was like going through Grand Theft Auto, like the video game, but it looked like the painting Starry Night. Like all the imagery was like blurry like that, you know. But yet it was like I was going through the video game Grand Theft Auto at the same time. It was really fucking crazy.
I've never played that one. It's weird.
I've heard of it. I think they had a Vegas edition.
What, Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
I've seen enough of it to, I
Well,
think,
no, there was
understand the game and know what it is.
San Andreas was the game that had Las Vegas. It was like a simulated Las Vegas, and they had all kinds of casinos and tables and everything you could play at, all different tables. It was wild.
Oh, so you could get out of your car and go in the
Oh
casino. It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
just stealing cars,
No, you could
driving
just
around.
go. You could go into the casino and play for millions of dollars if you had the money.
So with the new AI, okay. So with as far as AI has gotten, right? Even if we're just like, okay, let's talk about people who make the movies and shit like that, right? You see how good their CGI is. That's game modeling AI,
Yeah.
okay? And that's they can spin the camera around in ways that the camera doesn't exist because it's a virtual camera. It doesn't exist. It is hardware based on software. Okay, so what were we talking about again? It doesn't matter. I've got no
I'm not
topic.
sure. Are you
What was
trying
the
to talk
topic
about
again?
the simulation? Like AI, if AI is getting that good, why couldn't it create a reality, a believable reality?
So the VR stuff that we are on the verge of, because the hardware exists and the software exists, whether they're under lock and key to people who are just so far ahead of us, that is just like we know it's there. Okay, we know we can play with them separately, like a phone. We could break the law and put things together that are legally not ours, even if we buy them. But if you could have that world of whatever fucking game you wanted now, like a dream that is real, that is so damn real, like fuck, man, people smash into their TVs because they think they're falling. You know what I mean? Like, and this is not movie quality shit, man. Would you guys take it? Oh,
Which movie?
All right,
oh
Jeff, I
yeah.
gotta go, man. Have a good night.
Take care, Zach. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah,
It's good
man. Good to
seeing you.
see you.
I don't know. I like reality. Reality. It's the most realistic thing I've seen so far. I've tried video games. I've seen movies. I've done psychedelics. I've played with VR, and nothing's more real to me than reality, except maybe those dreams Mike was talking about. Oh Lord, everybody popped off. Like whatever we're trying to simulate with all this technology is still not as real as actual reality to me. And I guess that's what people want is an improved version of reality that they have some kind of influence over. Oh, okay. Take care, Jax. Well, thanks for coming up tonight, by the way. Good conversation. VR actual reality. Because except maybe sometimes psychedelics can seem a little more or it takes this reality and it expands it or like intensifies it or something. But it's
Everybody,
still your brain doing
everybody,
it.
everybody leave.
They did. They
He left. They said, "F Mike Cerrone, I'm out of here."
Jeremy, did you see where they closed off the Hoh rain, like the road that leads to the Hoh rainforest is closed for the season or something. So I don't think people are going to be able to get to the Hoh.
Jeff, are you still hiking? Do you still go up into the mountains?
No, I can't. I would love to. I can't find anybody to go up there with.
I'll go with you, bro. We'll go.
We'll fly out here. We'll go. We can
Yeah,
stream it.
just you have to leave the antlers at home.
Oh, yeah. If I'm outdoors, I will. Believe me.
I'll get you
I don't want
hunting,
to
man.
tempt fate that much.
You'll be hunting in no time. We'll get you hunting. We'll go camping. We'll hunt and stuff.
You can hunt. I don't. I'd have to hunt something I would actually eat, like a cow or a
What if you
potato.
hunted some Cajun chips? Would you do
We
that?
could go shoot potatoes and then fry them up.
We should do it. We should. Yeah, we went hunting a few months ago. It was great. It was really good. You know this. We didn't get a deer, but we got some pheasant. We got some birds, and but whatever we hunt, we eat it. We consume it.
I could hunt a chicken.
You could.
Chicken hunting.
You got to chase it. You got to chase it, and you got to choke the chicken. You have to chase it and then choke it. So you have to choke the chicken. I bet you can. But no, yeah, I was on a couple panels earlier, and I don't panel much. Like I only panel like a couple times a month. Even
What
Moose was
panels
like,
were you on?
I went on Hand Bananas.
I knew it.
I know. No, I mean that was the first time in like 3 or 4 months, and I'm always on Chaotix. I went on Chaotix. Me and Chaotic get along great. And that's like 5,000 people.
Oh, we were supposed to. We were supposed to go to Chaotix one day.
I'll pull you up. Yeah, me and CT are cool. We're really cool. But yeah, I gotta get you up there because people will come to your channel because you are. The thing with you says Jeff, what you have is very unique. Like, so I'm the resident Italian guy. He's like, oh, look. He said Mike is looking extra Italian today. That's what he said. And but like, if you can get on a panel that's going to have 3,000 or 4,000, 5,000 people watching, shoot, man, if you can get another couple hundred people to come watch your channel and maybe a third of them subscribe, you got another 100 people to subscribe. So you have to kind of go into there, but
well, yeah,
yeah.
I would benefit from visiting more panels. It's just
Yeah.
Chaotic Truth, Angeline.
He's excellent. Chaotic is great. If you go to CT's, if you can get on, because CT is very selective who he lets on, but if he lets you on,
I think he'd let me on. Well, if he's gonna let that old racist in the Zorro mask on, he could surely let me on.
Well, remember, the one thing about CT is the ultimate master. He's a master of YouTube. So he lets certain people on that will bring something to the argument. Like me, I'm the educated Italian guy. I'm the token Italian guy. So you would be the token. Now I'm telling you, he's like, Mike looks extra Italian today.
Are you the token educated guy?
Yes. I'm the token well-spoken Italian guy. But I will mix it up. Dude, I'll get dirty. I'll talk ghetto. I don't care. I grew up in New York. I don't give a shit. I'll get all nasty up in there. I was calling people fools and stuff. Oh, it's a balance. So Jeff,
I get up there and
learn
act
from.
black.
No. Learn from channels that can watch up and down ratings. And then when to flip the switch to, all right, I want drama. I want good conversation. They know how to do that. I got you.
Organic.
But people will use me me in particular as their content. So like I'm not Jeff, I'm not lying, but they'll use me. Like they'll make videos of
Oh
me from
yeah,
3 years
they
ago.
I'm the content of like 2 or 3 channels out there.
I know.
All
Jeff,
they do
you
is
are blessed
restream
because
me.
I don't care who's listening. I love Jeff. I'm always pro Jeff. You've never heard me say a negative word about you or your channel. I'm always like, I love Jeff. Jeff's the man. Come over to Jeff. So I've always promoted you because you've always been very cool to me. That's why. It's not because you give me anything or anything like that. Like apparently we're in love and we're getting married and all this other shit. They can think whatever they want to think. But the bottom line is
What a
that I
dumb thing
respect
to
you. You
think.
love having me on, and it is what it is. It is what it is. And
Yeah, Mike and I'll get
apparently,
married,
the
y'all.
one guy who
Watch, we're gonna stream the wedding. Who would
listen,
think
everyone
that? That's
listening,
just so stupid.
I don't have enough money. If I was a rich guy, Jeff might think so. He maybe, but there was the guy that made the videos about you with the arrows. He was attacking me on another panel tonight out of nowhere. So what I'm trying to say, Jeff, is that when they run out of content, they have to rehash old
Oh,
stuff.
they go back. They go tap the
They
same
go back to
barrels
stuff
over
from
and
2 or 3 years ago, just like other people do. But it's okay. It's cool, dude. Like I said, I have my core group of friends. I know you may not get along with Banana, but like me and him are cool. It's like a love-hate
I don't. I
relationship.
just don't care for. It's not that I don't get along because I don't even
Totally
interact with them.
cool.
It's
I
just
am
not
not.
somebody I would even try to hang out with.
Dude,
But
I'm
I don't
not.
care who else does. Like I don't
Dude,
care
I'm
who
not
hangs out.
tooting. I'm not tooting any horns, Jeff. All I'm trying to say is that I went up there. We had a good time. Someone attacked me. Try to attack me about you. I'll defend you. Whatever. All I'm trying to say is that I troll certain channels, but I've never trolled your channel. I've always been myself, my true self. I'll troll. Excuse me. I'll troll people that come up, but I'll never troll you because I appreciate you. But the thing is that
I'm not worried about
no,
anyone.
you don't have to worry, Jeff. That's not even it's not even a thought in your mind because you know me. I come up, we laugh, and we have a good time. But I think that, and you'll learn this as you continue because you're growing, bro. Bro, when I met you, I saw a video of me and you 6 months ago. Okay. And we're like, Jeff, we got to get you to 500. We got to get you to 500. And then people were attacking me. And you're like, look, Mike's cool with me. We have good conversations. If you don't like my channel, F off. That's what you said. This is like 6 months ago. And look at you, you're 800. What I'm trying to say is that, Jeff, you've never veered away from your belief. And I appreciate that. I'm not kissing your tail. Jeff cannot be bought with cheap,
No, I know what I'm
freaking.
here to do. That's
That's
why
it.
I'm not
I know, but you're one of the
confused about
rare
that.
people
I'm not
that.
going to let somebody
Yeah,
take me off the course that I set for this channel.
but people will. They'll try.
Well, they try, or they
And
used to
now,
try.
Jeff, I swear to God, if you continue and we come on and me and other people come on, dude, you'll get to the 1,000 mark.
Well, let's go to
Once you get to
let's
the
go to chaotics. Let's go on like a panel tour one day, like one week. We could do
1,000 is
different
going to be
panels each
you
day.
made it. 1,000 people, you made it.
Yeah, that's my goal. That was my Twitter goal too. It took me years to get to 1,000, and now that I made it, I don't even pay attention to the number anymore. I just have to hit that 1,000. Oh, did he go or did I go? Sometimes it's my connection. But he was having connection issues earlier. Now he's just sitting there spinning. Spinning into the void. Oh, it is him? Okay.
Yeah, so we got to get you on chaos.
Your
We got a
connection's
messy
going out.
sweet spot. I haven't talked.
Who? What's the other one? Oh, Mike, your connection froze.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No, no, it's freezing.
Is that better?
So far it is.
Is
Yeah,
that better? Is it? All right.
yeah. So
We
far,
got to get just chaotic, and there's another one called messy sweet spot, and then it's
messy sweet spot. That's
messy sweet
why
spot.
haven't I already been on
Dude,
that one? Let's see.
she has 600 to 800 people watching nightly.
Oh, she's a female. Let's see.
800. Yeah, she's a oh well if you say that, but
Let's check the messy sweet spot.
yeah, she's awesome. Gigi, she's
Is
awesome,
she
dude.
like a
She talks
girl
about
wearing a
urban
crown?
stuff. Yeah, urban stuff, and yeah, I've been on there
Urban.
many times. Yeah,
I know
dude,
what that's
she's
code for. People that
yeah,
like fried chicken.
but dude, she's awesome. And she busts out the fan. She starts doing the fan and shit.
The
So
fan.
like
Oh, like the church fan.
yeah, you having the Creole and the sassiness, you'd fit right in. You'd be the token gay white
And
guy.
is she good with you? Like
Yeah.
she lets you on? Like she would?
Oh, dude, she's
You're like
awesome. I'm on there.
you're.
She's Mike, what you think? You know, I started talking and stuff. Yeah, she's great, dude.
Oh,
She's
I can't wait. I want
awesome.
to. Oh, you're quite the door opener.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And the thing is that like with me, it's like people, people, Jeff, people hate me, but other people love me. It's the weirdest thing. And the people that hate me miss me when I'm gone, right?
Hmm.
They're like, oh, where's he at?
Well, they
So I
hate you
think
enough to follow you all over the internet, put trackers on you so they'll know when and where you're on, make
that's
videos
right.
about you, and create entire Discord so they could talk about you for
It's
24 hours a day.
crazy. It's crazy. So Jeff, let's get you going. But I think you'd be a big hit with the urban sector. I think you'd be a
I
big
know.
hit. I think you
I
would.
know I would. I've been a big
People,
hit with the urban
people are
sector my whole life. I love my
people are
people.
convinced. People are convinced that I am gay. It's the funniest. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I
But I mean,
never
I
understood that.
appreciate it.
Yeah, you don't ping my
Yeah.
gator at all.
Well, the
I
reason
think it's
being,
just
Jeff, is
one like
because
they try to like find everything to throw at you that they can, and I think that's one of them.
yes, and it shows their insecurity because anybody of that persuasion is family to me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't. But it's just like they try, like you're going to rebel against it. Like an alpha male is supposed to hate that, right? This was no, man. I'm just like, hey, I appreciate it, but no, I'm not. But hey, I appreciate it, and then now they have nothing to fight you on because you're not fighting them on the issue. But it is kind of funny. But no, you're growing, Jeff. I have to be honest, and if you disagree, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me if you disagree. When I first met you, you weren't struggling, but you were stuck at a certain plateau that
I
you
feel
were
like I'm always
comfortable with.
stuck at the plateau.
No, when I first met you, this is over a year ago. This is when I first met you, and I said, Jeff, I guarantee you, people will follow. And then, bro, you are at 800 people. Okay, you are better than a lot of these channels up on YouTube. You're at 800 people. If we get you to 1,000, you are a player in this platform. You think I'm joking with you, Jeff? 1,000 people, dude, you have made it. You have made it, and you are right there. We will push you to that. And I'm telling you, we as in people
Look
that
out,
care
Dr.
about you,
Todd Grande.
dude, I'm telling you, people will go from 1,000 to 5,000 out of nowhere. It's getting your personality out there. People like Messy Sweet Spot. People like Chaotic Truth. People like that, where they have, 300 people watching. Okay, Jeff, at your best stream, and you do a great job, right? You'll have 25 people watching, right? 30, right? And that's great.
During
But
the peak
imagine
drama
having,
days, I was up to
yes,
like 70 something at some point.
okay.
When
But
all the
Jeff,
trolls used to
imagine
come
having,
and all that,
yes, but
it would go
Jeff,
that high.
imagine having 3 to 400 people watching.
I
You
can't. It
get
can't be.
10% of that.
It
You
can't
get
be so
30 to
many that
40.
I can't watch the chat. It has to be manageable. Like 60 was a good
Yes.
manageable number.
Yep.
But
Right.
some
If you
channels have
get to
so
the
many
point
people
where
you
you're
can't
getting
even
really,
see the
really
chat
high,
because it goes so fast.
you got it. You got it. Like Messi, like Gigi, Messi Sweet Spot. She has 700 people. 700 people in chat.
Viewers.
It's like, whoa. Yeah. It's like, holy crap. So you're at 800. I think. Yeah, no, she's right. She's completely right. And I've brought people to your channel, good and bad. Crappy people and good people. But Jeff, you're growing off of your message, and I'm proud of you, man. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic.
I
I
love
see.
my community. I love the people that are here now. Like I don't necessarily
Yeah.
need more than what's here, but I think I could do more
Mhm.
with the channel and the community if it were larger. So it's not that I'm like looking
Yes.
for I don't for other people than is here now. Hey, Axel,
Yeah.
because I'm perfectly happy.
We'll
If I
get
never got
together.
another, and these are the only people that ever came back, could stream the rest of my life and be happy. I just think that
You
there's
have to.
more potential that
Yeah.
I could actualize if I grew.
Jeff, I'm telling you right now, you need to get out of your comfort zone and not be afraid to go into different sectors, because I think that people that will meet you and come across you, you're very infectious. Jeff, you're an
I'm not
infectious
afraid. It's
person.
not fear. It's finding the
I
right
know, but
sectors to go into. Because I'm not
mhm.
looking for the drama sectors. I'm not looking for the flat Earth sectors or anything.
Sure,
I'm
sure,
looking for mental health sectors,
sure.
neurodivergence, men's issue, those kind of sectors, and I just can't
Yeah.
seem to find them. That's the only issue. It's
I
not
think
fear.
I think if you go to the right forums, Jeff, you'll be at 1,000 in no time. That's just what I believe. I believe
Yeah,
that
I
you
think
went
that's a
from
good
what?
idea. We should go panel hop one day.
Yeah, yeah, no
You
doubt.
can
We'll do it. We'll
introduce
do
me
it,
to all your
Jeff.
friends.
We'll do it. This is
Look
Jeff.
what
This
I
is my
found.
friend. He's a sassy gay Satanist, and he'll gore you with his dude. The women will eat, bro. The women
He'll
will
gore
eat
you
you
and
up. They're
bore
like,
you.
dude, the women will eat you up, bro. I'm telling you, what a woman wants, a strong woman wants a man for his opinion and not to be creepy. That's what a woman wants on YouTube. So, no doubt.
Empathy,
That's it. Oh, hey,
which
what
I'm
you
not
do behind
gonna
scenes, Jeff, is
provide.
none of my business. That's it. It's none of my business. But no, man, I'm gonna jump down. But no, man, I appreciate you. I love coming up. I don't go to many panels, Jeff. I'm very selective. I used to be a panel whore. I used to go to panels all over the place. But I noticed that the more that I give people, they don't appreciate it. So I know you appreciate it. So
Oh, I very much do. I'm honored to be one of your
yeah,
panels of choice.
very few. I think it's like less than 5. It's like 3 or 4 panels. That's
Wow.
it. And
Wonder what it
going to
is.
Bananas was very rare. I haven't been on Bananas panel in 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 months. So, yeah. But
Yeah, I
I will
forgot all
definitely. Are you
about
gonna
it.
Yeah. Are you gonna wind down?
If I don't get any more guests, I will, I guess. But
Well, I will. I'm gonna
we've
drop
had
down.
this is
Yeah.
what we had quite a night. I would love more streams like this.
Sure. So, what?
I feel
It's very.
I like to go deep, and I feel like we were
Yeah.
just finally starting to peel off
I
some of
bet you
those
do,
layers.
Jeff. I bet you like to go deep. You sassy bastard, you.
Oh,
But no.
we have someone that wants to say
It's
hi.
yeah. It's Oh, is it Helena? Is that
It's
my
Helena.
future wife? My future wife, Helena. Did you know that Helena, she sent me an engagement ring, but it wasn't enough carats? I was
Oh,
like, look, Helena, I appreciate
it wasn't.
I
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
really.
you. Yeah. But
I'm
Helena,
embarrassed.
Helena, I'm very high class. I expect more, but
Hmm.
I appreciate the effort. No, I'm Helena, I'm joking. I'm joking. Any man who got a ring from Helena would be blessed. Would be blessed.
Yeah, I think so too.
But Helena, the thing with Helena is that she likes really edgy drummers, right? You like drummers. That's the problem.
No, I just said one time I dated a drummer.
I know. It's the only thing I could pick
Yeah,
up on. That's all. It's the only ammo I have on you. Don't chop me down for the only little tidbit I have on
it's
Helena.
okay.
No, it's
It's
all
I
good.
okay.
think
How are you?
Nick Volt might have stopped by with. I know I was on a panel with him before, and I think he might have stopped by at some point,
Yeah.
but I don't quite
Hmm.
remember.
Well, you don't want that
But I
guy.
know who Nick is. We got along great. Like we're very
Well, that's
similar in worldview.
that's not good. That's not
Oh.
good. Yeah, that's
Well,
someone
all we
who.
like it was we come from
Yeah,
similar philosophical orientations. And
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's someone who
Yeah.
I
put
don't.
my. That's someone who put my children and my grandson's picture online.
What? Oh
Yes.
my God. Yeah, I didn't know all that about him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not
you
gonna
mean
dox
he
him.
follows you and he harasses you? Is that what you mean?
Helena, he went into my Facebook and took my grandson's pictures and my underage son's pictures and put them at his avatar online.
What?
To troll.
Yes.
What?
Yes. My underage grandson and my underage son and put them as his avatars online. There's no reason for that.
No, there's no reason for that. Thank
Yeah,
God I'm not on
there is.
Facebook anymore.
Yeah. So, and Mr. B, and Jeff, I know that you have a wrench with him. I'm going to leave it there. That is a person that is not your friend, Jeff. But Jeff,
Who,
you do
Mr.
whatever
B
you
or
want.
Nick Volt?
Yes, you do. You do whatever you want, Jeff. It's not a person that has your best interest in heart.
Oh,
But
what?
listen, no, Nick Volt. I'm not going to drop his real name. Put a picture of my grandson
Oh, I
who
thought
was
that
eight.
was his real name. Sorry.
Who was 8? No, it's not his real name. Who was 8 years old as his avatar, and put it all over YouTube. My grandson as his avatar, and said, "Whoops, it was a mistake," and then laughed about it, and then contacted my ex-wife's work.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
That's
So
insane.
that's why he doesn't.
Okay,
That's why
so
he doesn't.
what was
Yeah.
what was the what was their beef? It was like, oh,
Sure.
you have more personality than me, so I'm mad at you?
The
Is that
Sure. Yeah. The beef was I left a channel where he was a part of, and I wanted nothing to do with him. And I told him to don't talk about me. I won't talk about you. And then he put pictures of my and that is the truth.
yeah.
Of my grandson and my underage son online as avatars, and called my son a fat fuck and he said my son was gay and had sex with my daughter. That's what Nick
That
Bolt
makes
said
no
online.
sense.
That's what he said online.
Well, he's an idiot. Who would even listen to
Hmm.
somebody like that?
So I easily with my clearance, found out his real name and where he worked, and someone else took care of it. And he hasn't been online since, because he used to panel up every single night, and he hasn't been on panel for over 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Your clearance?
Yeah, my clearance.
Oh. Oh, okay. All right. So you're in Virginia. So are you? Well, you can't tell me that, can you? Okay, never mind.
I'm a contractor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a contractor.
Yeah.
But when you put pictures of my children and my grandson, then it's fair game. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
But it's okay. But go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, nothing. Somebody did something to me. I can't comment on some YouTube channels now, and I didn't do anything. So I don't know if I don't know what's happening. It's not all channels, but yeah, I'm getting the floating box, that
Mhm.
says, "Oh, you might be a danger. I didn't do anything."
What? How does that?
It,
Is that the thing that happened to Ninja a while back?
yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Uh,
Ninja. So is there two dots above the box?
oh God, I couldn't tell you now, but it's like, okay, this is sudden. What the hell is happening? And it's not all the channels, but it's like, why?
Is it
Why?
set by the channel owner, or is it something YouTube decides?
Hmm.
Maybe. Uh, um, I don't know. Maybe sometimes they do that to when people talk about shadow banning,
Hmm.
maybe sometimes YouTube, they'll do that so people's numbers don't get too high because I didn't do anything. I
Helena
didn't.
the
Sure.
Danger.
All right.
You
So.
might be a danger.
Mhm. So this is the thing. This is the thing. So real quick, I've been on. So I am a. Ah, shit. How do I say this without sounding like an asshole? Helena, you've only known me for a short amount of time.
Uh-huh.
Jeff has known me for much longer. I am a very, very polarizing figure on YouTube. I am, and I have a channel, but I don't have any info. And people come after me, try to come after my family, and I'm able
Uh-huh.
to get certain programs to find out who the people are that go after you. So
Oh.
what they do is I warned you, Jeff. I warned you a while ago. I was like, Jeff, remember, you're going to grow, but there's people going to come after you. And
Hmm.
then Jeff was like, yeah, whatever. And then all of a sudden, Jeff went from 430 or 440 to like 800 or 780 or 790 within like a month and a half. He's Jeff's like, holy shit, I just blew up out of nowhere. But with all of that comes all of the negativity. And that's when Jeff was like
Yeah.
all the arrow pictures and all this other stuff. Because Helena, once you become a popular figure, they want to chop
Uh-huh.
you down. Because these people that want to chop you will never come on panel. They'll never come on stream because they're usually old. I'm sorry to say this, nothing against disabled people, usually
Hmm.
older disabled or older handicapped or mentally ill people. They can
Yeah.
never come up on panel and speak to me, Jeff, or Helena like a normal person. Hey, listen, Jeff, I got a problem with you. Let's hash it out. Helena, I don't like what you said the other day. Let's talk about it, right? That's like grown folk. But these people will hide behind the scenes and make crappy videos and
Yeah.
avatars about us that don't even make any sense. So, Helena, the long story short, I'll cut it short, is that once they see people doing well, they get jealous. Does that make sense?
Sure. I don't even have a channel though.
Yeah. You don't have to. Helena, you're a polarizing figure. You
What?
like Jeff.
What's
Jeff is a leading
everybody
figure.
likes Helena, as far as I know.
Helena, do you realize the shit that me and Jeff get for being friends? We're not even
No,
allowed to be friends in their eyes.
But I
It's the
don't
that's
care about
insane.
those people. Like, they don't stop me from being. They don't pick my friends.
But Jeff,
That's
why are
insane.
they so concerned about me and your friendship?
I have no idea.
Who
They're
Yeah,
gives a
that's a good
shit?
question. That's a good question. Why?
Okay? I'm a Roman Catholic Italian who likes a freaking Satanist that wears antlers. Okay?
Okay.
there we go.
Okay.
We're
Maybe we are getting
friends.
there.
He's a
Like
handsome
the
bastard for 55. He's the most handsome 55-year-old I've ever seen. Doesn't make me gay. I'm just saying the guy looks great. You know,
all right.
the guy wears sweet lumberjack shirts. It is but what I'm trying to say is that they want to hate Helena. Anything that we build, they want to break down. That's all. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, nothing. No, I was just listening. I'm a good listener, and that was interesting. All you have to say, you have some insight that I don't have because some of this seems, I don't, sometimes it seems random, but then it's like, don't be silly. This can't be random. Um, did you say earlier, or maybe somebody in chat said it, something about trackers?
Oh
Like
yeah, they
they'll track you?
in Discord they can put put a thing on that shows when you're on a panel or a YouTube channel, and they put one on Mike, and then every time he shows up on a panel, they tell each other in Discord, and they all show up on that channel.
Wow.
Because every
Well,
time
you know,
Mike used to come on this show, my numbers would shoot up from all the
yeah,
trolls showing up to
yeah,
watch him and harass him.
yeah.
So Helena, me, you, and
Yes,
Jeff
Mike.
have a degree. Me, you, and Jeff have degrees. Okay, so we are educated. So when I went on Chaotix early, I went on, and Helena, you would be awesome on CTs, Chaotic Truth. You'd be awesome. He loves smart women. He loves it, and he doesn't make women cam up. I'm just saying, you'd be great up there, and you can drop Jeff's channel when you go up there. But
Oh, yeah. If you could post that in Jeff's chat so that I can
Chaotic
remember it.
Truth, yeah. Oh, you would, Helena,
We're
you
gonna
would
go panel
rock it.
hopping one day.
You would rock it up there. You
Be
would
like a
kick
night
their
at the
tails.
Roxbury.
So I'm on there, and then CT goes, man, Cerrone looks extra Italian tonight. He looks amazing. I'm like, what's up? Because they love Italians. But I swear to God, he said that. But he's like, he looks extra Italian tonight. I was like, wow. But it's crazy that people will obsess. Jeff said this, and I totally understand. Even Banana said, other people said it. It's like, you know that you've made it, and people are obsessed with you when they make 3 to 5 channels dedicated to one person. Like,
That's
for someone,
insane.
Helena, there are entire channels dedicated to me. Like, I'm nobody. I'm just some dude on YouTube. Like, it is crazy. Kane Catharsis and Angel Newfound Cigarettes. They have entire streams. Helena, they have 3 and 4 hour streams showing videos of me. Who am I? Like I'm not even that important.
Yeah,
You know,
okay. Yeah, that's
Helena,
that's just insane. Yeah.
it's an unhealthy obsession. People will fixate on people that they want to be. So people will assimilate and want to be like that person. I want to be more like Jeff. I want to rock antlers. I want to wear sweet lumberjack
Just
shirts.
rock.
I want to live in
You can do
Washington
all that.
State.
I'm easy.
You
If people are
know,
looking to be me, that's easy.
but the one
There's
thing I
not a
can't
high
do,
bar to entry.
well, the one thing I can't do is I can't be a flaming Satanist gay man. I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, Jeff, I'm 0 on the gaydar, 0. Jeff wants me to turn. I can't do it. No, but
No,
the thing is
I don't
that
want people that are not gay to turn gay. That would be
Helena,
weird.
the great thing about Jeff's platform is that people can come from all different walks of life, all different kinds of nationalities, what they believe in, their sexual proclivity. Anybody can come here and
We
talk
do DEI
respectfully,
right here.
as a human being. And that's what I love about Jeff. That's what attracts me about Jeff, is he has a channel that is very different than everyone else's. Everyone is welcome as long as you're respectful, right, Jeff? As long as you're respectful, everyone
Well,
is
it's like
welcome.
that lady at the town hall video, Leslie. You just can't disrupt the experience of
Mm.
everybody. But
Yo,
outside of that, and
Jeff, you
Helena,
saw
how are
me.
you? What's up with you? What's going on with you?
Oh, oh, man, trouble, but it's okay.
Uh-oh. Is it that guy?
Um, I just stopped talking to them. I don't, when somebody gets weird on me, I don't text them or anything because for all I know,
Yeah, I don't either.
yeah, they'll show. It's like, look at this, So I'm like, okay, what do they call it? Ghosting or whatever. Yeah, so I'm just laying low. I'm laying low.
Or is it you talking about the guy in your building or neighborhood or whatever?
Yeah, we have separate buildings on the same property. He laid off. I'm really good at going radio silence. I'm good at that. And so I did. Yeah. And one other thing, I don't want to say it. So I'll just let it hang in the air like a mystery. But other than that, yeah, everything's fine. Thanks for asking. Most people don't ask me how I'm doing.
Helena,
All these people
Helena,
coming up and hanging mysteries in the air tonight.
yeah. Well, I think Jeff will agree. I think dating in our age is more complicated because it's not as simple as it used to be. Remember when we were in our 20s or
Yeah.
30s? It was simple. It's simple to
It's
date,
it's
whatever.
still simple if you meet the right person. That's the hard part about it, is meeting the person that is going to be simple with.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, I think as we get older, we have more of a bullshit filter. Like we know when something
Oh,
is
it's
bullshit.
really hard.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
know more what we want and don't want too. So there's
Yeah.
less time. Like, what, you don't have to spend a lot of time with the person to know that, oh no, it's not what I'm looking for.
So
Well, somebody
Helena,
told
if
me.
yeah,
Somebody told me they said, I don't appreciate you being my sounding board. And this is a person who interrupts me constantly. And for 2 days, I was totally gaslighted and I was having anxiety dreams. And it's like, listening is something I'm really good at. You couldn't listen to me. If I'm saying something that's the way I trust you. So if I'm telling you something, it means I trust you, because I usually hold everything in. And that was really kind of shitty. But yeah, I'm Gen X and I'm too old for this shit.
This is the same
Well,
person from the other night that you were talking about.
No, it's another person. Yeah, I made a friend of them, and yeah, they said, yeah, I don't want to. Basically, I don't want to hear you complain about anything anymore.
But y'all haven't resolved it yet?
No, we probably won't either.
Oh my God, that's such.
I know.
I
That
don't
that
know.
was really hurtful, because I told you a little bit about my childhood. It's like they always were telling me to shut up. Oh, what's wrong now? And it's like, I've been quiet for like hours, and if I need something, I don't know. It's all a big circle to me. It's a full circle to me. So that hurt. Yeah.
Well, Helena, the thing is that, like, when dating is so, like, us Gen Xers, because me, you, and Jeff are all Gen Xers, right?
Yeah.
So we expect more from our mate or for the people we're dating, because we expect that same person to be as knowledgeable as us. But remember, some Gen Xers aren't as smart as us. They haven't been through the same things as us. So even though we're all Gen Xers, as the person possibly, allegedly, that you're dating, maybe didn't have the same experience.
I hate seeing Gen Xers fight like this.
But Helena,
I understand it too.
Helena, you seem almost impossible to date because you seem a little bit too smart for your own good. And you seem
Why
a
would
little bit.
Why would that
Yeah.
make it impossible to date?
Because she can see through bullshit better than most
Right, but that's a
people.
good thing. Like, otherwise she'd end
No!
up dating bullshit. It keeps her from
It's
dating
not good,
bullshit.
Jeff. It's not good because most men are stupid. Most men are dumb. So Helena sees through the BS and she's like, all right, I can smell what you're cooking and I'm not dealing with it. So I think what I'm trying to say is that, and I could be wrong, Helena, tell me if I'm wrong. I just think some women are more astute to figuring out our games. Because, Jeff, we're men. We play games to get what we want, Jeff. We want what we want. And I think some women are more. Oh, Jeff, you lying son of a bitch.
I don't
Jeff,
play
you
games to get what I want.
you,
I would
you
probably have more if I knew how to play games to get it.
Shit. Helena, Jeff will be pimping dudes out in no time. Jeff is a master of diversion. I don't care what you
Why am I
say.
stuck at 800 subs then?
Jeff, you're 55 years old and look like you're 30, okay? You wear a sweet thermal and you have antlers on. Jeff, you could be like a pimp right now. I don't want to hear your shit, Jeff, all right? You're like a pimp.
But I'm
That's
not
all I'm trying to
dumb,
say.
don't lie. Hey,
Yeah.
Red, what's up?
And Jeff, that's a compliment. You look fantastic for your age. Fantastic.
Well, that'll go away soon enough, I'm sure.
Oh, don't say that.
Ren, salute. And Helena, You know,
Yeah.
it's hard. It's hard being, you know, our age and getting through, you know, all of the craziness in dating. But you'll figure it out. You know, you're a smart lady. You'll
Oh,
figure.
yeah, it'll be okay. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Are you in
You
a
know, and
hamburger
Ren,
shop or is that your
you know,
house?
and the whole thing with Ren is that if somebody doesn't, you know, agree to her, she just beats them with a, like, you know, like a wet noodle. She just beat. Ren, tell me the truth. You beat people, don't you? Just be honest. Be honest.
It's usually, consensual. But
She's she's the
Ren.
what is it? The most powerful woman in the world. What was your title?
I'm the world champion of destruction.
All
Yeah,
right.
she's the
So
most
Ren, are you
destructive woman in the
right?
world.
So Ren, are you the hottest dominatrix on YouTube? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Don't have no. I could be,
I'm
but
pleading the
I
fifth.
I don't
I'm
need to.
pleading the fifth. I
She
love it. I
breaks
love
she
it.
breaks concrete
Well,
with her
we all
hand.
have nicknames, don't we?
The,
You know
the
what?
people that like to be abused with
Right.
deceit. I could, if I had to, like if I was desperate, I could make buck doing that.
Right. So Ren, your smile is extremely devious, and I'm terrified right now. So please go ahead.
We have someone in the back. Can you flash your cam real quick so I can make sure you're the right person?
Also, that's just the coffee nook. We just have a hamburger sign there. So
Oh,
Okay, I got
there's
you.
like a light up coffee sign, but it's not
We
turned
got
on yet.
Cy joining us from the UK.
Ren, where are you? Are you in Washington? Where are you?
No, I'm
Yeah,
like
A
geographically
disclose,
Washington,
a
I'm
disclosed location. Yeah.
in New Mexico generally.
New Mexico. Holy crap! You're out in the desert. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I only go to
nice,
Washington to
nice to meet you,
argue
fellas.
with people and explain to them how gun rights are women's rights and things like that.
Well,
Oh,
Ren,
you do come here for that?
I DC, yeah.
Oh, DC.
Ren,
Okay.
what's the best thing about New Mexico? What's the best thing about the state you live in? What do you say is the shining star of where you
And
live?
welcome, Cy.
It's
Cy,
Thank you.
salute.
relatively low population density.
Oh,
Being left alone, like there's that, like it's sort of out of the way. Like it's a good place to
I'm
you can kind
sorry.
of hide away
I'm
and be
sorry
left alone.
about the
right.
last.
Oh, I remember.
There are
You
no
said
good
you
things
were.
about the state government though. It's horrible. Like
Oh,
it's just mostly avoidable,
And
What's
or else
up,
I'd have to move.
Cy's trying to get in. What's up, Cy?
I'm just saying it's nice to meet all you fellas, and we'll have a chat hopefully.
Oh yeah, it's been a wild night. You're just panel hopping.
Hello, Governor.
No, I'm not.
You're coming in kind of low.
I
no,
came in with the owner of the room, or I think it was the owner. I went on live with you. You probably don't remember me, but we did do a few
Yeah,
lives.
yeah, I remember you from the UK. You farmer,
I mean, did do
former
anything.
farmer.
I don't know the background, what you're talking about, so I'll shut up.
We're all figuring it out as we go. I don't. It's you just kind of roll
Oh,
with it tonight.
Jeff, it's a part. Jeff was gonna wind down. Now it's a party, Jeff. Now it's a party.
Oh, Jeff, sorry about that.
No, I don't. I don't mind. This is. I wanted. I said I would do a longer stream tonight for as long
Ren,
as people want to go.
Ren, are you close to Dulce? Is it Dulce? The Indian reservation?
I'm not close to any of the reservations.
Okay,
It's
okay.
French.
It's a big state. I'm more south and east. I'm on the high plains, so
Gotcha.
yeah, no whiskey paddock.
Cy, what's up? Cy, where are you at? Are you in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, United Kingdom. Right, that's a good name. No, I'm little old place, little old place, the UK. It's
All I heard is all I heard is a bunch of
You're,
gibberish, and I
You're
heard fish
coming
and
in low.
chips.
So your microphone is coming in
yeah,
really
your
low.
audio, it's going in and out. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I'll jump out and I'll come back in. Right?
Okay, try that.
Yeah.
Helena, beat him. Beat
Yeah.
him with a rubber
You
whip.
want me to beat him?
Beat him.
I'll beat him with a wand. Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah, he's
I'm
one of the
next.
Brits that followed Bricky in here one day.
Jeff has the
Bricky showed up on
drunken
my channel,
Brits.
and then all these Brits were hanging out here for weeks
Jeff,
after.
you had Plastic African up, and all of a sudden there was like 15 drunken British guys came up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Where's Plastic? What's up with him? I haven't seen him in a few days.
And then Ren was like, I beat them all with a whip one time. She's very
Beat him with a
devious.
hand.
Be very careful.
I mean, to
Oh
be
yeah.
fair, I don't usually need weapons.
Yeah, really. I just need words, really. I'm being really
Ren,
nice now, but
Ren,
I could
I'm
turn you to
moving to New
shreds with
Mexico
words.
like tomorrow. I'm moving to New Mexico tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the fact that I am, I don't have to use it, but I am handy with a whip, is it,
Damn. Ren, don't
I'm like
disclose too much information.
I'm like Quigley, Quigley with a whip. It's like I don't usually have much use for one, but
Ren,
But-
Ren is a new Marvel superhero. She's a new
Sai, how's your mic now?
Is it any better?
Yeah, it is.
Hello, Governor.
So I don't know what this super weapon the lady in the middle uses, but I'm interested to know what this super weapon is.
Well, the super weapon is Ren's whip. That's a new super weapon.
No, I was just
to
going to say
be
the super
clear.
weapon is D, but I do have some accessories.
Kinky room. So I thought I was gonna find some nice Canadians with some nice Americans. Now it's like the kinky room again. It's gonna be a link here, isn't it? To go to buy
No, this isn't.
Well,
your
yeah.
head's going the wrong direction. Like, no, I just actually fight things for fun.
She's
Just
the world's
regular
most
role fighting
destructive woman. She won worldwide championships.
and a punch cattle.
She punches
Yeah,
cows and she
yeah,
breaks concrete with her bare hands.
Right.
Yes,
So
I
the
believe
bottom line, the bottom line is that Ren needs men for food and protein. Other than that, there's no use for men whatsoever. That's it.
Are you calling me a cannibal?
the bottom line.
Because my second sport is shooting. So like,
That's it.
Shooting? Yeah.
I can do my own hunting and gutting. Like
Yeah, Ren, you should be banned from every platform in the world. You are a maniac and you create chaos, Ren. But we love it.
I do
We
my
love
best.
it. Don't ever. If you change, I'll leave YouTube. If you change, that's it. Go ahead.
That's almost tempting, but no.
I fucking love Ren. Right, yeah. So what we do then, we need to go and raid all these pussy camps, take all their food, all their weapons, and then we just go home.
I got most of that
Okay.
except for pussy.
Yes. I caught half of what Cy said, but the bottom line is that I think he said, "Hello, Governor. Would you like some fish and chips?" Is that what you said, Cy?
Yeah, basically, but I've got a 40% tariff on me fish at the moment, so it's going to be very.
I heard raiding. That was all that my brain processed, but sounds like fun.
Yeah,
So,
your
you
mic
know,
is still kind of. It's not
the
as
bottom-
bad as before, but it's
the
dropping
bottom
some
line.
words.
The bottom line is you have me and Helena on here. We're both Sicilians, so we will take over the panel at any moment. Okay, Jeff? Just so you know, the Sicilians will take over. Just so
They
you know.
already are, at least one of them. The other one's
If you want
hardly
us to.
said a word. Got to say a word.
The trouble with Sicilians is they're always irate and they make mistakes.
Oh. Well, I was also born in the Midwest. Yeah, so I know how to temper things. But yeah, Ren, hey, you know what? I don't have a gun. I think I'd like to get one.
Oh.
Okay. It's always a good
Yeah,
move.
and yeah, now I did take knife throwing classes for kicks. It was a birthday gift from one of my friends. She took me to a knife throwing class. That was fun.
So,
Throwing
yeah.
knives are handy because they're nice and thick, and so you can actually like use them as like pry bars. Like everyone should have a good throwing knife in their like toolkit. And then when you're bored, you can just go find a stump and you can throw the knife at it. It's
Exactly. Yes, and it relieves tension and stress, and so I kind of enjoy the knife throwing. But I never owned a gun. I don't even know how to go. But I don't know. I think about it sometimes. Yeah.
Who
all right. Well, the easy answer, just if you actually want an answer, is a probably like a Glock 19. That is like the that's
A
an
Glock
easy
19?
that's an easy universal kind of starter gun,
So-
especially and it's small enough that it can be concealed if needed, but it's big enough you can get a handle on it. Like it's not like a 2-finger gun.
Ren, you said a Glock is not a starter gun. Ren, I've had guns my whole life. A Glock is like high level, but no, you're right.
Yeah, but
Ren,
it's easy to clean. They will shoot even when they're broken. Like you
forget the gun. You might say you have to throw the knife at somebody.
if somebody wants to get more specific about details, I can narrow. But my universal sort of like no information first gun sort of recommendation is like a Glock 19.
Ren, I have a 17. I have a 17, a 22, and a 17, a 22, and a 26. I have 3 Glocks. Yeah, Glocks are the way to go.
27.
I have a 26, a 17, a Gen 2 17, the old school 17, and then I have a 17. I have a 22, which is a 40 cal, and then I have a 26, which is a compact 9. So I have 2 9s, and I have a 40 cal.
40. Yeah, I've got a 22, and then I've got a 35 and a 34.
Awesome. Glock.
I want the 10 millimeter. That's the one that I don't have that I would like. And I would like one of the what is it, like the 30 because the super compact 9s, like that would just be a nice addition to my, but yeah, I've got 2 Glocks.
Yeah, Ren, I
Wait,
have
let's hear from Sa. He's been trying to get in.
Yeah.
So I've like beat them to death, and I've done the thing where like I've made it work even when like the main pin's broke and stuff like that. So
yeah.
What you guys are
sorry,
on.
side, go for it.
You could go on about Uber dues 25. It's irrelevant to me. It just doesn't exist in the country I am.
It's an American thing.
But the guns, no, it just doesn't exist. We had a couple of bad things happen here 30 years. You cannot own any kind of firearm in Britain. So
I've heard they're going heavier duty after you guys' knives now too.
Nothing to me.
Yeah.
Although I do agree, like you should be able to defend yourself. You shouldn't be able to be a shitbag, but you should be able to be. So
Are you near London? Are you near London?
No,
I mean, don't tell me where you are, but I mean, like in.
You could get. Bar being in Scotland, and I wouldn't go up there with them bastards. But I'm as far as that as we'll ever see. And that will probably narrow it down. But it's not a big secret, I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, people always, they try to make those arguments over here, and like the state I'm in, despite it being the closest thing to the Wild West, it's still it is the Wild West, the state I'm in. But our state government is they're actually pushing a whole bunch of like anti-Second Amendment gunman bills right now. It's very frustrating. But yeah, they make those arguments, and the thing is that one of the simple ones that not on principle but just on practicality that people miss, and it's like. When you start taking away when you take away guns as a self-defense weapon, suddenly you're back in the stronger dominate the weaker, because I've told people like I can train people. I'm a martial artist. Like I can train someone who's as long as they're not like seriously physically disabled, I can take like a small woman and you give me 10 years and I can give her a shot to defend herself against most attackers. You give me the same person and you give me 2 days and I can teach them how to defend themselves against most attackers with a firearm. It is the great equalizer, right? Like it really is,
Every week,
it levels the playing field.
things make them weak. If you haven't got a way to defend yourself, that's you're in a bad position. And whether you agree with guns, we don't get them here. We don't. But um, you 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 just move on. Then you change the narrative. Or I defend myself another way. But
Yeah.
every
But if you're physically weaker, the ways
Yeah.
in which you can effectively defend yourself once you take firearms off the table, that's the point I
Yeah.
always try to make. Is it's like it starts the effectiveness of your alternatives goes downhill, right? Like if you're already say a stout, middle of size and strength, um, male or something, you've got a reasonable chance with other options. But if you're a 5 foot tall, 100-pound woman,
Yeah.
the effectiveness of learning how to use a knife compared to a firearm is the fall off, right? The graph of the effect of your potential ability to actually defend yourself, no matter how much training you have, goes off the cliff, right? Once you take guns off the table, if you're physically
Yeah,
weaker.
Rand, I showed
That's why I say
pictures. I
gun
showed
rights are
pictures.
women's rights.
You're right. I showed pictures to Jeff. This is a while ago. I showed pictures of Jeff when I used to work for the police department. Yeah, I'm like in my mid to late 20s. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'3". I was about 235, 240 pounds, a big guy, but like a lot of officers, they're a lot smaller. So you're right. They have to depend on different. But back when I worked, remember, I'm 50. So when I'm working back in like 1998, 99, 2000, 2001, there was no body cams. There was no tasers. It was a firearm. It was a PR-24. This is back when we had sticks, a PR-24, before the batons. And you had pepper spray and you had 2 pairs of handcuffs. You had to you had to fight people. You had to punch people in the face, like to fight them. Like if people fought you, you either shot them or you pepper sprayed them. But there was no
Oh, you ran
tasers
really
back then.
fast.
Jeff, remember that picture I showed you? How big I
Your
was? I was a
control
big
option
guy.
was hand to hand.
I
Yeah,
remember the one when you were like 17 or something, but I don't remember the
I
big
showed you a
picture.
picture when I was 20. I'll see if I can find. I was like 22, 23 when I used to work for the city. Dude, I was huge, and people would still try to fight me, like physically fight me.
question.
Oh, we have Angeline. Welcome. What's
I'll see if
up?
I can find it. I'll be right back. Angeline, salute. I'll be right back.
Do you think robust police at that time were better or worse than we can say? So, I'm struggling to get in. I know my fucking sound's playing up, and I'm sorry, guys. It's really interesting. Fucking fabulous, yeah.
And I was gonna say, like, I tried taking these self-defense classes once, and they were so retarded. Like, they were good, but they're retarded if you're small, because they try to get you to do things you just can't. They'll be like, okay, you're in this position, get your knee up here, your foot here, and it's like, keep my foot doesn't even reach there. Like, what the heck am I supposed to do? It's so
That's a good
annoying.
point.
And I'm like, they need to make self-defense for like small people or something.
Yeah,
There
how
is
tall are
there is
you?
a difference past a certain point. It's true. Although honestly, like if you know how to do it, if you're sufficiently like smaller and you know how to leverage that, you can leverage that to some advantage. Because it starts getting awkward for the bigger person. You know what you're
Well,
doing.
exactly. That's why they should like teach some of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
How
Taser
tall
it
are
a
you?
little bit. Me?
I'm almost 5'6". How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 5'3".
Oh, okay.
Pretty short. All my kids are all one of them aren't tall as me yet, but
No, well, I'm saying like that, but like when you were talking about it, it's like, yeah, but sometimes small can be small. Every situation you can get out of, long as you can, and you think, oh, I can fucking, even, I think the preparation is even when you think something feels bad, you need to walk away. And then sometimes you hang around for an hour. When it feels bad, you just, I'm going to mosey on my own way and fuck off, you know?
Sure. But Sometimes people want to put their hands on you.
Yep.
Yeah, that. I absolutely do.
Yeah.
And
So, well, sometimes, well, sometimes they see an easy target, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna avoid this fight, but they don't let you. They don't let you. It's like, oh no, I can win this. So
I bet you.
they keep on it.
That is like the
I
number
bet.
one thing to learn, though. If you're aware of that, you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet the last
But-
time shooting.
Yeah, the first lessons of self defense, especially for anyone, but I'm going to say emphasis on it's more critical for women is learning how to avoid the situations, right?
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
awareness.
Get away. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Sure.
being aware. Don't park next to panel vans. Just find another parking space.
What's a panel van?
Like a big van, a big
Like a ring
anonymous
me van?
van.
With the
Yeah,
one with no window? Yeah.
yeah. Just don't park next to that one if you're by yourself, right?
Put
Yeah.
yourself there. Don't put yourself in that.
Yeah, and honestly, by being aware of it, the sort of the twofer of that is that the psychology of criminals is they're looking for an easy mark, right? Like laziness is intrinsic to most criminals,
Oh yeah.
right? Like that's why they're criminals. And so you don't, it's just like the joke about you only have, if you and your buddy are in the woods and the bear chases you, only you'll have to be faster than your buddy, right? It's the same. As long as you're not like the most obvious victim in any given situation, you're you have you may drastically decrease your probability of being a victim at all, right? Like as long as you're not like the most victimy person.
What makes you an obvious victim?
There's not obvious victim. No, if
There's a
you're
lot
in
of
a
body
position.
language stuff, but there's
I
stupid
knew it
stuff
was gonna
like
be
just walking
nonverbal.
around with your head. I mean, the obvious things, walking around with your head down, right? Like if you're clearly not paying attention to your surroundings.
Which is me all the time.
Yeah, one
I've
time,
seen so many pictures and videos of people out in a parking lot with like all the doors of their vehicle open and their butt sticking out, while they're digging under the seat. That sort of thing, it's.
It doesn't matter. You're in a situation that they will do that. Whether you're the best in the world or you haven't got a clue, that crime will still happen to you. It's about educating yourself where you're making yourself vulnerable.
Yeah, but as soon as you rise above not having a clue and not paying any attention, that's a big step up. Like if you're paying attention, you're you're automatically like that. That's a big step up. And a lot of people just you're not going to be the one that's victimized if you're not the easy target.
The scary thing is there's so many people that haven't got a clue with their personal awareness and their space around them that can happen to. And I think that's terrible.
Yeah.
My sound. Sorry, guys, my sound is fucked. Sorry.
No, one time a vagrant, he kept coming closer and closer to me. And I'm like, this guy's going to hurt me. Now, in that situation, it was strange because what I did was I scared him off with a stare. It was almost like that scene in Scanners. Did you guys ever see Scanners?
Yeah, I did. But then
Maybe.
I'm sick.
Well, okay, that movie was about psychics, and they would like the one guy. There's a famous scene. He blows the other guy's head up with his psychic powers.
Oh my god!
But I didn't do that. Yeah, well, psychic. But I stared at this guy in a certain way, and he fucking backed off. And in that case, that worked. But
that does actually work though. I mean, like non-submissive eye contact is extremely effective. I'll be straight with you. Like
look, Jeff, I'm only 5'6".
If you look at people, you eyeball them, and then you don't look down, like you don't submit, right? Like just you have a challenging like that shuts most people down like immediately.
Yeah.
Legitimately, like from experience. Yeah.
So a lot of it is like vibes and nonverbal stuff.
Yeah, but there are there's simple things like being aware of your eye contact. That's an easy one, right?
Right.
And it's something that you can actually manipulate, that you can kind of cheat, right? Like so, some people already their default is a dominant style of eye contact, right? some people, their default is if they make eye contact, then they look down, right? Like they break eye contact down and away or something. And that's something that people can learn to not do, right? Like can consciously just, if you make eye contact, break it sideways. Simple as that, right? Like that could actually have a
Mike, how old were you in that picture?
I don't see anything.
Oh, he showed his picture that he went to find. I hope, and what time period was that too? I hope it was the 80s, because those pants, and my God, that shirt was huge.
Before I forget, Helena, are you on the Discord?
I'm not. No, everybody keeps wanting me to go on Discord.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you would like to talk, I would be happy to help you in your quest if you're considering getting a
I'd be
by
happy.
QQ. So, but it's a longer conversation, so I was just gonna say you could contact me that way, or
Yeah.
I can give you some an email or something in the back chat if you want.
Jeff, you want to see a cool picture?
What, Mike? How old were you in that picture? What time period
This
was
picture, this picture right here, I was. You see how tall I am? Like, 'cause remember, everyone says I'm 5'8". I'm actually 6'3".
Those pants? What are those? Like skater pants? Or rapper
I was.
pants?
I think I
What
was.
are they?
I was 21 in that picture. I just joined the department. Check this out. This is when my son was born. I was on for about 2 years. Check this picture out. Ready for this?
Oh.
Look at that.
Wait, stop
Look at
moving it.
that.
Stop moving it.
Hold on.
How old were you there?
I was 23.
Wow.
That's my left arm. That's how big I am.
Oh my God! So you're talking about muscles, like working
Yeah.
out.
Look.
Mike, that's gigantic. Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was an officer at that time. That's how big I was. That's my son Nicholas. My son now is 24 years old. He's 24 years old, and he's bigger than me. God bless. But no, I worked in that profession, in my 20s, and I was a really big guy back then. Jeff, could I handcuff you?
Like sunburned under your arms?
Jeff, could this guy handcuff you? Would you let him handcuff you?
I would listen if you were that bulky. I would listen.
Look, that's Jeff. That's me.
I wouldn't
That's
try to
my.
fight
That's
with a
me.
cop with arms that
Yeah.
big. I mean, I
Did
know
you used to
I'm
do things-
outmatched.
Did you ever feel that when you weren't like on the job that you were intimidating and you would do things to compensate for that? Like, hey, you don't have to worry,
Yeah.
I'm okay. Like,
It's great.
Okay, give
It's
me an
great.
example.
So, all right. So, Helena, this is a great thing. Some people give off a creeper vibe, or they give off this weird. I'm just saying it's unheard of. It's like a weird vibe. But every time I came on, it was like, even though you have this big, and I was a super good looking guy. Like I had sweet curly hair and big muscles, and like I had, dude, they were throwing it. I used to get in trouble because my wife would get so mad at the time. And but no, I never. No, I'm being honest with you, dude. I could slay back then, but I didn't. I was so innocent. I didn't cheat. I didn't. But I was very, very imposing, and if I raised my voice, people would quiet down. But when I came on to any kind of scene, I was very respectful.
How would you say it? Like, give us an example of how you would.
Okay. So what is the scenario, Jeff? So Jeff, give me the scenario. What's going on?
I can give you one.
Okay.
Let's say you wanted to ask a woman you didn't know a question.
Sure.
Like maybe like, oh, is this the entrance or something like that? Did you feel any apprehension from her? And if you did, what did
No.
you do to? Okay.
Sure. When you come on, when you come on the scene of any kind of situation that you come on to, people are going to pick up on your energy. People are going to read your energy instantly, right? Energy is everything. Is everybody admit energy is everything?
I don't even
You
know
can
what
pick up on
energy
someone's
is.
energy.
I hate that energy shit.
Energy,
Well,
as in
because if you're an A,
the
Jeff, it
first
makes sense.
impression, the first
Yours is
impression
loud.
of yeah. So if I come at you, Ren, what's going on? You know, I don't know your name, but Ren, what's
That's how
going
you.
on?
This is cop Mike.
What's going on? How can I help? What's going on? Let's do this together. What's
I
going
don't know
on?
if I would take that seriously.
No, you pull the person in, and now you have an ally in the situation. So then, if something goes wrong, Ren, right? I did that, right? You're pulling someone in with you because you're getting put in a situation to where the odds are against you as soon as you walk into it. Jeff, I'm telling you, 6'3", 230, 240-pound guy, handsome guy in full uniform. People are going to cower, but there are some people that are not going to.
Stop.
They're going to fight you.
Okay, I got one for you. My mom used to call the cops to have me thrown out of the house. So pretend like you're the cop that should have, and let me see if I would listen to you and
I'm
leave the
going to look
house.
at you and raise my eyebrow and cock my head and not step backwards.
Yeah, you walk into the situation, right?
Yeah.
What's going on? Jeff, what is your name?
Yeah, that's a good tactic, though. That in a lot of
What is your
situations,
name?
you target one person, right? Like you don't.
Yeah, Jeff,
it's like
Jeff,
if
how
you need
old are
someone to
you?
call 911. You say you do it. you don't.
Well,
You don't
at
ever
the
take
time,
back the
let's say at
crowd.
the time I was like maybe 19, 20. I was
Okay.
like 20.
All right. So Jeff, you're 20, right? You're 20 years old. Dude, you have your whole life in front of you. What's going on?
Oh my God, please. My
What's
eyes
the
are already
deal? Like,
rolling. What are
yeah,
you
no,
trying?
that's no,
What are you trying to do? Be a social worker? Be
okay.
my dad?
No, not at
You're
all.
supposed to
Dude,
throw me out of the house. That's what she called you
why?
for.
Why?
Not counsel me and find out
So
my
Jeff,
story and try to
no,
be
you
a.
have to counsel. So Jeff, what's going on?
You
How
already
can I fix
lost.
this?
I'm not going anywhere.
So Jeff, come over
I'm
here.
not
Jeff,
even
come over here
packing my
real quick.
stuff.
Yeah, see, now you're apprehensive. So now
I
once you're
like your
apprehensive,
technique,
no,
but
that's all
I
right,
would not respond to it as a cop. I would respond to it
right.
like as a client of.
Yeah,
Like
Jeff,
if,
this guy right here, you'd be like, whatever you say, sir. Okay, let's go to your car, sir.
I don't think I would ever. I've never told a cop that. I might
Let
have
me tell you
complied,
something.
but I certainly did do it that way.
When you come to a situation to where you are literally trying to help, people know that right away. People know when you're trying to BS them or you're trying to actually help them. People know that right away. They do know
And the
that.
energy thing
They
like
feel it.
doesn't translate high fidelity across here.
Yeah.
Like your mannerisms across here
Are
maybe
different.
are a little irritating, but they could be canceled out by if you've got the right. If you've got the help projecting the right energy, that could balance it out in
But
person.
I don't I'm not conscious of my. I don't know what the energy I'm projecting is. I don't use energy, so people are reading all kind of energy off of me that I'm not even
You're supposed to
intentionally
be,
putting out there.
if you're anything like me, you emit energy, but you don't. You're not like eights or whatever. Like we've talked about, Jeff. Because I've been told I had to like check it with other people. I have like lots of energy going out, but I don't sense it off of other people to put out energy. Like to me, the people that are the most energetic, so to other people's judgments, right? If I like survey the crowd, they seem still and sort of quiet energetically to me. So it's like there's a lot of the high energy people respond to each other and they actually don't sense each other's high energy. Yeah.
When I came on, if I came on to any kind of situation, I was very dominant, but I was also very respectful. I was dominant but respectful. So I just want to
those two kind
Again,
of
that's going to work
undercut each
most
other.
of the time on most people. Like that's true.
How do you deal with it? Like you're out of uniform, you're not on the job. Did you ever unintentionally intimidate someone and you didn't mean to? Just curious.
The only time I ever did that is that okay, I was dating a girl and it kind of went sideways and she was dating somebody else and I kind of made them a little scared. But other than that, it was more like a romance thing. But no, did I ever put hands on somebody? No, never.
Yeah.
Imagine, all right, imagine this. Imagine you're a man, I'm a man, and then you're dating somebody for many years, and then they move on, but they're still calling you. They're still kind of keeping you on the leash, right? And as a man, you're still like, maybe this will work out, maybe it won't. And now remember, you're 18, 19 years old. You're a youngster. And then this guy who is a little tiny twerp is talking shit, and then you have a 6'3" big ass motherfucker right here saying, I will crush you like a fucking ant. That's when you have to figure out, okay, is this really worth my career? Is it worth my freedom? Kind of thing. So you have to kind of figure it out. And then once I let go and started dating somebody else, Helena, she wants to run back and steal me from the other girl.
Well, that just sounds like crazy people.
That's it. That's it.
But
So
dating
Helena,
and romance and stuff makes people crazy. A lot of people.
So
get
Helena,
crazy
what
in
I
that
did was I
situation.
never went back to her, and the girl that I left her for, I have a son with, and we were married for 11 years. So it all worked out, but yes, it's difficult. You have to figure out, okay, do I beat this person's tail or do I walk away and just cut ties? But remember, Helena, when you're young, when you're 18, 19 years old, it's different than when you're 30, that's all.
No, I just meant like one time I was having trouble with my car, and this man stopped. I don't know. I don't know what he like. Oh, are you okay? And blah blah. And I got a weird vibe from him. And I was just wondering if you experienced that just from being, maybe bigger male, and then you're dealing with a woman.
Yeah, no problem. And I had so I'm sorry to laugh. I'm just thinking about past experiences. We worked in an area that had a lot of streetwalkers, and you had a lot of you had a lot of people that they were looking at me, in the time they're throwing it at you. They're like throwing it at you, and you had to be able to not be out of line. But it's one of those things where you have to be real careful. But the biggest
Hey, baby, you going out? I saw hookers at the point.
Jeff, the majority of them were trans. So you had to be
How do you know?
real.
How did you know at the time?
You can see an Adam's apple from a mile away, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
come on.
And Angeline, jump in whenever you have something to say. I know it's.
Something popped in my head, but me and my friend, we used to hide in an attic and shoot the Johns that were picking up the hookers with BB guns.
Yeah.
And it kept the block clear, anyways. They wouldn't come in front of the house anymore. They were really mad though.
A big Italian guy in the hood. Oh my God, I was like candy to a monster. Oh my goodness.
I was gonna say, actually, that's a good point. Being a mild irritant is a great way to kind of get people to just go to the next location over for their criminal activities.
Especially because they can't find
We do that out in the county.
So
we catch
funny.
people pick a dead corner of the county where I live, and it's and we just harass them. We'll just show up and be like, if they're parked out here, it's go find somewhere else. You're going to be bothered here.
So Ren,
mild irritant is very effective.
I have a feeling that Ren would encourage the debauchery. Ren, you are. I have to stay away from Ren. Ren is, I
can't tell.
I'm joking. But Angeline, good to see you. How are you?
I'm okay. It's been really crazy freaking last couple of weeks, but just one of those those last couple of weeks where one thing happens after another. So we had an engine die, and then our hot water went out, and then our washing machine broke, and we've been without hot water. And I today I finally could wash clothes and turn on my dishwasher after 2 weeks, and we've been having to go somewhere to have showers and stuff. It's been so annoying. so it's been a nightmare here.
Did it
But is
level
it
out?
Well,
Brightening
today,
vibes.
finally. I mean, we got a new
So-
hot water tank, a new washer out of it, so that's nice, I guess, eventually.
Yeah. You know, Angeline, this is life, you know, such as life. You know, things happen like in bundles, you know, but I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing good, and it's good to see you. You always have the sweetest voice. You always have great streams. So it's always good to see you.
Yeah, let me put Angeline's channel. She's been doing
I don't have
lives.
much for. I like tried to do a stream and then
I saw you went
freaking
for a while.
drained me
Was it
because
last
I think
night?
it was just not the right people and it was just a little bit chaotic and
Oh.
I was just feeling really drained afterwards. So
Was that an energy thing? Like talking about energy?
yeah, yeah, I guess it drained my energy. I had no energy after. I mean, it wasn't bad or anything, but just, and I can do that. Like, I can really handle, like, kind of, people when they flying all over the place off the wall and all that kind of stuff, being super opinionated and dominating and all that stuff. And I can keep grounded and stuff, but I'm just so tired afterwards, you know, like just holding that energy for so long. It just wasn't, I'd rather find people to talk with that are kind of in topics that don't drain me, I guess.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
Or
Helena, you're.
conversations.
Yes. Yes, Mike?
Helena, you're like
Mike?
me. The best, Helena, you're like me. The best sleep that an Italian gets is after an argument. We get the best sleep after an
Oh,
argument.
like makeup sex.
Yeah, we get like if I argue with somebody, I have the best night's sleep. Like it's like pissy sleep. It's like F that mother effer, and then but then you have a great night's
I used to
sleep.
have that kind as a kid.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like angry sleep.
actually, I have insomnia. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I really have trouble
Well,
sleeping.
so Helena, your insomnia. Do you think it all comes from you not marrying Jeff? Like if you married Jeff, you get a better
Her
night's sleep.
insomnia would go.
Gee, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd probably put her to sleep.
I don't know. Yeah,
I think I
need to.
could cure
Yeah, I need to
insomnia.
meditate on that. I need to meditate on that. Yeah, but maybe I would be more relaxed if I was married to Jeff. I don't.
That's it. Jeff puts me to sleep. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna eat this
put
frozen
myself to sleep.
pizza. That's it. So
No, I don't know.
Angeline, when it comes to like stressful stuff, like what really, what are you trying to? Do you want like inner peace, or like do people like aggravate you with like unsensical stuff? Like really, if you can like kind of like share like what really kind of like gets your goat, because you said that you have a hard time sleeping sometimes, and like you have a really good soul, and I've watched on other panels. You have a very light, positive message. So what are you trying to accomplish, like with your YouTube experience?
You asked her like 10 questions.
Let her unpack it. Let her unpack it.
What am I trying to accomplish? I don't know. I'm not really good at the whole YouTube thing. Well, I don't know if I'm bad or good or whatever, but I mean, it's not like being on YouTube is not like a big driving force for me. But I have a lot of people always trying to encourage me to like share my message. So
Yeah, I think
if
you're
it
at your
helps
best when you
anyone, then
just
great.
like organically just talk about your experiences.
It helps to have like people to bounce off of, I guess. But I'm getting okay with talking by myself. I just start off so nervous that I like feel retarded, and I trying to figure out what I'm saying without forgetting everything I'm saying. But once I get
That
in the
goes
flow, it
away.
gets easier. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
The more you do it, that goes away, and you hardly
Yeah.
even feel it anymore.
Yeah. I don't
Well, I
know,
think
and I'm very inconsistent. I
Mm-hmm.
tend to go out and then I'll just hide again, and then I'll go out and then I'll hide again, and life is unpredictable. So I don't know. Maybe one day I'll actually get in the flow of it.
You know, once
I
you,
get
Angelina, once you find your rhythm, you'll find like where you want to be within this YouTube craziness. and I think that you have a good message. You have a great
Hmm.
personality,
You have a
a
lot of
good,
wisdom.
you have a great voice, you have a great look. So I think if you're able to kind of put that together on your own terms, not mine, your terms, I think you'll have a really good product as in a message for other people to kind of come and hang out with you. Because I like having you around. Jeff does. I mean, you've never been not positive. You're always in positive. You always had a good time. But I think that you're limiting yourself because I think that you have a lot more to offer people, and I hope to see more of you. That's all.
Oh, thanks. I'm a peace person too. Like Jesse does really good with conflict and stuff. Like he can thrive on that stuff and gets kick out of it, and he can roll with it, right? And I'm more of a peace person, so I can be grounded and handle it, but then it drains me, right? Like, so I don't know, but I'm learning to be a peace person and like speak up all at the same time,
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
It's just finding
Yeah,
the
and
right
you know what, that
people.
reminds me of something. Jeff, I'm sorry. 2 times I lost my shit on one of your guests. It wasn't a big deal.
I think I know
And
who
it,
you're talking about.
yeah, you know who I'm talking about. And I mean, I don't know. I think he kind of started it, in my
Oh, he did.
opinion.
Yeah, he came up to
Yeah,
instigate.
yeah. And the one day it was just like, it's like, hey, buddy. And if I call you buddy, that's worse. That's
Oh,
worse when I call you buddy than if I call you a motherfucker. Okay, that's worse. The second time I was having a really bad day and I was raw and I wasn't as curated as I should have been. And and then after I lost my shit, I left. And yeah, sorry about that.
I was proud of you. I'm like, yes.
Oh, well,
Look at
thank
I
her.
you.
want
She found her voice.
I
Thank
want to
you.
say one thing. I want to say one thing, and I hope Jeff understands this. But Jeff, me and Helena are extremely protective of you.
Why?
Extremely.
What do I need
I feel
protecting
that
from?
too, but when
We're
you're like saying
protective.
somebody's attacking him on channel, I'm like, who? Like, who the freak is like, who would even do that?
Well, you know what? Yeah, I guess that's true because it's like well, that person, it's like I don't know what he's trying to do with you. I don't know why he keeps trying to suck you in, but it makes me I
Ooh.
don't like it. I don't like it. I don't
Listen,
like it.
Jeff, you have. I'm sorry, Helena. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
There
Go
are
ahead.
people, Jeff, that will come up and they will have your back. And dude, I've taken so much crap about being your friend. It's because they want to drive us apart. And Helena, I welcome Helena because she's like me. She'll come in and she'll defend you. And you're not giving us anything. It's just that we see something valuable. We see something that's worth something. And me and Helena are very similar. We don't like bullies pushing you around. We don't like that shit, and we're not going to
Yeah.
stand for it. I will fuck somebody up for you, Jeff. I don't give a
Oh
shit.
no, please don't. No, this is
No,
just
I'm saying
YouTube.
verbally
Oh
on
well,
the
verbally, okay.
platform. We're not talking about physical. We're talking about just on
Yeah.
YouTube. That's what we're talking about. But I'm not going to take any crap off somebody who wants to come up and piss on you because I appreciate, and so does Helena. And Angeline does as well. She's just not as mean as me and Helena. She's not as mean as us. But so me and Helena are gonna make Angeline mean. We're gonna make her a mean pixie. She's gonna be a pixie to
Angeline
I
to
can destroy
Angeline.
people with
like
logic. That's all I need. I don't even have to be aggressive.
yeah.
People
Angelina,
destroy
I want to see you
themselves.
with I want to see you with pixie wings with fangs on them. Like
Oh.
I love your
No, I don't
background,
know.
by the way.
What?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Your
Is that
background.
real?
I wish. That would
Oh,
be awesome.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just the background. I love I love it. I loved it because it felt like I was on the other side of the waterfall, like in the secret
In the
place.
water.
Yeah, like
Oh,
where nobody can see you kind of thing.
in the water. Like that line from that Pixie song. You know, Jeff.
Which one? In the water?
Yeah, he keeps saying, in the water. Where is my
I
mind?
know every single Pixie song in existence. Why am I missing this one?
Where is my mind? Come on, Jeff.
Oh, okay. In the water.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. So, so I get it. Yeah, I like it, and I'm a water sign, so I really like it.
Open the bottle, please. Yeah, I'm a Cancer rising, so I guess that's a water sign.
I'm looking for a picture to show.
Of
Let's
what?
see. I gotta find it first.
Okay.
But keep talking. I'll eventually get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I found
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Let's see. I just gotta figure out how to share. Oh, here it is. It's a picture I took of me in the waterfall.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
where's that?
It's in Mississippi, believe it or not. They have this
I believe
area
you.
called Clark's Creek, which has these mountains and hills and waterfalls and all kind of cool stuff.
Yeehaw!
That's not Mississippi. Nobody in Mississippi says yeehaw.
Sure, somebody does somewhere.
Oh, well, maybe one
Yeah,
person, like a
now
few
you have me
people
thinking.
somewhere.
Who says yeehaw?
You know that, Jeff.
Yeah, nobody says yeehaw anywhere. Do they say it in New
Jeff, did you
Mexico?
know?
Oh gosh, I'm in Alberta. There's plenty who say the whole we're
Yeehawers?
cowboy
Yeah.
country.
Yeehaw! I don't
Yep.
believe it.
The one that usually throws people is when I have to stop to think and I go, well, golly.
Golly.
I've had people
Yeah,
look at me like, you
golly is
just said that.
believable. Yeehaw is just a caricature.
My mom
Yeah.
was all country music, so I
You
grew up
say it
listening
kind
to
of
that
with
stuff.
tongue in cheek, right? Like it has a little tongue in cheek when you yeehaw, but it's still usable.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was that New Zealand actor. He called himself Yahoo Serious.
I remember him.
Yeah, and it's like,
He had like his own movies.
He had a few. One of them was Young Einstein. This guy was from like New Zealand, and
He had poofy hair.
He called himself Yahoo Serious. That's what he called himself. So yeah, I mean I don't know.
So you say Yahoo?
Who, me?
Yeah. Yep.
Hell no. Do I sound like somebody who says
I
Yahoo?
think I'm the only person in the world, the computer service, the computer website that starts with a Y and has the news and all that. How do you
Jeff.
say it?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yahoo?
You
Well,
say
Jeff.
Yahoo?
Yahoo.
I say Yahoo.
Yahoo Serious.
I think
That's
I'm
like
the only
puffy-
person that pronounces it Yahoo. Yahoo sounds so weird to my ear. And it was started by one of the guys that started was from my hometown too. And I can't picture it as anything but Yahoo. But everybody else I know calls it Yahoo.
Yeah.
And then when you said that guy's name was Yahoo Serious, it made me realize.
Yahoo might be more if you're calling someone a Yahoo.
What's a Yahoo?
It's just like
Yahoo
variants on the
is like
soft
a
A. So
celebration sound.
Yeah.
so either one is supportable by the letter evidence. If you said Yahoo, people say Yahoo, and that one is legitimately like doesn't make sense the way it's spelled.
Yeah,
right?
Yahoo would definitely sound
But
odd.
people say that. Though.
Yeah.
People say Yahoo.
Well,
Yahoo or Yahoo are both soft.
Yahoo News and Yahoo Messenger.
I asked Helena. I asked Helena to marry me, and she said no.
right?
You
No, I
asked
didn't.
everybody on here to marry you tonight.
And then I asked Ren to marry me. She punched me in the face.
Okay,
So
Ren,
I
you
mean,
and
you
me,
We'll
know.
we
even
have
get
to marry
married at
Mike.
some point.
You should be so lucky.
Ren, you and me, we have
And
to
then
marry
I
Mike.
asked Angeline. I asked Angeline, and she hasn't stopped laughing since. It's been like 3 months. So like I don't know
Somebody
what
was
else
trying to
to
say
say.
something down below. Go ahead, y'all.
I would say I love the words that my kids make up because I just adopt them. Like they made up the word unicorny and nervous-sighted and like just weird things like that. I love having teenagers around because they always make fun
Who
stuff
does
like
this?
that. My teenagers.
Oh, what is it? Unicorny?
Teenagers.
Unicorny and nervous-sighted.
Oh, I like nervous-sided.
I love
Do you know what? I think that got started
Well, I
with
guess they're
Buffy.
adults now.
Well, you know, on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, they would take a noun and they would put a Y at the end. And then after that, I don't know, people started doing it. Like it's like if I said, "Hey everyone, let's get focusy now." And they would do that a lot on that show.
I find that
like
cringy.
semi-focused,
Well,
focus east, focus-ish.
come on everybody, let's get focusy now.
Who is your favorite sassy either actress or singer? Who's your favorite sassy actress
I
or
don't have
singer?
any. That's my answer. I don't have any.
Who are you asking?
Anybody.
Sassy.
I'm just trying to think of a sassy actress.
She's gotta have sass. Gotta be sassafras. Like this. As Angeline would say, the Z snap.
My favorite character, sassy
Irita.
character, is from The Watchmen. What's her name? Laurie Blake. Jean Smart from Designing Women played her.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
Oh my gosh, she's so sarcastic. She's my favorite. I could eat her up with a spoon all night long.
She was in The Watchmen, yeah.
Yeah, she was the FBI agent.
Yeah, I'll just say I'll go with Aretha. That qualifies as a sassy singer. And I like to sing. I like to sing like her. So that's my choice.
Angeline.
That was a fascinating reaction.
I'm so out of the loop. I don't really know. Maybe I used to like singing to the Christina Aguilera stuff.
Genie in a bottle. Angelina, Genie in a bottle. Come on now.
Who's
Come on
Genie?
now.
Wait, who's your sassy person?
Me?
Yeah.
I said Christina Aguilera.
Oh,
Hell
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. Genie in a bottle. That's the hottest bitch I've ever seen in my life. A young Aguilera? Are you joking with me? A young Christina Aguilera was the
I remember
hottest.
from the Lady Marmalade video more than anything else.
Dude. Next to Pink, a young Pink. Oh my God. Talk about hot women. Woo! That will kick your butt.
Oh well, okay,
Elaine.
in that case. Okay, Pam Grier. And probably pretty
Foxy
much
Brown,
everything.
Helena. Foxy Brown.
Yeah, well God, even in Jackie Brown, you know, yeah, but everything else. And you know, one time Jeff and I were talking about Cleopatra Brown.
Cleopatra Jones, Tamara
Jones,
Dobson.
sorry. Yeah. There's a lot of women. I probably couldn't even name them all. But yeah.
She was almost too elegant to be sad. She comes
little.
out those escalators, and then she throws her hat, her little ring hat.
Yeah. You know what? I used to watch Xena Warrior Princess, and I thought Lucy Lawless was like, I thought she was so badass.
I like to use Xena's tagline occasionally just to see if anybody gets it and go, I have many skills. I'm like, that's
yeah.
like such an awesome
She was in something recently that I saw. Lucy Lawless. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. Really?
Yeah, I saw her in something lately, and I can't think of what it is.
Mr. B, I have a whole VHS collection of blaxploitation movies. I used to collect them.
They're great.
I
But
used to think
Lucy
my kids-
Lawless, boy, she was.
My kids used to talk to me about the Zelda game, and I kept thinking it was Xena, and I thought Xena was Zelda, and I kept like mixing them up, and I was like, "What? Yeah, I know Zelda. What are you talking about?" I'm like, they're like, "Mom, you don't know
Zelda
Zelda."
Xena is just like such a zeitgeist. Like it's just
Yeah. I don't know. She was funny. She could sing. She really.
Yeah.
I
Oh
think
yeah, yeah.
so, not Lost.
She
And Dolomite, the one with Eddie Murphy.
I think she was trained in opera. Yeah.
She has many skills.
She has many skills. Yeah. So, yeah. And when she was,
Yes, I did. Sorry, I'm having a conversation with the chat. Go ahead, continue.
I used to like to sing. I
Oh,
kind
you
of
can
grew
sing?
up crazy about practicing on the Mariah Carey songs, and then my mom would make me go to karaoke with her and sing them.
Which song?
Mariah Carey songs.
Oh.
I'm into them
Oh my
now, but
God. Well, if you could
when I
hit
was
those
younger,
notes.
I was what?
Well, if you could could you hit her notes?
I could hit the high notes and the low notes. It was crazy. I can't do it now, but man, my kids sure can sing. So I love listening to them now. They can have the spotlight.
Hey, Devil, welcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I'm the mom trying to drag them in the spotlight.
What are you trying to get them to sing?
Oh, I don't
Who's
know.
the
They
new
got all their
Mariah
own
Carey?
songs. I don't know. They got their own songs now. But
Oh.
you know the Sound of Music, though? We love singing those songs. And
I never watched
and
as a kid. It was so boring.
my oldest sang some of them at like an open mic,
It's a
and
bunch
it
of
was
boring white people.
amazing.
It amuses me that I'm probably one of the on the younger end of the spectrum of who's up here right now, and all of you guys are talking about like singers that I'm like too new for me.
Next month I'm
Like, nope.
turning. Next month I'm turning 43, and it's like I've barely paid attention to my birthdays, but this one I'm like noticing more.
Oh, you're feeling it?
Yeah,
The
I
shift?
don't know if I'm just like I think I wore myself out this year just and lost muscle strength, so trying to
Oh.
build up my muscle strength. Been trying to do that more, so yeah.
Did you feel 40? Because that was supposed to be the big one, but I
No,
didn't really
I
feel
felt
it till
amazing at
41.
40.
You did? You what?
I felt amazing at 40. Like I didn't even know how old I was, but that's why
too.
I say this is like the first time I'm like having a birthday. I'm like feeling it. And really it's just I was doing a lot of things before that were making me really strong, like and I haven't done them in a while, so now I'm just trying to get myself back into it. I think that's all it is.
Yeah, your body will probably adjust, like get right
Oh, it
back
will.
into its
It
old
always hurts
groove.
before it adjusts. I got bad scoliosis, so whenever I try to like get there, it hurts like crazy. But then once I'm there, I'm okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's that noise?
Sounds like a fan or something, maybe. Maybe a
Oh, is that
computer
your fan,
fan or.
Jeff?
No, it's not on right now.
Oh, it sounds like
Oddly.
it's me.
One of the
Poltergeist.
few times it's actually not playing.
Yeah, I don't know
It
what.
sounds like
Yeah,
a
what is
pinball machine.
Okay, it's not me.
Is it Mike?
It's not me.
I used to love pinball machines.
Wait, go unmute. I mean unmute.
It's Mike. Oh, yeah.
Do you have something playing in the background?
No, not at all.
Huh.
I don't know what it is. It doesn't bother me. It's very
Yeah,
faint.
it's some
No, it's
kind of
not a big deal.
mechanical
It's not a big deal.
rumble that sounds like it's a room over or something like.
If I mute, can you hear it if I mute? Hold on.
I think it is coming from you.
Yeah, it's fine when you mute.
Hey everyone, it's Mike. Point at Mike.
Man, what the hell?
Hi,
the
here's
hell?
reverse. You're pointing at Jeff. I'm pointing at Mike.
It's from Ren beating me with a whip.
That's what it is. It's a whip sound.
It could just be a computer,
Ren, are we gonna like leave all this YouTube stuff behind and just get married? You could beat me on a daily basis and just be done with all this YouTube nonsense. You know?
No,
Ren,
I think I'll keep up with the nonsense for a
your
while.
laugh, your laugh is
She'll
enough.
pick the nonsense over you.
Ren, your laugh is enough. Don't answer to hurt my pride, please. Just stop. Okay? I hate you. I hate you and love you, Ren, at the same time. But yeah.
Perfect.
Hey, you're used to it. That's it. It's the norm. It's the norm, right?
If I'm not polarizing people, then I'm not trying. Then I prefer the high amplitude, response from people.
You said
Yeah,
amplitude.
negative or yeah.
You know what's
Negative or
funny is
positive.
like someone said to me like a couple of weeks ago, is like, you're the most non-creepy guy because like I don't expect anything. If you want to beat me with a whip, that's fine, but I'm not expecting it. It is what it is. Now it's all
Gee,
jokes
Mike.
aside. Go ahead.
Mike, if you want your ass kicked, I mean, just say it.
Helena, are you
Man, are these
volunteering?
femdoms.
Like,
I don't know.
what's-
You keep saying
Yeah.
it, so I'm like, maybe he really needs this. I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. Helena likes to talk a lot of crap, but Helena used to be a reporter, so she beats men's butts with rolled newspapers.
No, that's how you train dogs. It's like you roll the newspaper up and you go, walkies, walkies.
Okay.
No, but
Yes.
I was, but I don't know. It sounds like you're kind of asking for it. I don't know.
Well, Helena, if you're offering, we'll talk about it behind the scenes. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Did your girlfriends used to beat you?
TMI.
All right, so dude, I am an open book. So
apparently, all the pages are falling out tonight.
You're good. So I've always been like I'm a big guy, right? So like a big dude, a lot of women are like, intimidated, right, by a bigger guy. I'm just saying in general, but I had a girl, and she was also a police officer. She was a Portsmouth police officer, and she was only 5 foot tall, 5 feet. I'm 6'3", 6'2" and a half. She's 5 foot, so I tower over her, and she was the hottest redhead I've ever seen. And she was the most bossy woman I've ever been with. This little midget, of a woman.
Stop it, Mike. I'm jealous.
Get to the whips and chains.
I'm jealous,
And
Mike.
she was into handcuffing people. I'm not saying it was me. I'm saying, but that's what she was into.
Of course it wasn't.
Well, why even bother telling the story?
Well, Jeff, I know your antlers just shot right up. Your antlers got hard. I don't know how your antlers went up. Yeah. But I can tell you that it was very fun times. It was fun times.
Well, I'm happy for you. I'm a little proud of you.
Thank you,
I didn't know
Jeff.
you had that streak.
Jeff,
I should have seen it coming, but
Jeff, you were mad that you weren't there in person. That's why to commentate like a little like ABC News, and then Mike is taking this and then he's turning around, like with a little microphone and stuff.
no, I just didn't know you were into femdom.
No, I'm not. But she was extremely.
You got two of them on the panel that you're begging to beat you and whip you.
I don't want anyone to beat me, but she was very dominant for a 5 foot tall woman. She was very dominant.
I saw a bag I got my daughter. It says, "We're not short, we're concentrated." And I grew up with like a lot of really short people in my world, like women, and they are feisty. Like they are feisty.
Jeff,
is it compensation? Do short people have a complex? Because every
I don't know. Like maybe
that's been
'cause
coming
they
up a
grew
lot
up,
lately.
Like always being bossed and always being dominated and always being underestimated and stuff. So they kind of grow up like sick of it or want to be the
Is that
boss or
like the
something.
real oppression? Because I
Jeff,
don't
her
know what it's
husband.
like to grow up in a world full of
Yeah.
tall people. Like it's just something I take for granted. But
I've
And
met a
she
couple of short
and
people
Jeff,
that have
Jeff, she
complex.
was she played both sides of the fences.
who
She
did
did.
the
She did.
little
And
short cop?
but she was literally 5 foot tall. You got another cop who's 6'3". Dude, it looked like it shouldn't work. But it worked out just
You mean
fine.
mechanically or
It looked
Mechanically. It shouldn't work, but it worked.
visually when you set them side by
Yeah.
side, it looks like something
Yeah, it worked
should not be
out
able to
just
happen.
fine. And it was a great 6 months. It was not bad. It was pretty cool. Yeah. It was awesome.
no? I think it's different. Short man energy is different from short woman energy.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
I don't know if you guys ever saw the old Bugs Bunny cartoons, and they would show that little chicken hawk, and he was always like, "I'm a chicken hawk, and I'm gonna," and he would walk around. It's like that's more like short guy energy, whereas
Yeah.
yeah, and like I don't know, I don't know women. I don't notice any type of
Yeah.
They both like,
cockiness from women.
yeah, like
Just
lean towards
imagine.
trying to be a little louder and like bigger personalities.
To
But
compensate.
yeah, most of the women I can think of, like it's more genuine. Like they don't have the defensiveness about it. A lot of the guys have a defensive thing about it. They've got the chip on their shoulder, and so they kind of like overdo it, right? Like they don't like have a bigger personality to the point of, oh, that's cool. You're just kind of like a ball of fire over there. Like I'm thinking of some of the shorter like females I know, and it's the guys I know that have issues. Like they have like a chip on their like they.
Yeah,
it's like they go too
Every
far.
short guy I've
where
dated
it's like,
had
yeah.
Napoleon complex, short fat man syndrome.
Jeff, this girl,
I guess I'm
I'm telling
attracted
you,
to that.
and Ren, this girl was so sassy. Like she was so
She
sassy
snapped
that.
at you.
Oh yeah.
Boy, you better get those handcuffs on now. Do it now,
Like
boy.
Jeff, she was a
I
cop
snapped
in
her
a
good.
she was a cop in a ghetto city. Like a ghetto city. Like shit. Like she was like, motherfucker. Like that like she knew like how to handle herself. This little 5 foot tall, fine ass, fat booty redhead.
Was she Puerto Rican?
No,
Did she
she
move
was
fast?
white. She was Irish.
Fast booty. What is that?
Fat booty.
Oh, fat booty. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have like a lot of endurance and like move fast? Because a lot of the smaller women I know, like they're fast and they have a lot of endurance.
Was she Latino?
Not really. But when I met her, I was on a different city. But we were But
what nationality was she? I can't. I need a picture.
She was Irish. She's Irish. Her last name.
Okay.
Her,
So a
her
BBI.
last name is Irish. Yeah. So you had
her
a
last
Sicilian
name was
and an
Irish. Oh, her okay,
Yeah.
like O'Malley or something. We'll just call her O'Malley, Officer O'Malley.
Yeah.
Mike. If you knew my real last name, you would laugh your ass off.
Is it?
You're probably Irish Sicilian.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just. That's all. I'm Italian Sicilian.
But when we met, we started dating. She's like, because she, looked into my back. She's like, oh, you're a badass over here, and I'm a badass over here. She was a badass. Like she was a badass. Like she would go to the clubs and she would like do like the buys, like the drug buys. Like she would undercover stuff. And you would never think she was a cop. She's this fat butt, really sexy little.
The undercover
Irish
stuff
girl.
is what we want to hear about.
Yeah, but it was it was something else, man. I remember I was off and she was on, and then she was on call,
and I had to go with her to a call. And it was funny. It was this little ass girl, and I'm with her. I'm just watching as a civilian. This little ass cop. Dude, she was like 5 foot tall. She was like a midget. But she was so hot. She was the hottest midget I've ever seen. Jeff, I banged a I banged a hot cop midget.
Are you into Peter Dinklage or?
No, I'm not. Like, you understand? All right. So before her, no, listen. Before her, my ex-wife is 5'7", 5'8". You know, before her, 5'6", 5'7". When I was in college, I dated a girl that was 6 foot tall, but she was a basketball player. I think I've told Jeff about this. I dated a basketball player. But
oh my God! Wait, quick! Breaking news. Sorry, I totally forgot. Did y'all know that today it was steak and blowjob day?
I did
Outlaws
not.
just reminded me. Yeah, it's pie day and it's steak and beach day. And I was supposed to do a stream on it. I totally forgot. And I'm hungry for a steak too. I've been wanting a steak for a while.
I bet you do. Jeff, you want a tube steak?
No, I want a cow steak. Like
I'll
an
say
actual
steak and
steak.
pie is like my favorite food, so that's a good day.
Yeah.
Today's Pie Day, you said? Pie Day as well?
Today, yeah, 3.14.
Yeah, there's this pizza place that was having a sale. Forgot I was gonna go there.
Forgot. And tomorrow's the Ides of March.
Is it me, or does Angeline have the best voice on YouTube? Just the best voice on YouTube. It's the best. We love you,
You guys
Angeline.
sound like a kid.
We could do a voice off.
We love you, Angeline. We love you. We love you. We love you.
You know what is great about my voice though? If anyone calls like a prank, or not a prank call, but like solicitors or whatever, the first thing they always ask me is, "Are my parents home?" And then it makes it really easy because yes, they're always like, "Hi, are your parents home?" And then I just have to say no, and then that's the end of the conversation.
Angeline, did you know that Ren called me the other day and she said, "I'll punch you in the face"? Did you know that?
Alrighty then.
Do you remember that model? Do you guys remember that model, Kathy Ireland?
Kathy Ireland, kind of, sort of.
What? All right. So Kathy Ireland, a gorgeous supermodel. What movie was she in? Let's see if Helena knows.
Yeah, I know it.
I'll say, Mike, you mistake me for someone that gives warnings.
Alien from LA. Alien from LA.
No, Necessary Roughness.
Yeah, I know she was in that too, but I was telling you the first one she was in.
Helena, I appreciate that, and I will always love you for the end of my life. But Ren, you scare me. You scare me on a level that is.
What's scary about Ren?
Ren. Okay, no problem.
Neck in half with her hand.
Jeff asked me.
Let's rewind.
Jeff asked me a question. Ren is the kind of woman that will have you in a lingerie or lingerie, dancing for dollars at the local strip club. Ren will destroy you mentally.
That scares you?
Yes, it does scare me.
Women in lingerie?
No, she has you in lingerie.
No, she's not gonna have me in lingerie. Nobody's having me in lingerie. I'm sure. Can you see me in lingerie?
No.
I could. With little pink
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
No, but Mike, you didn't readdress. I named the first movie Kathy Ireland was in, and Alien from LA, and later she did Necessary Roughness, which I saw too. Did you see Alien from LA?
I have not.
Okay, that's fine. But we were talking about voices, and I remember her being on a talk show, and she said she couldn't order a pizza because they thought she was a child.
Yes.
And
yes. I heard that.
Yeah, and she's like, yeah, I'm over 18. Can I have a pizza? They're like, oh, can you ask your mom and dad first? And
You
she
can
had
order pizza under 18. We order pizza all the time. They
I don't
didn't
know.
card
Back in
us.
the day,
I don't
you
know.
couldn't.
She had a really soft, meek, like low, voice, and
Yeah.
I remember her saying that. It just that's what Angeline was saying. It just reminded me of that. So
I didn't know pizza was a restricted item. I
Well,
remember
back
kids
in the
ordering
I don't
pizza.
know if you think a kid's ordering it. I don't know. You might be like, oh, is it okay with your parents? I don't know. You might
They
say
never
that, but
asked us. As long as they showed up at your house, you had the money to pay them.
yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, you couldn't order a pizza unless you were 18. Back in the day.
That's not true. I no.
No.
Or
I just
maybe
think
where
they
y'all
thought she was a
live,
kid.
because Italians are fussy about their pizza.
Hey,
But
I
in
smack you in your
Louisiana, they
face.
did not care. They didn't never carded us for pizza.
No, it's not that. I think that like sometimes like kids would get on the phone and they would, so they just wanted to know if they were dealing with a child, and I think that's where they're like
Oh.
when they talk to her, they're like, "Is this a kid? Is And that no, of course they didn't card you for pizza, no.
Yeah.
But I mean, she sounded like a kid.
Yeah, no
So
doubt. She was gorgeous. She was so beautiful. She had those beautiful green eyes.
yeah. But then she did stuff to make her voice deeper.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, to not sound like
I
a
don't know,
child.
because she didn't want to sound like a kid.
Hey,
I
I'd
think
like
I
think Helena. I think
large
Helena
pepperonis,
doesn't.
please.
I think Helena doesn't cam up because we all fall in love. If she
She
cammed up,
does
we'd
cam
fall
Yeah,
up.
in
you
love.
would.
I mean,
Yeah.
not cam up, but she has her camera on.
We'd be in love if she cammed up. We'd be done. That's it.
Mike, you would be devastated. You would be devastated, Mike. Yeah. Yeah.
Come
so
on, stop it.
no, I don't have all the no, I have reasons for that, but yeah, you would be devastated, Mike. Mm-hmm.
In a good way or a bad way?
In a good way.
Ooh, devastate me, baby.
I got $20 I got $20 to spend.
Bring your rolled up newspaper.
$20. That's it?
Did you know that? Let me tell you something, Helena. Ren beat me with a stick for less money. Okay, so I don't know why you think you're so important.
What? Huh?
I'm joking around. I'm trying to pull Ren into the fight. Over her.
Oh yeah, she's not having it. She's not having it. She's too smart.
Of course she's not, because she's
original.
No. Yeah. No. I've been at airports and people think I'm Marissa Tomei, and I'm like, no, I'm not her.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah, it's like, no, I'm not Marissa
She's
Tomei.
another sassy.
Okay, so can we make a pact, Helena? If I win at least $100 on a scratch ticket, are we getting married? Bottom line.
Sure.
Bottom line.
Will you marry me for $100?
Oh, $100 whole dollars.
Take care, Browns.
Gee, I don't know.
I can't wait till you can come up on panel again.
100 whole Bitcoin.
Jeff, shut up. Stop killing my vibe, Jeff.
Well, I'm
Damn
talking to
you.
the chat. Listen, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Y'all talk. I'll be back.
Jeff, I love you. I'm joking. I'm
Coffee?
joking. Completely
Never gonna go
joking.
to sleep.
Yeah, that's pretty late to have coffee.
Yeah. I mean, I know he's in a different time zone, but
Helena,
yeah,
I mean, Angelina,
It's never the
you're
wrong
way
time to have coffee.
Angelina, you're way too cute to comment on this. We don't need your extremely cute comments. Okay, I'm joking. I'm completely joking. That's all. No, it's awesome. This panel has the best people because we come up, we joke with each other, we respect each other, and we have a great time. We really do.
well, I do think people, they don't appreciate, I don't know, a sense of humor. I don't know. People don't
I
appreciate
think some
a sense
people
of
just
humor anymore.
don't have one.
I guess
That's
so.
more for them to appreciate.
You know what I think? I think that Jeff attracts a lot of people, and a lot of females, but I think that a lot of females that come up can really, they can sense when someone's being creepy. And I think that it's great that we're all, no, I mean, straight up. I'll joke with people, but I'm not creepy. Like, I'm not trying to be a weirdo. But it's fun to flirt and joke and compliment and not be weird. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, ladies.
Jesse's here. Hi, Jesse. I see his comment.
Because I think a lot of people, especially ladies, or even some men, but I think a lot of ladies, they appreciate a compliment without being a weirdo. I think some people appreciate that.
Well, it's a different time now.
Yeah.
So people, they I don't know, I'm sorry, everybody's going to get mad at me, but the last 2 generations, it's like, I should never feel uncomfortable. I have no sense of humor. You have to respect my boundaries. I need a safe space. It's a little different now. So, and then you have Gen X.
Yeah. I asked Ren, is it 12 o'clock? And she punched me in the face. I was like, oh, that's not cool.
Was it 12 times?
She punched me right in the face, and I said, Angeline, I was like, hey, I was like, Angeline, is that cool? And then she kicked me in the butt. I'm like, what the hell's going on? No, it's all good. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world, and that's what it is.
No.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
I'm no cuck. I'm no cuck. But women do bring good content. They do. They bring good content to a channel. They do.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think we're awesome. But I mean,
Totally. I mean, shoot, I wish I was born with something special, but I mean, I'm not. I'm born with something very, very uninspirational. But it is what it is. Ren, shut up. Ren, do not laugh. I don't want to hear your laugh. I don't want to hear anything you have to say, you sassy mofo. I don't want to hear
I
it.
learned to smile. I remember when I was a kid and I was at a meeting and I got told that I was over there like with a straight face and that it looked like I was plotting something. So I learned to smile, and then people just said I was plotting something. It didn't.
I was like that too. I was the no expression person, and I remember once my girlfriend took me to a comedian, and we're all sitting at the table and everyone's laughing, and I thought he was hilarious, but I didn't even realize that I was like not laughing. That I was like so flat faced, just right like zoned in, but I'm laughing on the inside. I just didn't realize I wasn't. They're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm okay."
All right.
Yeah, I learned that my evil smile is my lesser threatening default.
Angeline, you're super cutesy, but do not encourage Ren. Don't encourage her. Don't give her any kind of like ammunition to her psychopath fire. Just don't do it, okay? Because there's no turning back. Once you fuel Ren, it's over. That's
I
it.
think Ren and Elena should be fueled as much as possible because they're awesome.
Oh, thank you. You're great.
This is the best
psychologically,
panel.
I guess you could say I guess it's a good thing I'm sitting on an arsenal.
If we took Jeff out of the situation, this is the best panel on YouTube. Jeff,
Because it's
goodbye.
all women. Here, we could
Jeff,
do that. Some people would include me.
Jeff, are you saying Jeff? Are you putting me as a woman, Jeff? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I think that's
No, I meant
no.
you
Let me
and
tell,
a panel full of women.
Let me tell you. I don't know
You
which
have like
one.
a little harem.
No, it's what it's like. It's like one of you is Bosley, and one of you is Charlie, and the rest of us are Charlie's angels. I just can't figure out which one of you is Charlie.
So
or
Mike and
Bosley.
I have to fight over who's
To be
boss.
honest, I'm probably one of the villains in that analogy. I feel
Yeah, I'm having trouble myself.
Well, he did
but one
call
thing
you
is-
a fiery psychopathic fire.
I don't know.
Listen,
Maybe Mike's Bosley. Maybe Mike is Bosley.
listen.
But
Which one was the
eh,
bald one? That was Bosley, or am I thinking of Tom
yeah,
Bosley?
you know what? You never saw Charlie. You just heard his voice.
Oh,
So
Oscar
I'm
was the
well,
dude. That was the one they reported to.
So
the
Helena is
bottom
Charlie.
the bottom line is that we must protect Angelina at all costs because she's the wholesome fairy here. And other than Angeline, we're all debauchery
I was
bastards.
going to say she's probably making us behave by her presence just a little bit.
You know what? You know what,
Really?
Bren? You know, drink your coffee and
Crossed
leave
my
me
mind.
alone. Okay? Just leave me alone, Ren. Leave me alone. You sexy
You're
bastard.
taunting. Your
Leave me
taunting is
alone.
tempting.
Ren, I
Yeah.
can't be as hot. I can't be as hot as you. Leave me alone, Ren. Okay?
Okay, now Mike.
Yes.
Are
Helene.
you asking for
Helene.
me and Ren to tag team you? Because you're asking for it.
I mean,
If
You're
you're
when
asking
you say
for it.
that,
offering,
all I hear is
if
like
you're
father.
okay,
Poor
I
if you're
Angelina.
offering, I will hit up the cheapest hotel where you're at. It's fine.
The
No,
cheapest
no,
one?
no.
Why the cheapest
I
one?
want the most
You don't.
expensive one.
Who would even go to one of those
I don't know.
grotfuls?
Jeff, I'm feeling very cornered right now. Jeff, save me. Jeff, help.
Okay, I can't save you from yourself. You're you're setting up your own trap, walking into
Yeah,
it,
what are you doing,
and then
Mike?
wanting
What are you
other
doing,
people
Mike?
to rescue you while you white knight.
Angeline, if I jump on your back,
And
will
then you want to take
will
your dates to a skank hotel. There's no helping somebody from that.
Jeff said a
We would be
skank
got
hotel.
dead in a
Motel, I'm
skanky
sorry,
hotel.
motel.
Mike is
Okay.
transitioning from white knight mode to damsel mode. It's fun to watch.
No, I'm not transitioning, but Ren, you are a dirty mofo. Like you have turned men in the past. I can see that there are men that are
Turn
married
men.
going,
What does
what
that even mean? What
happened?
does that mean?
Why am I divorced? What happened? Why did I even talk to Ren? Why did I answer her text message?
Mike,
Yes.
Mike.
I don't know, I'm mostly just after people's brains, so most people's wives like let me hang around.
Which brain? Which brain are you after, Ren?
The actual one, the literal brain.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It works out.
That's why she comes here.
All right.
It is.
So Helena, I've always been cool with you, but why are you manipulating me into some kind of weirdo stuff? Why are you doing this?
I'm into big IQ points.
No. I just need to know if you could make me pasta fajoule. That's all I need to know.
I can make you anything you want.
Is that a
Trust me.
Sicilian thing?
Yes.
It's
Pasta
Italian.
fazool, yeah, it's a homemade soup.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an adjective.
Are you
No,
Italian? Do you drink your coffee corrected?
Oh yeah.
No, I don't drink coffee anymore, but yeah.
Cafe corretto?
So I think it's safe to say that me and Helena are now YouTube married. We're YouTube married. So
that is an understandable,
Yes. So Ren, you are cut out. Jeff, I need you to go ahead and preside over the
I'll cancel the what do you call it, the registry,
That's it.
the China.
Well, I
whatever,
mean,
our-
I'm not
whatever
going to
we
lie
picked
to
out.
you.
I'll
It would be
cancel it.
funny to have a sort of a marriage where Jeff presides and he wears the horns. That would be pretty funny. While he does
I could do that. For you.
That's all it is. It's funny because, like, all jokes aside, this is the best channel. We have fun. We have fun. No, I mean, all
I
jokes
love it.
aside.
This is where I come from my mental health.
Yeah, we care. No. All jokes aside, we care about each other. We have everyone else's back, and it's great. It's fantastic.
If we saw each other at the
Ren-
mall, we would say hi.
Yeah, I mean,
Not pretend like
no,
we didn't know
Jeff,
each other.
Jeff. There's one difference. Ren does beat men with a whip. She does. So, but other than that, no, everything is great.
You can't stand it, can you?
Honestly, only you, Mike.
I can stand it all right, and I can take it. Ren, There's a little bit of extra cream in that coffee. But enjoy.
Hey, could somebody
Man, this
remind me
coffee is this coffee is salty. But no.
Today was Friday,
Angeline,
right?
Angeline,
Yeah.
my sweet pixie, run while you can. Get away
It's
from the channel
tempting
while
at
you
this
can.
point.
This is a
It's
dirty
tempting.
channel. Get out
No,
of
it's
here.
not. I mean, it has its moments, but on the average, it's not.
I mean, it is run by Satanists, but
What if Angeline, the sweetest girl on YouTube, is really the pimp of this channel? She's like, shut up, bitch. She's like smacking you on the butt. She's like, shut up.
I think speaking honestly, like what it is it's not that the topics are necessarily off kilter, but it's not permissive, but it's in a certain way it is, right? Like it's not restrictive as like some people like really try to like rein their channel into very narrow.
yeah.
It's not so
and Jeff's kind of like he allows for space for a lot of different things. He's not super policey, and he doesn't like police either. And as far as like conversation police, which makes it
because conversations have a life of their own, and I want to let them emerge. So you can't artificially engineer true authentic conversations.
The thing is that I don't know why Ren is talking, because I fell in love with her 4 hours ago. So she has really no reason to talk. Like, you already have me, Ren. So I don't know why you're even drinking coffee and talking. So you already own me. So just
why
stop
are you
it.
talking, Red?
That's a good start. One is a good start, you know. Although you're not, you know, I mean, I'll let you assume you're number one.
The bottom line is, Ren, what is in that cup? Is that coffee or something else? I don't know what you're drinking, but I can tell you this. You've owned me and Angeline like 4 hours ago. Angeline, me and you are like, you know, tag team for Ren. She's quite
coffee.
something.
Me and coffee.
Jeff, what time is it where you are?
Right here, just 9.
What time is it? Huh?
9 o'clock.
Oh,
It's almost midnight where I am.
That coffee?
Do what?
You're gonna be able to sleep okay with all that
Oh
coffee?
yes, I will. I'm way past my bedtime.
Is it?
It's 10 o'clock here. Oh yeah, we had time change, so we.
One of the few, you know, like traits that I sometimes envy is people who coffee actually like keeps them awake, and like has you know a large.
Sometimes it
stimulant
makes
effect.
me sleepy
That
though.
would be-
I'll drink it at work and get really
Sleepy.
tired.
It makes me so
Yeah, no,
sleepy.
it can make me sleepy.
So I
If I
heard
can't
that
sleep,
if you have
I take like half a Adderall and then I can sleep.
The AD, yeah, I've heard that too. That it.
I always thought I was like allergic to it because I'd literally feel like I was gonna pass out if I drink coffee. And I
Yeah.
am, I guess, allergic to beans, but now I learned that if you have ADHD or whatever, it'll actually have the opposite effect on your brain and like calm you down.
Yeah.
So
And speed will mellow you out.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
not gonna
Helene-
try that one.
Helena, do you drink?
Yeah.
Helena, do you drink coffee at night? Being Italian, a fellow Italian.
Not anymore. Not anymore. I used to when I worked a second shift and I had to put the newspaper to bed, and we're all trying to stay awake. But not anymore. I can't do it anymore. It makes my skull feel like it's vibing. I just can't drink it anymore. But I love it. I love the smell. I love how it tastes, but I can't drink it anymore. It just makes me too wired.
Gotcha. See how
Just
Ren
when
is
I don't
fixing
drink
her hair?
coffee.
Because Ren knows a good piece of meat when she sees it. And Helena, I don't appreciate.
Oh my gosh.
She's been seeing it all night for the last like 2 or 3 hours, and she's just now fixing her hair.
Ren, listen, let me tell you something, Jeff. Don't get upset. And Angeline is taken.
Promise I won't.
Helena has a sexy drummer boyfriend, you know, so she's taken. But me and Ren, we have something going on, and Ren's gonna beat me into submission, and I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
I can print up a standard copy of my vassal agreement if you're you know.
I
Yeah,
send it to
I,
I
you.
I
think
can
before
too.
that happens, you should market it, sell tickets.
You know,
Ticketmaster even would probably help.
Okay, so Ren, do
Contract
you
with you.
realize?
I want a
So
few people
Jeff,
be my vassals before the
okay,
apocalypse happens. You know,
right. You said vessels.
vassal. Yeah,
Ren,
I'm
Vassals.
going to be a
okay,
warlord. I have my warlord state planned for when civilization
right,
collapses, and
Rhymes with
so I'm
tassel
allowing a few people to like sign up
and
early to be my
asshole.
vassals, and they don't have to like you know
right.
bring as much ammo as a
So
guild.
Ren, do you realize that Jeff will have my back? Ren, do you realize that I'm a YouTube goat? And Ren, the marriage of Ren and Sroan will be the thing of the year. We will be. I mean, the talk of the town. You will beat your husband into submission. Okay, Ren. So we're gonna make this happen. Jeff,
I
thank you
sense
for
a
introducing me.
I
Jeff,
sense a
thank you
reoccurring
for.
theme.
I really didn't even introduce you. Y'all just showed up on a panel together.
Well, Jeff, I want to thank you for introducing me to my next ex-wife. So I thank you.
That's not. This is not a couple I would have ever predicted or put together.
Jeff, just go with it. God damn it! Damn it!
No,
Just go
you're
with it.
welcome. Yeah, my pleasure.
Wait, who's
Anytime.
he
I did
marrying?
nothing. I
I'm
had zero to do
confused.
with this.
Mike, are you marrying
Helena,
me or Ren?
Helena, I was gonna marry you, but unfortunately, Ren beats me better. She beats me better,
Okay,
and
all
I'm
right.
all.
Well, you know, I
All
can't
right,
compete with
we'll
that.
help her
So,
pick up the
you know,
pieces.
I
I was
You
gonna
know
can't
say
compete
what?
with that.
I could
You
give
know what?
Helena lessons if you know.
Could we have a beating three-way?
What? No.
Ooh,
I don't even know what the heck I'm in here.
I don't know. I mean,
And
Mike, you can
Angeline
always
is
like.
covering her ears. She's like, "This is way too crazy for me." Angelina is
Look,
so wholesome. She's so wholesome.
Alrighty.
All right, this is the bottom. This is the bottom line. Okay, Ren. All right, so
did you see
Ren,
the
I love
comments?
Ren. No, it's okay. Ren, I love your swagger. You have a swagger like no one else. You're like a
she
really
do have a
attractive
swagger.
dude. You're like a super attractive dude, but you're a woman, so you're super sexy. But Helena
Oh
has
boy.
my heart because Helena is like me. She's a dirty Sicilian. She is. She's a dirty Sicilian.
But
She has.
Red's the one that's getting your
Yeah,
hand.
so Helena sweats at the gym and it's olive oil. She's a dirty Sicilian. So
Wait,
you have go ahead.
which one of us is beating you now, me or Ren? I'm confused.
Can it be both? Can it
I
be
was gonna say
both?
I was gonna go with this like you do the beating and I'll give instruction. I think that could work out.
Jeff, I'm screwed. Dude, my life is over. I'm gonna be beaten and all kinds of crazy. Jeff, what did you do? Why did you bring me on to
Just
this
sitting here. I'm
crazy
just sitting here as usual. I'm
you
just sitting
son
here.
of a bitch, Jeff.
Jeff,
Jeff, you are
Jeff, I'm starting to think you're a shaman. Yeah, I'm starting to think you're a shaman.
That's it. All right,
Oh,
so the
look it
bottom
up.
line is this. So Ren and
I don't know my own
Helena,
power.
we will make a date. We'll make a date and make it happen. That's it. That's it. That's all it is to it. All right. Are you down, Ren?
That sounded like a no to me. A big, loud, resounding no.
It's basically how can I insult
It
him
was
the best
definite.
right now? Listen,
I mean, you are a
love this.
Yankee, so it would be easy. So
It might not be as you think. Are you up to a challenge? You up to a challenge?
I mean, things that aren't challenges are too boring to even start.
Let me tell
Wait,
you something.
what
I'm gonna
is
tell you.
this March 21st thing?
I don't know. Who knows?
The
I
world is
can
ending.
tell you this. This is the best panel on YouTube, and thank you. I love all of you. This is the best discourse there is, and not laws. Eat some protein and shut up. That's all I can tell you.
All right.
There's no
Got
voodoo
it.
doll. This is the real thing, baby. There's no voodoo at
You
work here.
old, not laws, you old skanky Canadian. Shut your mouth. Eat some poteed and shut up.
Are you saying protein?
Protein. I thought you were saying
Friggin'
protein.
protein.
Did you mean
Like a
poutine?
protein bar.
And just
Oh,
make sure
you mean
it's not,
protein.
specifically not soy, fellas.
Okay, so like French fries with the cheese curds on them? That's poutine, right?
Oh, the Kali Yuga cycle
Protein is
starts.
French fries with the gravy.
I think it already
Yeah,
started
it's
here.
cheese and gravy on fries,
This is gonna be
basically.
cool. I can't wait. We'll have to do a stream.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should. Yeah, a stream with we just talk about food. Yeah, that would be great.
That's what we're
Universally.
trying to figure out, Browns. It looked for a while it was gonna be Ren, but now I'm leaning toward Helena.
Say in the
I
meme,
guess
I'm
we'll
the
never know.
I'm the meme with like the girl that walks by and the guy's like I'm generally I'm the one that walks by, right? That's where I usually fit in that meme.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So we're three angels left with Charlie, and I don't know.
Didn't he
So I
send
don't
him on
know.
missions and stuff? What did we
That was a
need
nice
doing?
nice comedy run. It's good to have a nice comedy spar sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I
That
don't
was
know.
hardly a spar.
I mean, Mike does just like he does emanate like pick on him vibes. Maybe that's just.
Well, you know what? You know.
But he seems to like it, so like I don't.
Not as much
don't
as
feel
Barney
like
does. I
Oh
like that.
God, don't even with him. Oh my God, that guy. It's like he comes to your show, he wears a pink t-shirt, and then he says, "Hey, are you making fun of me because I'm wearing a pink t-shirt?" It's like, dude,
I
nobody
thought it looked
said
good. That
anything
was like
about
one
you
of the
wearing
few
a pink.
things that he was doing
Nobody
right.
cares. Oh yeah, I can't even with that guy. So, you know.
I don't know who it is, but sounds like fun.
Ugh.
And
Yeah.
Mike looks good in pink too, believe it or not. He has a
Well,
pink
hey.
T-shirt that he wears. In
Well, that's what I'm
fact, Mike
saying.
and
It's like
Barney need to have a was it wears it well, wore it best.
well, I wouldn't mind seeing Barney and Mike fight it out. I wouldn't mind that.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised they haven't. Barney fights with
I'm
everybody.
surprised they haven't either. What is that?
He
Synchronicity?
comes up
They
on
don't.
here and picks fights with all of my guests to try to run them off so he can have me on the stream by myself with just us.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we should be together, Mike. We belong together. I've heard him say that. It's like, what the hell are you, a stalker? What are you? You're crazy. And he's also very unpleasant. And it's like, are you trying to chase? I don't get it. I just don't get it. He's very unpleasant. Okay, and it's like every time I'm on, oh, the two times I were on, he was like, "Hey Jeff, were you trying to ruin your channel by having having a woman on your panel?"
Now
It's
we
like,
got 3 of them.
shut the fuck up. What?
That sounds like something a woman would say.
I
There are guys who are basically
well,
chicks.
tell him that. Yeah, when he comes on, tell him that. Yeah. So yeah, I don't. It's very strange. He has hidden agendas.
Like literally that sounds like female behavior where it's like, wants to be like the queen bee kind of thing. Like where they're like, I don't want these other ones here. I'm gonna say bad things about them.
Yeah.
Well, he acted like I was like giving Jeff
Female
cooties.
behavior.
It's like, what the fuck are you? What? Huh? Yeah, but no. Oh God, you could kick his ass verbally. I mean, yeah, it's. But he seems to know when to come in and out, and on the panel, and I don't know. I don't
Some
know.
of
I
these
don't get him.
people have just have a routine they do to stir up things on panels.
So I was, go ahead, sorry.
That's pretty much all I was gonna say. But yeah, some people do. They just they like have the same repeat things they do over and over again because they think it's entertaining or they think it's
It's a
causing
bit. That's what
entertainment.
I
Yeah,
keep saying.
yeah, like a
Sometimes
bit.
you have to kind of like pick a fight with, and then you can get rid. A lot of them don't like it if you really, but you
Yeah.
know, I'm happy to be your bouncer slash cooler slash Patrick Swayze anytime. Because
No,
since
you have
you're
to be
in charge
Sam
of the channel,
Elliott.
you have to be more neutral. Like it's one of my great pleasures in life is being the left hand. I get in various situations, and I can
Well, if
pick the
I ever
fights.
again, you're more than welcome.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you see Roadhouse? Anybody
I
see
love Roadhouse.
Roadhouse here? You wrote
Roadhouse
it?
is one of my favorite
Oh, I don't
movies.
think I've ever seen. Oh, is
Okay,
that the
here. Can I
Patrick
give you?
Patrick
Yeah.
Oh, is that
Swayze
why you
reference?
didn't get the reference? Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Patrick
thinking Dirty
Swayze.
Dancing or Tu Wong Fu.
I feel like you would
No,
love
no.
Roadhouse, Jeff. Like for many reasons that I don't need to list. But
Well,
it's
maybe I'll add it to my list. Let me look it
it's
up.
Patrick Swayze, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's
I
in
remember when it came
his
out. It
day,
was like
right?
80s.
Like Patrick
Yeah.
Swayze at the
Oh, I'm looking
max,
at it
right?
now. I
Like
remember
at
this
the peak.
poster and those jeans.
Yeah, and he is a philosopher, right? Like he has a philosophy degree, but he
He's a
runs around.
Zen
But
martial
instead,
arts.
he's like a traveling bouncer, like a
Oh,
master bouncer slash philosopher.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, I
and in
might
this
take a look
world,
at it.
bouncers are
It's a
famous.
Gen Z
Bouncers
movie. I
are
mean, a Gen
famous.
X movie.
Well,
It,
no, he's in the bar, and somebody says, "Oh, there he is," and he says his name, and everybody applauds him. It's like, oh, is this a universe where bouncers are famous? And it didn't make any sense, but okay. But no, what was I gonna say? Oh shit, I can't remember. I lost the thought. But oh yeah, okay. Here's the line that I love from that movie: "Pain don't hurt."
good one. It's a good. I feel like there's so many like actually philosophical lines. Like you can live your life by Roadhouse quotes,
Oh
and
my
it would be
God, I really
acceptable.
want to see it now. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
Oh, it's so like,
Oh,
What's
oh
it
my
called?
God.
Roadhouse
Roadhouse.
with Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, don't forget Sam Elliott.
And Sam Elliott, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
him too.
pain. Hey everyone, pain don't hurt. Okay.
There's a lot of philosophy in that statement, though. Like it's so.
Yeah, I know.
I identify. I identify. I was like, yes. I'm like, this makes perfect sense to me.
Like a remake, Mr. B, or a new.
Oh, they do have a remake. They made it into a series, and they made it with
It's an acceptable movie, but it doesn't hold a candle to the old one.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So
isn't
do
it?
the
It's
movie
Jake.
instead.
Yeah, it's Jake Gyllenhaal, isn't that?
Oh, okay. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Even the cover,
And
he looks. He
the
doesn't
Irish
hold a
MMA guy.
candle to.
Yeah, like it's not a
Yeah.
bad movie, but it really is. It's a.
What's wrong with
It
his
would have been better off
chest?
if they didn't make it a remake. If they just called it a movie and didn't call it Roadhouse again, because
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they always do that. Yeah,
I like the movie less because of that. Because I'm like, it was a enjoyable movie as far as movies that came out that year are concerned, or the last few years. But but compared to Roadhouse, it doesn't deserve to be on Roadhouse. On the bottom of Roadhouse's shoe.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I have to go. And my last line is going to be, hey, everyone, pain don't hurt.
Well, I thought you'd be taller.
All right. Good night, Jeff and Angeline and Ren. Nice talking to you.
You
Hope
too.
I
It
talk
was a
to
lot
you
of
again.
fun.
Yeah.
Good night.
Have a good
Helena.
night.
Good night.
Right.
Yeah. That was a good laugh.
Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed my Friday.
Oh, it's Friday.
Well, does anybody have anything else they want to talk about before I wind it down?
Pretty good.
Not particularly.
Just shucking and
Yeah.
jiving.
Yes. Yeah. You guys have a good night.
Good night.
You too, Angeline. When do you think you're going live again?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Probably
Well, do you want to
not for a
do an
long time.
episode one day? Like you and I, we can talk about a topic.
Sure.
Let's see, what's your channel, and I'll subscribe to it if I'm not already.
Here, I'll drop it in the back.
Okay.
I'll. Yeah.
There you go. Or I'll drop it in the front too. I put it earlier.
I can hear all the little tick, 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 tick. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess we truly have not we've
All right,
exhausted
there we go.
the panel for tonight. We have nothing left to say.
Well, we have to change
I-
gears, right?
Yeah,
I
I
know,
guess
but they're
so.
not.
I
They're
guess
stuck.
'cause,
They're
like,
not.
We have
Mike.
reached like a spot where you could stop after the
Yeah, like
comedy.
if you want to stop, we can stop. I think Mike was just so dominating and all the talking that we're just like, wow, this is
He
totally different
was,
mode
but
now.
it was kind of fun.
Yeah.
At least so.
I mean,
I'll let
I'll
him
be
go.
honest. Like, I've been anticipating that eventually we were going to have to kind of like spar a bit,
Oh,
have a
was
little
that
dominance
sparring?
fight,
Did that qualify as
a little
sparring?
bit,
Oh,
mildly.
I didn't even, hardly even registered.
There was a yeah. Had to establish,
Bit carried away.
Yeah, I think he
how
was
that
trying
goes.
to provoke content.
Well, it worked out. Like past a certain point, it was working.
Yeah.
It was funny. It seemed like everybody was generally enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I think it was all in good fun. That's
It
the
was
way I
just
took it.
fun. Like,
And thank you, Mike, and I appreciate it. And let's do our panel hopping.
You guys final
Somebody's
hop.
here.
I've
Hang
never
on.
seen you on another panel.
Who is in the back? I can't see your face. It's very dark. And no, I can't tell who you are. And then if you have a channel, drop it in the back and I'll check you out. Or if I know you, just tell me who you are. It might be somebody we know. It's really dark. I can't make them out.
Hmm. There's someone who wanted to come up on my panel, and I saw someone come up with like no picture
Oh,
or
you
whatever,
went
and I
through that where
remembered.
people
I was
showed up
like,
and you weren't sure whether to let them on or not.
yeah, I wasn't sure, and then they kind of showed on the camera, but I didn't know who they were, so I let them up, and then when
Yeah.
I heard their voice, I knew who they were.
My
I didn't know who
curiosity
they were
always gets
from.
the better of me. Their name is 00. I don't. It's 20. So I don't. Does anybody know them?
No idea.
sounds
I'd
like
be the
craps. Wait, no, that would be roulette. Sorry.
Do you have a channel? 00.
Snake guys.
I'd be the last one to ask. I haven't been paying attention on here.
All right. Well, I don't know who this guy is, and they're not typing anything. But so, I guess. I mean, I'll be happy to let you on. I just need to know who you are, since you're new. We get a lot of trolls around here. No?
Yep, better safe
They're
than
just
sorry.
sitting there. So.
Well, hello, whoever you are.
Well, of course you're gonna say you're not a troll. That's what a troll would say.
All right.
Do you,
Well, I added you to my list, Angeline. So if you do panels and stuff, I may hop over there someday, because that's right now what I'm doing. I get bored and I want to talk to people. And if people are
that's what we're
live
here
streaming
for.
when I get that way, then sometimes
Random Dutch wanderer. Oh, from Dutch. What time is it there? Well, do you want to take a chance on this guy? I could use an overlay.
see what they want to talk about, I guess.
All right, I'll bring you on. Hello. You're on. If you're talking, we can't hear you. No. Let's check your mic.
He says random Dutch wander in the back. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is? In the
Yeah,
chat?
I have you on, but we can't hear anything.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
What's
Okay,
up?
good. No, I'm just trolling around the internet, and I saw you guys were ending the stream, and you were wondering about things maybe to talk about before the stream ended.
Yeah, you have something?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you about maybe any kind of paranormal experience you may have had, all three of you.
Okay, we could do
And I'm
that.
not gonna pour bomb you. The overlay is not necessary.
Do
I
you have
get
a
it. But
channel?
no, dude, I'm just
Okay.
a lurker.
I'll
No?
just put you in as 00. I have had no paranormal experiences.
None
I
at
am
all.
a paranormal skeptic. I don't believe in any kind of non-material dimension.
How about seeing a weird thing in the sky, like a
Like a UFO?
UFO, I
No, I
guess?
wish. I wish. I've been waiting for the mothership to come for me for a long time, and they haven't. Which
And how about these lovely two women here?
I mean, my concept of how the universe works doesn't explains most things that I've seen, even maybe if some of them were non-standard or what some might consider unexplained. I haven't experienced anything that I can't really explain.
Nothing at all. Not even a very weird nightmare experience, like a weird dream. We thought like.
Well, I mean, I've had some dreams where I think that, and then later some like seem like almost deja vu stuff later, but it's explicable within my model of the universe and dimensionality and stuff.
I see.
I find that most things make sense if you can conceptualize them extemporally, like outside of time. Trying to sequence things and sequence causality in one direction is where things creates things that are unexplained or difficult to explain if you're locked in that perspective.
Mm. Damn, girl. Okay.
Angeline, any paranormal experiences?
A lot. I think I grew up in a lot of that stuff, so. But then again, like, I grew up in religion, and I was a kid who'd come home and there'd be like people laying on the floor, like shaking and like speaking in tongues and all that crazy
Oh my
stuff,
God!
and casting out demons, and that was my world. Like
And that
I
was
just
no.
like walk over people and go up to my room, and like it was kind of crazy. So I grew up in that kind of world where. So when I came out of religion and all that, I had to try and figure out what the heck, like make sense of all that too. So I did a lot of research in that area, but I do believe in the paranormal, but it's different, I guess. It's not like I'm not very woo-woo per se. I know that it's like what we create kind of thing, you know? I don't know, I've seen it all. And I used to do like street healing and stuff, and I have seen things that I can't explain, but I try to make sense of it in my head in a more logical way, I guess.
Okay, so you don't see it exactly as something that's just in our minds?
I think we're very powerful with our beliefs. What we
Uh-huh.
believe is, you know. I think we can create. We're bigger creators than we realize, like with what we think and believe.
Yeah,
So I
I
think it's,
agree.
you know, those experiences that seem supernatural, I think is the power of our beliefs, I guess. Like you can create a haunting experience or a healing experience or whatever if you like have a really powerful belief around it, just because we're creators of our experience.
Are there
So
ghosts?
do you believe there, yeah, ghosts, or maybe is that an experience that we create with our minds, or dreams?
Well, I
I know
heard
dreams
someone
are, but
explain it like this. Like, let's say there's a house down the street and there's like a bunch of shootings and the cops come and everybody's talking about it and the sirens are going off and then they have the place like sealed off with tape and everybody's talking about murders there and then it starts to pass away and everyone talks about it being haunted and all these people add this like beliefs and energy and blah blah blah. And then you go in all psyched up about all these things and you feel all the stuff that everybody's putting towards that. And you can go in and have an experience. Does it make it real?
yeah, I understand what you
You
mean.
know?
Yeah, your mind gets loaded with that kind of information and you project it onto the location, right? I think that's what you mean. Like,
We can create an experience that's,
yeah, you go.
with strong
A
beliefs.
haunted location is only haunted because we create the haunting,
We do.
because it's known as haunted. I
Yeah.
get what you mean. Ah, well, I think that's a very intelligent way of thinking.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's true, but I think it's cool.
I know I used to have a lot of weird things happen. And then when I stopped, like, it got to a point, like, because my world, everyone believed in demons. Everything's a demon, right? Like everything was a freaking demon. Oh, the car broke down. It's a demon. Like it was just retarded, right? Like,
Oh, you were raised religious then? Maybe? Or?
yeah. So I was scared of
Hmm.
everything. So to get out of that
Yeah.
was awesome because I was scared of everything. I just thought everything, and some people, not all people, but a lot of people in church they're just crazy. It's like, oh, if you accidentally do a yoga pose, you could like accidentally let in a demon, right? It's like it was the dumbest thing. So when I went to when I was taking courses for like theology and history and all that kind of stuff, you kind of learn where it started and takes out all the fear, and you don't, like it's just a buildup, and people don't understand it, and they make all these woo-woo things out of it. But now I know it's not what we're told. But I still saw weird things, and I was gonna say I used to experience like things, like weird things, like I don't know, things moving or whatever, like the weird stuff, but now I was like, well, what was that? And I was like, well, I honestly think that we're powerful. Like when we believe something enough, we're powerful to create an experience and believe it. Whether it was something outside of us, I don't think so, to be honest.
No, you don't believe in any otherworldly creatures or beings that could interfere
Because
or
as soon as
scare
I
us, or
stopped believing that, it stopped happening.
yeah,
So,
exactly. If you're
right?
not scared of it and you don't worry about it, it doesn't exist, right? So it is probably our mind then. I think you're right.
Well, what's your position on all of this? Or what's your background or experience?
I don't know. I'm just very interested in the topic and people's views on it and people's experience about it.
Have you had any of your own?
Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff. Yeah.
What's the most interesting story you've had or you've elicited in your quest for data points?
Well, when I was a kid, I went to my uncle's farm with my family, and it was just a regular visitation. They went for tea and crumpets, let's call it that. just the Dutch way of that. And I got bored and I went outside, and it was a very secluded farm. But I saw a black cylinder in the sky on my own. A black cylinder just floating in the sky. It was just there, and it floated off, but that was before the time of drones. That didn't exist back then.
How old were you again?
Right now or back then?
Back then.
Oh, I was like 10 or something.
So
What
do
do you
you
make
lean?
of it?
I don't think I mean, like, when you're 10, you're not on drugs, right?
Right.
I mean, I haven't seen a ghost, and I don't really believe in ghosts, but there's definitely weird phenomena I have been seeing with other people that have seen things move, like the lady just explained. Stuff like that does happen. So maybe there is a truth to that, right? Maybe there is some energetic, spiritual thing going on there.
I do believe in energy. Like, I know, Jeff, like, you have a lot of questions around that, but I do
Yeah, I don't
believe
know what it
in.
is.
And I like to use the word life-giving energy. So, like, the thing that gives things life. So, like, when something's alive, something is
Vivos.
making us alive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I consider insects alive, and I feel bad for killing an insect, even accidentally, because I think there's something in there, in that creature, right? I think we're all the same kind of creature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad about killing the bugs too. I usually just throw them outside.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Yeah, good job. I respect that.
I think, like, the more we allow life-giving energy, the more, and we can block it. And often if we're, like, sick or whatever, depressed, whatever, we're often, like, not allowing as much of that life-giving energy to come through us, I guess.
But
So,
what in your opinion is that life generating energy coming from?
just energy, just whatever it is
Just
that gives us life. Some people call it source, I guess.
Do you differentiate
Yeah.
between the sort of life energy like vivos and like a spiritual energy?
Can you say
Or
that first part again?
vivos, it's just Greek. Like that's what I think of when I think of life-giving energy. That would be sort of like the energy that animates. Would be that when I hear life-giving, that's what I. And then there's like sort of it can be differentiated. In certain texts, it would be differentiated from like. Trying to think what they call it. It's not spiritus, but it's like you could describe. It would be described as of spiritus. But yeah, kind of like you call like soul energy or the spiritual energy being different than the enlivening or animating energy.
Animating energy? I don't know. I've never really used any of those terms, so I'm not really sure how to answer that.
But when you say life-giving, right? Like that's
Yeah.
what I'm hearing is the animating energy, the
I
energy
don't know. Just the thing that
life
makes
runs
things
off of.
alive. I don't know how else to explain it.
And then you would have, you can even split it three ways. You can have like that, then you can have like the intellectual energy, right? Like consciousness, and then you can have sort of the soul energy. Like
But
the soul.
why call it energy? Like what
Spiritual,
just if it's life force, And if it's intellect,
So it's the
and if it's
closest.
It's just
emotion,
a
or if it's,
word that a lot of people are
why do people
familiar with, I
attach the
guess.
concept of energy to it?
Because I think
I
it's the
guess
closest analogy to understand it systemically, right? Like the way we kind of understand the way energy works kind of fits the pattern of how
Oh,
these
because it's
things.
not material.
like
Yeah, like
there's
I
things
think
that
it's a
generate.
useful analogy or
Yeah,
the
like
default. Maybe not the best one, but it's the most commonly understood analogy. Analogous.
electricity is a generation of generating energy, or heat would be things generating energy to create fire, or like, right? So I don't know. It's, you could call it like electricity, and you could call
But
it
aren't we
magnets
all?
generate energy, right? Like you can't see it, but you can kind of sense between magnets. You can feel electricity, but you can't see it. But you can certainly get that by it. You can like, there's different things like, and that's why I
Well,
just
that
say
makes
the
okay as
thing
an
that,
analogy. It makes sense, but then I
yeah.
don't know what the other term they're analogizing it to is when they talk about like
I mean,
feeling
energy
someone's energy or
is a thing that we understand to exert force.
Or not exert, like, I don't know, is turning on a light energy exerting force? Like, or is it just making it work?
Well, it's producing it's causing it to emit photons. So it is a force in the sort of
but
in the
what
sense
like
of
so
pure
earlier
physics.
today we were talking about like reading people's energy or people having different energy. Like
That's
how
a
does
little
that translate
different.
into
Yeah, I'm talking a little
force or
different, I guess. I'm talking about just the thing that makes us alive, I guess. But energy
it's
like
such a
that is
fuzzy
just
concept.
feeling stuff, I think. That's just a way of describing it.
Yeah, but consider like a radio. A radio, you can smash a radio, right? You can smash it to pieces. Uh, and the radio signal will still be there, right? The radio doesn't. The radio signal is not the radio,
Right.
and in that same way, I think the human body can be destroyed, but the radio signal or whatever humans really are is still there, right?
I like, you know, we could be like antennas that pick up on different things out there, right? Like the radio, and we can tune in our focus to different things, I
Yeah.
guess, you know? Like we can choose where we're tuning into. I know, like, I know it sounds weird, but like, and I don't really understand it. Like, I don't know if I was picking up on. Okay, so I've seen people on the other side for other people, and I didn't even know what was going on at the time. But I just like would sense something. Like once I was in lineup with a lady and I could sense that there was like a young girl standing beside her, and I was like, she has like this length hair, and I was really nervous because I was just starting to experience this stuff, so I was really nervous to say it, and I didn't really think it through because it was a Christian lady who like freaked out after because they think that stuff's demonic. But I was just like standing there. I'm like, I just sensed this and that and whatever. And at first she was all excited and she pulled out a postcard and she said, my daughter just died from cancer and this is the last piece of art she made, and you're describing her exactly. And I was like, oh, well, I guess that she just wants you to know she's like here with you. And if I think about it now, then it was amazing. I was picking up on it everywhere I went. I could pick up if someone had a dog that passed away, I felt like it was with them or whatever.
Yeah.
And now I
Yeah.
think maybe it was just, again, I'm going to use the energy word, but maybe like if somebody is carrying like if you're really sensitive to that stuff, if someone's carrying the energy of that person already, you could be picking up on it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just
So,
always
so
had a weird
you
thing
mean
like
you're kind
that.
of projecting it then because you know this person and you care about this person? You project the energy of their loss, the person they miss or
Well,
the pet they
or
miss.
maybe it was something very close and familiar to them, and
Yeah.
somehow you kind of pick up on that. Like, I don't know.
But
Like,
how did you know it was a little girl?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's the mission. That's what I'm
I could
trying to.
I could just feel her, and people ask, "Can you
What
see
does
it?"
a
And I was
little
like, "I
girl
couldn't
feel like,
see."
though? Like,
Well, it. Have you ever felt like someone was standing next to you,
Yes,
and
I
then they
have.
were,
I don't
right?
know,
But you
maybe.
didn't
But
like
I wouldn't be able to
see them,
tell the
see them.
gender of the person, I don't think.
I think I think honestly, to me, I think everybody can do it. Everybody. I don't think there's nobody who can't do it. But I mean, you have to be open to it, and kind of probably takes practice. And for me, I was just high flying at the time because I was so excited to not be afraid of so many things anymore. And we were taught to be afraid of that stuff. And I had I had so many people in my life pass away. So I'll tell you that some of the supernatural stuff I can't explain was just from all the deaths in my life that didn't make sense. And the things I kept seeing from people who passed away who were supposed to be going to the bad place. And I would see complete opposite and get messages that didn't make sense and that nobody else would know. And it was like they were trying to tell me like that the whole fear thing was BS. And I don't know, and I just was really high flying. I was really excited. Like I just had not at the time. I just had like another family member pass away that I grew up with, and I was like devastated. But then I saw them with other people that passed away, and I kept seeing weird things and having dreams and feeling things and waking up, and it wasn't me because I was already convinced that they were elsewhere, right? So it because that's what I was told. So I guess that kind of started my research journey on, I part of what started my research journey was like, how can I be more loving than God? Because I would like say someone had a rough life and they overdosed, right? Or committed suicide or whatever, and everyone's like, "Oh, they're in hell and blah blah." And for a while I was like, how could I have more compassion than God? Like, how could I look at this person's life and see that they've always been in hell? They were tortured, they were abused, became an addict, they wound up killing themselves, and now because of all that, they're in hell. And like that doesn't make any sense. Like I would be like, dude, like time to be set free, like time to be like you finally get to be free from all that stuff. I wouldn't be like, oh well, you went through all this shit and you didn't like figure out how to be perfect, so I'm sending you to burn forever for eternity. I was like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. Like how can I have more grace than God? Like, because I wouldn't ever do that, right? And it's just a lot of things were making me ask questions, and that's why I started studying and studying. And now like I realize a lot of that stuff, the demons, everything was made up. Well, it was like just history. And history, if you go back in history, you can see how it all came about. But I still started having all these experiences outside of all the fear, outside of all the BS. And that's when I just started believing that all the fear stuff was
Well,
BS. But I think
from
people
my
are really
point of
free.
view, that is all very interesting. I mean, and I disagree a bit. I don't think it was all in your mind. I think
I don't.
maybe if you imagine God as a giant tree and it extends in all kinds of branches, you're one of those branches. That's what
I
I
know it
think.
wasn't in my mind. I know it wasn't in my mind, like, because I didn't even know these people, a lot of them. And I would just get weird things. Like, one time my heart was racing, and there was this girl at this party who was kind of like trying to start stuff with everybody. And she came and sat down in front of me on the floor. And I was like, oh God. right? And suddenly I started getting all these weird things about some guy in a bus and he doesn't like to wear pants and all these weird things coming to him. I'm like, what the heck? And I didn't know what to do. And I was like, do I just take a risk and like just say something? So I started saying, I'm like, I just keep picturing this guy and something about a bus and he doesn't like to wear pants. I'm like, what the freak am I doing? Like, this lady's gonna think I'm crazy. And then she said that it was her uncle that she lived with who like recently committed suicide by stepping in front of a bus. And she laughed about the pants thing because I guess he wore those pants that used to button up down the sides that you could tear off. And he like refused to wear any other pants but those. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I just kind of was like, wow, I'm getting all this weird stuff. I'm going to see what happens and just trust it. And because I was learning to trust because I had a few weird things come to me and I took a chance on it and it wound up being accurate. So I was getting braver. And I don't know where that came from because I didn't know this person. And then that's why I was wondering, like, maybe I'm picking up on something from them. Like, maybe there could be the person there, or it could be me picking up on the person from them.
Like just something from their brain being transmitted.
That they're thinking about or feeling or right, and I put it together or something. I don't really know. It's like trying to interpret feelings. You call it, people call it energy, but it's like you get all these feelings like I feel like there's a girl there. I feel like her hair is this long. I feel something weird about a bus. I don't know where all this stuff is coming from, and then you take a chance on it and it winds up to be true and accurate, and I don't know, I can't really make sense of it, I guess. So
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what they call telepathy. You know, I don't know if that's a real thing, telepathy, but I think you were tuning into.
I haven't done it in a
Well,
long
I
time.
don't, I
That's what I was
don't, I
gonna
don't
ask
think
if
you
you
were making it
still
all up.
feel that.
Well, I avoid people a lot, to be honest, at this point, and like besides my kids and my
You bully
mom.
people a lot.
No, avoid.
Oh, avoid it.
Angeline, you big bully.
Yeah, bully.
She's-
Yeah, but no, I just
she's-
I don't know why. I just I don't know.
Well, this to me it definitely has potential for the trans issue. This idea that you can sense gender from feet, like you knew it was a girl. You can sense maleness or femaleness or girl or boy.
Well, I've never sensed anything else, but I'm sure if that's how they presented themselves, that's how they would present themselves.
Was it
To
visual,
be
like you
picked
had
up
an
on.
image of a little girl, or was it like
See,
an energy?
I never know how to explain that. It's like it was just like a knowing. I didn't physically see somebody.
So it wasn't anything. It was more like an intuition. It wasn't anything concrete.
Yeah, it's just a feeling. Like I sensed different details or different things that came to me, and then I would describe them, and yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Wow. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Normally, I find a way to criticize and dismiss everything.
Angeline, did you ever have a very lucid dream, like a dream where you know you're awake? I'm just curious.
Well, I've left my body when I was a kid. Just because the abuse was really bad. So one time I went and I was just walking around my neighborhood and I saw weird things. Like I saw a pair of red runners that were tied up and thrown in a bush. And I saw a weird little dog and all these things. I was just walking around my block. And then when I was awake, I was like, what the heck? Like, that was weird. So I decided to go on a walk with my friend. I called my friend at the end of the block and we went for a walk to to see if we could find any of that stuff, and it was there. Like, the shoes were the most shocking one, that's why it stood out to me. So it felt like a dream, but then everything was there when I went to go and see if it was there, so I don't know if there's a difference between them, right? So I have no idea.
Yeah, interesting. I'm sorry about the abuse, by the way.
It was a crazy life, but maybe that's why I just like being in my house with my kids now. Life is weird.
Sorry. Don't mean to bring that up.
It's okay. I definitely had a wild past. I don't always go there. And I have a lot of memory loss too, but most of it happened when I was younger. And it went to court when I was 8 years old. A bunch of people got caught for things, and they were lucky for me, they admitted everything in court because I honestly had severe memory loss. So it was definitely in my favor that they thought I remembered stuff and just said everything. So that was good. Thanks to my mom, who totally threatened the shit out of them in the hallway before court started. It's like, they're like, do you want to see that little girl up there telling them everything? And da, da, da. So they thought I told her everything. So she was like, this is before court started. They were like sitting me up on those yellow page things because I couldn't see over the top because it was pretty small. And well, I was like 8. And my mom, I guess, was out in the hall and she just flipped on them. She's like, you want to see that little girl up there telling them everything you did and blah, 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 blah. And then they freaked out. And so they went in before the court started and admitted everything to the judge. And then the next thing I knew, I was out in the hallway and the main person was being dragged away and was being told like that I would never see them again. And at the time I like freaked out because I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't understand. So yeah, I don't know.
That does sound like a bumpy experience.
It was very upsetting, especially as a kid. But I mean, I understand it more now, but it's definitely left a lot of trauma inside when you don't get it when you're for a long time when you're a kid, right?
No, you don't. Yeah.
And welcome, Brooke.
Hi, Brooke.
And Billy.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi. Billy's at the other end of the bed sleeping.
Oh, okay. Well, tell him hi for us when he wakes up. What's up?
Not much. I just find this topic really interesting.
Yeah, I was skeptical at first, but it really is a fascinating topic.
I'm mostly a
don't
logical
know what to
mind.
make of some of it.
I'm mostly a logical mind too, which is why I've been like spending forever trying to make everything make logical sense. And I try, but I guess you have to go to some kind of, people call it energy, but or feeling, right? I think when we're feeling stuff, it's just feeling energy, and then you're trying to like put words to it.
Yeah, you're trying to express
See what
it.
you get. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I find it fascinating, you know, and I think we all have at least some kind of experience like that. I hope so.
Yeah.
Even
And I'm really against people using that stuff. Like I've seen people use healing and knowing things about people and whatever, and they use it for complete freaking asshole things, like messing with women and messing, like, you know what I mean? Like hurting people. Like that was me. I was the kid who was like in the churches who was being hurt because they were like, oh, this is for God's will and this is like cleansing, and when you know about it now, you're like, oh, that was very, 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 very wrong, right? But you don't know when you're a kid, you're just really confused, and so it's like I don't like people using that stuff for manipulation and benefit and whatever. And I think every single person has access to it. There's no special person out there who can like do special things that people should be looking up to and making leaders and blah blah blah. all that stuff really bothers me because I've seen it being abused a lot.
Yeah, it does get abused, and it's like a rabbit hole, right? The whole spirituality thing. It gets tiring, and there's a lot of shenanigans in that area, and maybe it's all bullshit. I don't know, but
Yeah,
like you
maybe.
say, I think, like you say, you sense a kind of energy. I think that is real, and I think that you can sense energy anywhere if you're open to it.
And even with all my experience, I go back and forth all the time on if I actually believe there is a God, like some kind of personality, or if it's just energy. Like, I don't even know if there is like a personal God or just energy, and we're all kind of connected. It's like the internet, right? Like the internet is connected to so much shit, and we can like tune into or go into different parts of it, but something's making it all happen. Like it's all coming from somewhere it's kind of like we're kind of like connected to a network of energy, and I can pick up on people here and people gone, and whatever energy was here, I can kind of tune into it. Or even if I'm doing art or something, I can kind of tune into like ideas and inspiration from who knows where. So I don't know. I
Yeah,
just feel like it's some kind of network or something.
yeah. I mean, just like the internet, right? I think we're connected as humans by the internet, but I think there's also a higher connection between humans that is
I think
kind of like the internet. Kind of like the internet. It's like a mindgeist. Yeah, what's the term? A zeitgeist. That's what I
Zeitgeist.
mean.
But
Yeah,
the internet
zeitgeist.
has physical, like we can show the cables and the signals and all that, like
the
transmitting
internet
this.
does. Yeah, the internet doesn't possess its own will.
No, it
But
doesn't. Yeah.
I think it's most analogous to like it's similar. You could almost consider it like a field of intellect, right? Like it doesn't possess its own will in order to persist, but it's predominantly a network of information.
That's what I mean, and we're connected to everything that was ever in existence. It's like the internet is limited, but we're not. I mean, we limit ourselves, like we're
Yeah,
limited with what
we
we
have like
think or believe or
the
whatever. But
DNA of our ancestors, right? And DNA is information. And we were built with information. We were built with our DNA that we have at the moment. And
Or
that's the
DNA is an
information.
antenna. There's some theories on that. Pretty interesting.
There's Billy.
Or it is not only information, but also is sort of an antenna.
Is sort of a what?
An antenna.
DNA. So it
I've
would
seen
be
some interesting.
continue. It's not just unpacking information. It would be receiving new information and.
So it's almost like it's tuned into a particular information source or something. You know.
Okay, that's weird. That's
It's relatively recent, I think, in the as far as the explorations of such things.
Okay, so well,
are concerned. But
somebody
I've seen
needs to
a few
do a
things on
sci-fi
that.
series on it so I could see it play out because this is freaking me out. There's just people I don't want to be connected to, and I don't want their information in my DNA.
Yeah, well, and like there's was it like the new iPhones and the technology, right? They're using fractal antennas, and I think that's kind of what they're looking at with DNA is that it could possibly be a sort of a fractal antenna.
What's a fractal antenna?
So an antenna, right? Like so any sort of different waves, right? Electromagnetic radiation waves have different amplitudes, right? The different frequencies. And so in order to pick up a particular frequency, you have to have sort of the size of the antenna that it picks it up is ideal, right? So like if you've ever been around ham radio people who are picking up the stuff from trying to pick up the radio waves that they can get from across the ocean, right? They have to have a pretty big, the size of the antenna is, they build antennas to specific sort of units of the wave they're trying to pick up, right? So you can tune an antenna to pick this the way the size of an antenna tunes it to pick up a particular wave. And so you end up with the issue of, okay, how do you can't just have a straight line, right? Like, because all the old antennas were just sticking up, right? And you notice on like all the iPhones now, there's no apparent antenna, and what they found is, and I'm not an expert on this, I've just sort of summarily read about it, but I mean, it makes sense. Basically, they're fractal units of the frequency that they're after, right? The length of the wave they're after. Instead of just having one length of antenna that's tuned to that wave, they can take it in sort of a logarithmic pattern and then fold it in on itself, and it still picks up that wave if it's tuned into it. I don't know.
What's the advantage of that?
Compactness, right? Like you can just sort of wind it around itself. You can,
Oh, so it doesn't have to be this long extended.
right, right. So it's like, okay, if the unit you're after is this big, then you can take whatever the proportion is, right? Like, and then have another unit. So you can, as long as each piece of it is the fractal reduction, then they're all a a subunit essentially, of the wave you're after. Somehow that works.
Do we have a history in electricity, maybe, or in Ren Rogue?
I mean, I have.
Are you an electrician, or were you an electrician?
Not specifically. I mean, I'm a polymath farmer, so I mean, I know quite a bit about doing electrician work. But I've studied a lot of different fields, so. And I mean, most things can be derived from an understanding of physics. I've studied a lot of physics, and
I like the antenna thing too, because like that's kind of what I was wondering, like, or it's something I just think about sometimes, is like, if we're antennas and where we focus is what we're tuning into, that's out there in the field or whatever, right? Like,
But like you weren't even focusing; it just kind of came randomly.
but I was on a
Spontaneous.
roll. Like, I was like so excited that, I don't know, I just had this revelation of like everyone's okay and everyone's not even somewhere. They're like here, and they're good, and they're like not in their body anymore, which is where all pain and fear is, right? We're all trying to protect the flesh and feeling everything in the flesh, and everything sucks in the flesh, and then suddenly we don't have flesh anymore, and we're like, this is like, most people probably who died don't even want to come back because they're like, that sucked. This is cool, right? like right? So I mean, and then, but are they still around? Like, are there energy? I don't know, but I was just like picking up on stuff. So
I want to be energy.
I always imagine that there's like a higher version of myself that's tunneled out, and this is the video game I choose to play, right? Like, it's sort of this recursive idea. And I keep part of my sanity by assuming that I chose to play the game, and I chose to play it on with some stupid hard settings on the character creator. And I'm like, that's really frustrating. And then I go, wait, when I play video games, I totally do that. So I'm like, okay, fine. But have you guys ever read any of the papers? There's a guy named like William Sidis, who was kind of a recluse, but was supposedly like one of the highest recorded IQs, is why he's known. But I read a paper that he wrote, and there's something else. There's another guy that I heard the other day that was sort of saying the same thing, but that the point of it is that if you examine the features that we use to sort of like determine if a thing is conscious, right? Like if I'm going to be like, is Jeff conscious? And right, like the things I'm checking off to look for, right? Whatever that sit is. That if you apply the same checklist to your unconscious, that you're unconscious, even though you can't access it by definition, right? Like it's hidden from you. But there seems to be some that it fulfills all of the requirements of consciousness.
Yeah,
That-
I don't even
That's
believe in the
very
unconscious.
that's really
Which
interesting.
I've
Sorry,
always
go
found that a
on. Sorry,
really
go on.
interesting. Yeah, I mean that's just the concept, but I found that it's a concept that I've thought of, that I've harkened back to frequently since I read it
Kind of
years ago.
want to hear you say it again because I didn't really catch. I think.
Yeah, the basic thesis was that the unconscious, your unconscious, as you perceive it, right? Because we definitely perceive the unconscious, right? There's some thinking, there's something that
The
goes on that we
unconscious
don't
is
have.
just an inference.
You
It's
mean
not a.
like
Right,
the
we can infer it
autopilot stuff
by the
that?
complement.
You mean like wiring or whatever? Like our
No,
brains are wired
not
and stuff, and they
necessarily
go
the
on autopilot.
subconscious. Not necessarily the subconscious, which is sort of the stuff that's still running, but the unconscious, right?
Yeah.
So think of it might be what you would say. Okay, that's where dreams come from. Maybe is the unconscious. Like where does a lot of
They just come from the brain. There's not
Yeah.
a.
just hypothetically, right? But if you examine it, if you look at what the way you can perceive your consciousness, right, and then if you look at the complement, your unconscious, that it meets all the criteria for a consciousness.
But I don't even
Yeah.
believe it's a thing. It's just an abstract. It's.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to. I'm not saying it
I don't
means
know.
one
I
thing or
don't
the
know
other.
what the referent of unconscious.
But
It's not an actual thing that people can
No,
point
but
to. Like consciousness, we
unconsciousness
experience, so
for
we know
me
what
is a
that is.
thing.
Right,
I mean,
but typically we think the way the unconscious is treated when it's used in terms is it's somehow less conscious, right? Like because it's not part of our conscious, right? Like we're not in conscious awareness of it.
I don't.
but
I think it
There's
is less
that
conscious
black
because I
wall,
think
but
it's
it's like
not
it fulfills
consciousness.
all of the. Well, that's just it. That's the idea. That's the interesting idea is that it fulfills all of the requirements of a consciousness, even though it's
Does
not
it
the one
still?
that's
I don't
To
know.
I get
fulfill the
what you mean.
requirements of a
Yes, I get
consciousness,
what
it
you
has
mean
to be we
completely.
have to be conscious of it. It has to be made conscious, and it's not
Yeah.
that. So it doesn't even fulfill the basic requirement of consciousness.
Are you do you differentiate sentience from conscience?
I mean, I can.
Consciousness?
I'm also a nominalist. This is all words, but I
Yeah.
need to know the thing that the word is pointing to, and
Yeah.
the unconscious doesn't point to anything.
I've been
Consciousness
thinking about
points to an
finding.
experience.
It gets hard. It gets hard to articulate. You know this entire
Yeah, but
topic.
people talk about like
Yeah.
it's a thing, and it's not. It's not. I don't know what this thing is.
It is
I
not
don't know
a
what
topic.
energy is either, though.
Yeah.
I had
Okay.
to like differentiate
to
my
be.
brain as an organ that has a tape playing in it that's on autopilot. And you could call it the unconscious, but I just call it the wiring in the brain. So like if you like, and they've showed this too, like if you grew up hearing one thing over and over and over and over and over and over, it like actually puts a pathway through the brain, and that automatically becomes like a thought you go down, right?
Yeah, that makes more sense to me.
And
Like a neural
and
pathway.
so you
is a
have
thing.
all these automatic tapes going off, these beliefs, you call them beliefs, they're just things you think over and over again until they have an autopilot path in your brain. And often it
Yeah.
keeps us in the same cycles, right? And so you could just think something and just think that's you, but it could just be a tape that you've accepted as you, and or that you just it's been there so long you barely even notice it anymore, or you just think it's part of you or whatever. But that's the whole like when you're like become conscious of a thought that you're just having without even really thinking about it, right? Like if I'm thinking all the time, like I don't know, I'm gonna get beat up if I go outside. I'm gonna get like if it's just your autopilot all the time, and then you're just like, wait, is that my thought or is that like the freaking tape I've got going on? And when you could like kind of become aware of your thought, it's I don't know, it's a game changer though. But I've learned that a lot of that stuff in the brain is wiring in the brain. It's not you choosing to think it all the time. Sometimes it's just what's put in the brain. Like
Yeah,
right?
and I think we've all had a deja vu, right? We've had a moment, a deja vu, that something
Yeah.
happened.
But sometimes I can trace it back to an actual prior memory. that it's I'm
Yeah.
being
Something
reminded of.
you thought of before, and then it happened, right? Maybe it was
Or a very
in
similar
the dream world,
experience
or
that's
anywhere
getting
else. But
triggered.
yeah,
I have a question for you guys. So what you're talking about, Angelina, is the metacognition is a game changer, right? If you can think about your own thinking and observe it, that you have much more conscious control over it. I have a question. Have any of you ever gone to the point where, like, for me, it's if I've been awake for like 3 or 4 days, and I
you've
have the
been
choice
awake
to either
that
sort of
long?
like,
Okay.
I've been awake for like 3 days before. It takes about 3 days. The second day, 24 hours or 48 is no biggie. A lot of times, the second 24 is actually better, but for me, once I get past, once I'm in that like past 36 hours or no, let's see, 48, 70, past 3 days. When I'm starting to get towards the end of 3 days, that's about the end of my rope. And so like I've had a sort of, this is the extreme end of it, right? Because I don't know, I assume we've all sort of done the thing where we're like driving somewhere and we kind of zone out and we're like, who drove me here, right?
Yeah.
This is sort of the extreme end. And I almost did it, I got to the point where it was almost an experiment because I'd seen this sort of that auto state before, but I was so exhausted. I had to go and do a meet and greet kind of event. Like I had to talk to people and be social, and like I had to go do this event and I hadn't slept in 3 days. And I was kind of wonky out of it. So instead of trying to like fight through the fog, I just sort of like backed off and I just sort of in my, like, I'm like, all right, engage autopilot. And I have very, very little memory of that day. All I remember is that like peeking through a pinhole, my metacognitive sort of perspective, right? The part of me that I think of as me that's normally sort of like observing and deciding on things, kind of knew it was going on, but was not in control. And most people couldn't tell the difference, right? Like I was on and like very high functioning autopilot. But I wasn't in the driver's seat. Like, right? I was looking at it through a little pinhole, going, "Yep, that's me. That's operating that." But I'm not running it. Like I said, that's the extreme end. But I found that really interesting that actually does work. You know.
And maybe just a part of your brain clicked out. Like maybe you were functioning, but certain senses and stuff weren't functioning, so it felt like you weren't as there while you were functioning.
Well, I mean, externally, everything was functioning fine. Like my body was reading the sensory data because it was smoozing all the right people and doing, and that's not even like it's something I'm decent at, but it's not like my favorite thing. Like that's something that requires a little effort on my part, right? To be like social and like go like I don't like to have to like start the conversation with people, but that was the job at the time, right? Like I was it was my year of living politically, and so I had to be outgoing, right, and start all the combos. And like I said, I sort of, it was like watching it through a veil, right? It's like the part of me that I think of as me wasn't running the vehicle, and most people couldn't tell. Like I could tell, like I was not as I wouldn't have been as adaptable, right? Like the depth was lower than all of me.
So
you know,
who was running the vehicle then? At that
So
time?
maybe like more of like your
autopilot,
safeties.
whatever autopilot is, right?
So maybe some of your like safeties were down. Like maybe if you're thinking more cautious or like, kind of like, not. It's not going to be an exact example, but like when you get drunk and distorted, sometimes you're more outgoing and talkative and can flow through things. If you are a person that's very cautious or in control or whatever, and then some of that guard goes down and you like flow a little bit more for some people.
Yeah, but I mean, I really don't. I don't change much when I drink. If I drink the wrong kind of hoppy beer, I get kind of introverted in my head. But if the sort of normal effect, like I just,
Oh, but I'm like
I'm a
wondering
little
if
lighter,
you're
but I'm still in the driver's seat, right? It's like I'm still there. I'm just a little lubricated. Like it's not, and I'm not generally a held back sort of person.
I'm just
No,
saying maybe your
maybe
experience though is something
Yeah,
like
go
you were
ahead.
so tired that you're just kind of flowing, but you don't have so much thought to it, like so much like
Yeah, but like the part of me that's normally in control was just watching.
you're observing yourself.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, and this is, you know, I mean, I'm always observing my thinking, and then there's like the observer, there's the sort of space where thoughts come and go and whatever.
But who is
And the
the
observer typically like,
observer really? But because you observe yourself, right? You observe your
yeah,
actions
I
and
identify it
your
as the sort of like the top level of observation, right? Like
yeah. Okay.
that's for me, that's usually what's in charge is the metacognitive sort of observer.
It's like the eye of the beholder, right? It's like the all-seeing eye, you could call it.
Yeah.
But that's my biggest experience. That was my biggest sort of like hardcore experiment into like trying to like going, okay, what does basically, I mean, in the terms I was talking about earlier, it was like my unconscious was in the driver's seat, right?
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed to function fine, but I wasn't in, but the normal observer what I can consider my consciousness, right? The part that's literally conscious, right? That is aware of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sensing things, right? There's a difference between like physically sensing, but the thing that's aware that the sensing is going on and like making decisions about it, that was not really in
Yeah.
charge. That was too tired, and it was just kind of like, oh, yeah.
It's
What
almost
are
like
your
old school.
thoughts?
It's almost like old school possession, then, kinda.
Like,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on it? Like,
That's
what
an
is
ancient
for
thought,
you is
but
like the part that was separated, like the two parts or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
you. I don't think you were possessed. By the way.
yeah. I mean, like, but the idea
I think you
that
were
you're
connecting with
unconscious
that.
is just as capable as you're conscious. It's just more. It's just what's outside of your bandwidth or something, right? Like you can't hold on to that much at once, but it has all the functionality of it. You just can't. It's part of the same thing. You just there's a limit to how much of it you can grok at once.
Yeah.
Like
It's like
things
a
like that,
partial split.
like to me reinforce that idea. And then there's there's stuff I've done where it's like I have all these I think of as like these back burners in my brain, and I go, okay, unconscious, like the elves in the background that I can't see, right? The elves that come out at night when I'm right, like it's like I need you to work on this problem, and then like a week later, it's like suddenly that problem's solved.
Yeah.
Like
And at
that
some
seems
point,
to work,
your
right? Like I
physical
started
body will
trying,
have.
I'm like, that seems to work. Even though I
Yeah.
can't directly explain it. But the best conceptual explanation is if you imagine that you're unconscious, that part of that you can't seem to view, right? Like that it is just as capable and operates essentially as you're conscious, that you can communicate with it as if it was another conscious.
You become the observer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's those are my sort of like extreme data points that are not entirely explained.
I know a lot of people who've like their body has like they've separated from their body, which particularly like one thing I thought of with that is like not like yours was different because you're not like your body was still going, but I know for a lot of people if they experience extreme pain, if it's too high of a pain level point, they actually leave the body, which I think is
Yep.
must be something built into us to protect us because we can only handle so much, right? And like I've had that experience too, where you're suddenly outside the body and you're like looking at the body. And it's usually when there's too high of a pain point or too high of a fear, and you can lose consciousness or you can suddenly not be there, but you can watch yourself. Like it's really strange. I know a lot of people who've had that experience.
It's a common near-death experience as well, I think.
Yeah,
like
the different types
people
of
in operations rooms in hospitals, they like when you're getting operated. I've heard of near-death experiences that are exactly like that. Like you watch your body You watch them operate on you, and it's
Yeah,
I
Jesse was stabbed 12 times, and he was losing so much blood they couldn't numb him to take the pain away, and they had to start sticking their fingers in every stab hole to make sure there was nothing broken off in them, because they had to sew them up really quick. And at some point he saw himself laying on the table, and he was up above himself, watching them do all
Yeah.
this stuff to him. And then next thing you know, he woke up and he was in bed, right? And so it was like, and I've heard like so many stories like that too. Like there's this one guy who was parachuting and hit a power line, and the next thing he knew, he was watching himself hit the power line and go down. And then he woke up on a boat. Like it was like something weird happens. Like I don't understand all of that, but it's definitely fascinating. And in a way, it's a little comforting, I guess, because something is wired for us to like, it's some kind of protection. Just like blacking out can be a protection, right?
I've
Yeah, I
always
mean,
wondered. Go ahead.
I've heard of people that got pushed out of traffic that was about to hit them. You know, it seems there's some kind of intelligence that is, taking care of us, and I think.
Well, it's not doing a very good job. I feel like I could do a way better job than it's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but
nature in the world, people.
And that's why I want to figure out how much has to do with us, right? Like, is it us doing it? Like, that's why I want to figure it out.
Yeah, I have like my first thought is like with the out of body experiences and people, like super disassociating, like disassociating out of their body. I would be curious to know like what their normal relationship with their associative relationship with their body is, because I don't know, just off the top of my head, it almost feels like what I would guess from my perspective is that people who are generally really identify as being in their body or almost identify as their body might be more prone to that, to like total disassociation when it becomes necessary. Because like myself, I almost, for my best I can tell, I exist normally in a sort of like a semi-dissociative state. I don't identify very much as my body. I identify as the observer running the meat suit, right? And so, and then like the pain thing, I can actually like any kind of acute pain, like I've learned through meditation from martial arts. I figured it out one night. Like I can basically like make that go away. I can turn the pain off.
You could disassociate from your body.
No, but I'm still in my body. I can just turn it off.
Yeah.
I don't have to disassociate from my body. I feel like I'm in sort of a half dissociated state anyway. So I'm a little more aware of the separation. I'm like always to some degree very aware of the separation between my perceived sort of mind conscious metacognitive observer and my body. Like it's not like, and so I've never experienced anything like where I've gone completely out. But I know people who are like very clearly much more in their body, right? Like their normal state of being, the overlap, they perceive them to be sort of like the Venn diagram of their body and their mind and their consciousness. Like their normal procedure is that it's almost a circle, right? Like it's almost a full overlap. Whereas like you can think of like I'm already operating at like they're only partially crossed over. So
I had a weird experience because
anyway, it's the theory. I would love to test it, but I don't have. So
I like, because my abuse started as a baby, like I guess it started when I was a baby in diapers. And so I have a lot of like, I got to work with a neurosurgeon who showed me that I have like a lot of scar tissue in my brain from because when between the ages of 0 and 3, when you have severe abuse, it'll often create scar tissue in the brain to like you'll have severe memory loss, right? It's a way of protecting you, and you lose consciousness and stuff. So when for for me, it wasn't till later in life, like maybe even 6 years ago, where I learned that I was super disconnected from my body. And then I realized I don't know if I was ever connected to my body, because I learned to be detached from my body from a very long, very like from forever, as long far back as I can remember as a baby, to protect myself, to not be in my body, to not feel things. And I went through a lot of healing where I wasn't even conscious or aware of how much I hated my body. Like, I hated my freaking body for just existing, because it caused me so much pain. It's like, just because I'm in a body, I'm gonna have all this pain and whatever, right? Like, I hadn't checked in to my body in so long that I had so many emotions around it, and then I had to learn to, like, feel in my body again, like actually feel stuff, because I turned off so much physical feeling that I couldn't feel anything. But the problem was I couldn't feel anything good either, right? I couldn't feel anything bad, but then I couldn't feel anything good either. It just was like not there, like, right? So it took me a while to even learn how to like come back into my body and learn to be safe in my body and like feel my body again. So that was a whole other journey, like, so I
Wait,
don't
how did you
know.
come back into your body? Because I have that.
Yeah, for me, um, uh, okay, I'm being a little vulnerable here, I guess. I met a lady who was like kind of like into um sexual abuse healing and all that kind of stuff, and she goes through the, I can't remember what it's called now. I think it's erotic blueprints. So you know how there's love languages?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
also sexual languages. So there's different ones. There's like some are sensual, some are energetic, which is really just the tension between things without actually touching. Some are sexual, which is like direct touching, direct go for the goal kind of thing, right? There's kinky, which means they need it to be like kind of edgy, like, and
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't have to be something
that was
kooky
mine.
like cuffs or whatever, but it could be like, oh, let's like do it in a different spot, or like do something risky, or like just something that keeps it like a little bit like edgy, right, or exciting. And then there's one that encompasses them all and needs a little bit of everything. So I think I got them all, but you can find out what you are. And there's some people who actually do training where you find out yourself. So you will do different things, like you will try hold energy over yourself, like different parts of your body, and see if you're sensitive to that or if you feel anything. You can try um grabbing or scratching or light touches, or there's other clues too, like if you're a sensual, like music, light, stuff like that would be really good. But then if you have dirty laundry everywhere, you can't be in the moment because that's all you can think about. Like that would be a sign of essential, right? So there's different ways to tell. Like there's some tests and stuff you can do. Anyways, this lady took us through some things where you kind of just you, so that you're safe, experiment with different ways of touching yourself or scratching or holding energy or tapping or whatever, and you see how your body responds, and you kind of learn about yourself, and you learn how to feel it and what you like and what you don't like. And it's really about learning about you, like figuring out you. And just something during that, I just realized I couldn't even feel my body, and then it was really hard for me to feel my body. And that I was extremely sensitive to energy though, right? Like the tension, but in my body itself, I couldn't feel anything. And to try and get myself to feel it was like hard. And when I did feel it, I felt so much anger. Like I was so angry. I remember bawling my eyes out. I remember just thinking, I hate you. Like I hate you. That was what came to me. And I had no idea any of that was there when that happened. It just came up in me how much I hated myself. And and that was a healing moment for me, because a lot of the teaching was that you can also experience pleasure in your body, and I really wanted to not be blocked from that anymore. And so I don't know, I guess I just worked on feeling my body again, and then learning how to be safe in my body again, and learning how to allow myself to feel so that I can experience that, like, but also learning boundaries so that I can open myself to feeling again, right? Like, even a hug. Like, I learned, like, if you give a hug when you don't want to, like, some people say, "Well, give them a hug," like, force kids to give a hug or whatever. If your body's saying, "I don't wanna hug this person," and you just make yourself hug the person out of formality, your body will actually
Hmm.
start to learn that it can't trust you,
Yeah,
right?
true.
And
Yeah.
it'll start to build up walls and stuff, and like, you build a relationship with your body, so teaching your body that it can trust you, like, that you're gonna say no, that if something's uncomfortable, you're not gonna do it just to be polite or make someone happy or whatever, like, teaching your body it can trust you again is a really big one. I don't know, there was so many weird little things that came to me when I started that healing, but that was some of them, I guess.
Well, I hope you don't hate yourself anymore. I really hope you don't
I definitely have up and downs,
feel.
but, I'm definitely, able to feel more now for sure in my body, that's for sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's yeah. A sad story, but also a very inspiring.
Yeah, there is
Yeah.
healing.
Sounds like a healthy way to go about trying to get back in your body.
Yeah. I also learned, like, my body panicked, like, I was, um because I passed out a lot, it wound up being wiring, and I was blacking out all the time, and going to the hospital, and I couldn't figure out what the frig why, like, 'cause there was nothing happening that should cause that, but I guess sometimes triggers can cause it, like, if there is wiring for that, and so that's when I got to work with the neurologist and stuff, because they were explaining to me that had wiring in my nervous system and stuff that was causing me reactions, but I didn't have memories to connect it to because the memories were scarred over, like, I had lots of memory loss, but my body was still remembering. And, so I had to learn how to calm my body down around things too, like, tapping on the nervous system to calm it down, and different things, breathing, like, I don't know, all the weird things they teach you to, like, but if you continually learn how to calm your nervous system down around a reaction, you can rewire the nervous system and the muscle memory and the body and all that kind of stuff.
Do the breathing exercises work for you? Because
No, they didn't work worth
I
shit at the beginning.
I've been told to try the same, and it isn't working for me.
Yeah, the
I
big
tried,
one I
but
really liked is the EFT. It's like where you tap on certain nervous system meridian points that they use in like they use them in like pressure points, like Chinese pressure points and all that. They teach you how to tap on them in sequence, and it actually just causes the nervous system to relax, and you do it while you're feeling something that's normally intense, and then you stop feeling the intensity around it. Oh my gosh, that was such a friggin' lifesaver for me. That one. So that might be a good one to look into. The breathing did shit for me, or like breathe. I'm like, I can't breathe. You can't make me breathe. That's not happening. They tried the what's that one? EMR, where they make you go look back and forth, and it does something in the brain to like switch off the I don't know the bad feelings around the memories or the nervous system reaction. I couldn't do that one either because that one made me feel really sick. Like I was getting really nauseous from that one. Um, and I guess they have a new like thing that my doctor wants to sign me up for that I'm interested in trying. It's using like some kind of like magnetic field around the brain, and I guess it does something like you know how they've shown how mushrooms will, you know how I said the path thing, like if you have a thought over and over again, it makes a path and it becomes like autopilot. And I
Yeah.
guess when you do the mushrooms, it's like it causes all the paths to smooth out like they've been snowed on. And it
Yeah.
kind of opens up more ways of thinking about things so that you can create new pathways about things that happen to you or whatever. And you can start to build on new pathways, but it helps you
Yeah.
because you're often stuck in one thought. You can't see everything, and it kind
Yeah,
of helps you
I can
see
say,
more, and then you
as a
can make new
European, I
paths.
mean, I'm from the Netherlands. Not that that matters, but mushrooms are available here, like in a big way, and I can say mushrooms definitely can clear up your mind and pathways, like you say. I really didn't want to interrupt you, by the way, but what you said sparked a memory in me. It can really unblock a few things
I only tried it
regarding
once
your path.
with the natural path, and it was horrible. And I cried and cried and cried after, and I was like, I thought these were supposed to help you and make you better. Why am I crying? And they're like, well, have you ever cried before? And I thought about it because I was like completely emotionless. Like I had no emotions. Like remember I was telling you how I went to the comedy club and my friends would be like, are you okay? Because I'd never be like laughing out loud and they're like, well, so something happened because I could cry, right? So I was like, okay, I
Yeah.
guess, but this kind of sucks because I don't like crying. I like
But
being in control, right?
crying is sometimes needed, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
If
that
there's
was my only
something
experience.
that needs
So
to be cried about that we never cried about, then let's cry about it, right?
yeah,
I don't know. It's just my thought, but
yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, to go back a little bit, what was the breathing technique that you were taught or whatever, or told to try?
Me, I
Yeah,
was taught
everybody.
a whole bunch of them. The box breathing, the slower out than in. I don't know. I've tried a whole bunch of them.
Just curious. I have have used for martial arts to do the like inhale for a count, hold for a count, exhale for a count,
Yeah.
hold for a count. I don't know. I've used that as a basis for some things.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
think
mean, it helps now a little
I
more,
think the
but
control, right? Like that's the idea, is learning to it helps you control your body in a relatively simple way.
it tells your body that you're safe, which triggers your mind to calm down your nervous system. And it's another way of rewiring, just breathing. So if that works, like that's amazing. Because when your body wants to go into fight, flight, whatever, everything races, your breath shortens, blah, blah, blah. And when you're intentionally taking a deep breath, it's telling your body you're safe. It's like opposite of what your body wants to do. So it's kind of telling your body to start doing something else.
I think of it as, my experience with it is, it's sort of you're hijacking. Yeah, you're sort of interrupting whatever your body's trying to do. Because as far as like calming down, what I've used it for, in my background with this sort of thing is martial arts. So, like where if you're out of breath and you're wound up, and doing the breathing to like slow your heart rate down within like 2 breaths instead of sitting there letting your heart rate slow down on its own, right? And you can do that, and that does work.
Mm-hmm.
But
I really don't want to end this conversation because it's so good. But
yeah, you should
speaking
go
of
to sleep.
autopilot,
Yeah.
I'm about there.
Okay. Yeah, wow, you've been going for a long time.
I know, 7 hours, and I worked all day today too.
Angeline gave us lots to think about. That was things.
Do you
I'm very
do
sorry.
you want to do a stream, Angeline, or y'all can continue on another channel, and at least the content will get captured.
No,
Because
I've
this is
been.
good stuff. I wish I wish I could go more with it, or even leave it running and let the rest of you continue.
I should probably go to bed too. My sleeping pattern has been way off, so
Yeah, it's been very
probably
interesting. I
start.
gotta say, I came here randomly, and you're very, very lovely people. And
Oh, well, how did you find it? Just the you were searching YouTube, or did it feed it to you?
yeah, I don't know. I was bored.
Oh.
I had a few drinks. I will admit that. And I like to talk to people when I'm doing that.
Well,
And
I'm here almost every day, so stop by again if you want.
I
yeah,
thought
I'll
it was so
subscribe, man.
funny.
And
I thought it was so funny how in the private chat you're like, I'm not a troll, and then as soon as you came on here, you're like, I'm just trolling channels.
I know.
I was like,
I bet all of you thought I was a troll. I'm not a troll.
It was
But
so hard to tell, like for somebody who was trying to convince that they're not a troll.
yeah.
You were
I'm not
sending out
convinced
all
that
the
you're not a
troll
troll,
signals.
but I'm convinced that you weren't trolling in this case.
No, I mean,
No, I
no.
think he's in good faith. He came up to
I
talk.
know. I'm just.
no, yeah, come
Oh,
back.
hey,
This
Moose,
has
I
been
speaking
I
of.
was inspired to go on panels because of a troll, because I idolize this guy. He's called Music Bismarcky, but that's a rabbit hole you don't need to go into. Just
Oh, so
ignore that.
you're inspired by a troll to dabble in trolling?
No,
Oh,
to go on panels, I guess,
just to go on panels, but
just to interact with people. Yeah, and
to not troll.
not necessarily to make their lives
So are you
miserable.
new
So,
at panels?
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, welcome. This is a good starter panel. We're very easy on newcomers here. You're gonna
Yeah.
enjoy the
Well.
panelverse, I think.
Yeah. You seem like intelligent people, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna involve any of the troll community bullshit in your lives. That's not worth it.
Oh, we appreciate it. I've dealt with a few rounds of that already.
Okay, there's plenty of places to go to troll.
Yeah,
This
there
is a
really
nice.
is.
This is so yeah.
This
Maintaining
is the
this is sort of
oasis from
an
all of that.
oasis is nice. Oasis, yeah, oases are important.
yeah.
Well, it was certainly nice to meet you, and come back anytime. And
Yeah. Have a good morning or evening. I don't know what the time is there, but
Right.
and
yeah.
Angeline,
Well.
I thank you as always.
I was
Yeah,
nervous talking about that stuff
Angeline,
here because I know
the
how you
stuff you
feel
shared
about
was.
it, but but it's
Don't worry about
whatever.
it.
It is what it is.
It was actually very and Rogue as well, by the way. Ren Rogue, Angeline Joy. You both share things that kind of enlighten me.
Hi.
I gotta say. Yeah.
I'm so curious where you are. It's all the
Comparing data
noise.
points. It's important.
Okay.
You're both
How we'll
very,
figure it out.
very intelligent women, and the host is also very cool.
He's a very intelligent woman too.
Stop. I'm just cool. I'll take cool. I hardly ever get cool. So y'all could
Okay,
be
hey,
intelligent tonight, and I'll be cool.
see y'all.
All right. Good night.
Okay, take care.
Hey, bye.
Night.
Oh.
My comedy reactions are still in play.
Oh. I think all of mine are shutting down. I'm gonna get some sleep, but I will be out tomorrow at the usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. So
Saturday? I might
I
be
can
around. We'll
go
see.
pretty long. I can do it again tomorrow. I don't have a cutoff time. You
All right.
too,
Well, see you later.
Bex. Maybe we can watch something this weekend. I have the next 2 days off, so if we could work it in. All right, I think that's truly is all I have. I'm running on fumes right now, but I'm glad. This is a good night. I want the conversations we've been having the last few days. I feel like we're the panel, whatever the channel's being taken to the next level, and I would love to keep that going. We really are getting deeper. and wilder, and we're moving into territory that I think is new and kind of where I was headed for from the beginning without realizing it. So I'd love to keep that going. So I think if we just keep doing what we've been doing and just do more of it, it'll get there. So thank all of you. Oh, okay, cool. I think I'm delirious from sleep, like sleep deprivation, and I'm probably just babbling right now. So I'm just going to shut up and go to bed. Thank you all. I will be out tomorrow at the daytime time, 4 p.m. / 1 p.m. Hail Satan. And good night to all.